Well, welcome in. The day you have all been waiting for is finally here. Kyle, we have made it through the month of February. March is finally here. The dead period is gone. Spring ball
Oh
is
my
here.
god.
Combine is here. Where do we begin our
Oh
conversation?
my goodness.
Before
Oof.
we get there, I have to. How are you this morning, Kyle?
Oh my goodness. I am so happy to be through February. Look, we got through February. We did really well. I think in terms of like creating content and getting through, but that is a tough month to skate through, but it's a short month. And today, I mean, you kind of look to March. March is easy. I mean, coming up with topics is easy. Running a show, a YouTube channel is easy in the month of March. So and I'm excited, and I hope that kind of spills over and manifests to everybody inside chat. Please run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys being here, undefeated. What's going on, Chris? We see you from Panama City. Stay relentless, 1,000,000%. Chris from New Jersey, what's going on? Rich B, Cynthia, what's going on? Kevin, thank you for being a fan. Funder, Larry, Lars, what's up, man? Appreciate you guys. Got the workout in this morning. A little drizzle today. We worked out with cinder blocks downtown in Tuscaloosa. So we went to downtown Tuscaloosa, ran to a spot where we keep our cinder blocks, and then we'd carry the cinder blocks like around town, and then we do like lay on the ground and do like press with them, overhead press, curls, squats. We're not worthies.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's good, man. March is here. So wait, it's the first of the month. Like Bone Thug said, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Yeah, so feeling good, man. Ty, the NFL comment, I'm sure you were catching yesterday. Man, did you see Dallas Turner's 40 time?
If he wasn't a top 10 pick in between the 40,
shit.
in between the broad jump,
Yeah.
in between the vertical jump, do you realize he's like a top 2 in every aspect in his category? I mean, it is insane. And the crazy thing to me, Kyle, is he's going with the linebackers.
Yeah.
Right? So he's got a 4.47, 4.46 with the linebackers. And yes, technically, he's a lot, but he's going to be rushing a lot in the league, right? So like teams are looking at this athleticism, his size, power, speed, and he is going to make some NFL team and some NFL fan base incredibly excited for the season to roll around.
Yeah, I think, what's up, J.A. Kelly? We see you inside the comment box as well. Good morning to you. I think when you look to Dallas Turner and his performance yesterday, once again, it kind of overshadowed what Chris Browse was able to do. Like Chris Browse, 255 pounds, he's running a 4.6. Like he's there as well. But you have Dallas Turner, and the crazy thing is Dallas Turner is close to 260 as well. And he doesn't look 260 pounds. He gets up and before he ran his 4.40 time, which is unbelievable. He has a vertical jump of 40 inches. Like, and I always kind of rewind to Dallas Turner and him talking to the media. And he was like, I don't really refer to myself as a linebacker. He's like, I refer to myself as an athlete. He's like, I'm an athlete. And he is. I mean, my goodness, that was a hell of a showing. I think overall, he was going to be a top 10. But I think once you get to talk to him and, you see his performance on the field, what he was able to do, his combine, like, man, are we talking like under a top 10 pick, like a top 5 time? Like, I mean, what's realistic for Dallas Turner? And then, I just saw this morning that Kool-Aid will not participate in the combine because he has a foot injury. So he's going to be out, should be back by training camp. But I just saw that kind of run through my Twitter feed.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport reporting that Kool-Aid has a Jones fracture. Yeah. From what I understand, he is currently seeking second opinions out in Indiana or Indy. I don't know why I said it. He's out there seeking second opinions. Yeah. This shouldn't affect his ability to start the season. From what I understand, Ian Rappaport and others have reported that he should be 100% by the season. He will work out at the pro day. Yeah, and get it fixed after. But just super unfortunate timing, right? Like if there was ever a time you didn't want it to happen, it was right now, because I think that it was very likely that he and Arnold were cornerback 1 and cornerback 2 taken. And I hope that's still the case, right? Like if you're an NFL GM, don't overthink this. The guy didn't get tested for a reason. And if he was doing that with a Jones fracture, just imagine what he's going to look like when he's all healthy. I mean, sky's the limit. Don't overthink this.
Yeah, no, I think in time, you'll see how Kool-Aid can perform. I actually saw the 49ers have Kool-Aid. As a 49er fan, I'll be with it. I still want them to pick up. It would be nice if they got Will Riker and Kool-Aid. So we'll see. But one of the guys who's been killing it is Terran Arnold. And Terran Arnold is just made for the stage. He has such a great personality. He's very open. He's very articulate. Tells really good stories. When I was talking to him at the Rose Bowl, I'm proud of him, because he has really continued to work on himself, his craft, and the sea of media around him. He's telling the story about yesterday when him and Jalen Milroe were teammates last year. Who could be first to the Mount Moore complex? That Kobe Bryant mentality, right? Like, who could be there first? Who could outwork each other? And to see him, telling the stories, was cool. I did see that Chris Broswell said that Coach Saban's he's still coaching. I know that people, did you see that?
No, I didn't see him say that.
He was like, yeah, he's still coaching behind the scenes at Alabama. And everyone was like, what? They were like, yeah, he's giving advice to the defense. And I wouldn't be surprised. You can go look it up. He's like, I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Saban gets back into coaching sooner or later. So that was just Chris Broswell's take.
Don't play with my emotions. Like
right.
With
me. Also, on my segment at 9, I want to talk about this clip of Jalen Milroe. Ty, you saw that?
Yeah.
So Jalen Milroe posted it. Go follow Milroe on his Twitter. He posted it. I reposted. I screen recorded it. Posted it to Twitter. The dude looks like he has like muscles on muscles. But what really stood out to me, and everybody pointed this out, was his throwing motion. It like completely changed, and that was one throw. I get it, it's one throw, but damn, like. He already has a really strong arm. I can't even imagine, with the changed up throwing style. It looks like he completely changed his throwing style. Ty, you saw that clip.
Yeah, and Kyle, this is why. Oh, geez, was it yesterday or the day before? Undefeated helped me out. For those of you that were in here, Tink, happy you're here, Kevin, Chris. But Kyle, was it yesterday or the day before? I was kind of talking with you about the doubters and the detractors that Milroe has. And one of the things that you always hear is, oh, well, he's been at Alabama for a while. Yeah. Like, how can he continue improving? Kyle, I asked you this simple question. When was the last quarterback coach, like dedicated quarterback coach that Alabama fans were super high on, that was in Tuscaloosa? Was it Milwee with Sark? Like, we're going back to 2021 national championship. Mm-hmm. Bryce Young didn't have that. Jalen Milroe didn't have that. Well, he has it now. Yeah. And what we saw was already impressive. For me, I just need to see his footwork consistently. Sure. Right? If he is consistent with his footwork, to me, sky is the limit. But now working with these quarterback gurus in a Kalen DeBoer, who has coached quarterbacks, who has been an offensive mastermind. To me, sky truly is the limit. That's why I remain so high on Jalen Milroe, because I think that we've had a lot of conversations around Jalen Milroe, and I think, luckily not here, but I think a lot of the conversations around Jalen Milroe have lacked proper nuance and proper depth to really evaluate the position. I cannot wait for spring to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody's certainly excited to see footage and see these quarterbacks in action. And not only Jalen Milroe, like we had that small little taste of Ty Simpson throwing the football. Still haven't seen Dylan Lonergan, Austin Mack. Those are going to be clips that you're going to see circulated next Wednesday, because we have an opportunity to be here at practice. So much more coverage coming your way right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So and as I think someone mentioned it here in the comment box, it kind of flew by. I tried to star it, but it's Kevin. You have a huge basketball game tomorrow. So I'm going to talk about that on my segment as well. Alabama and Tennessee. College Game Day is here, and they just released like the whole schedule. This is the first time that College Game Day basketball has ever been here to Tuscaloosa. And they're going to start at 11 a.m. The game is in the evening time, but kind of the whole buildup, they're going to have the students get in there at like 10 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be amazing. So really excited to see College Game Day here at the University of Alabama on the basketball front. And good morning to everybody inside the chat. What's up, Antoine? I see you inside the comment box. Adam, what's going on? Tink, Kimberly, Jay, I appreciate you. Antoine has the same hoodie that I have on, which is the undefeated. So yeah, rocking with it. Appreciate it. I think there's like a 20% off on the merch. But if you guys can become fan funders, I'd really appreciate that. You guys support us, honestly. So hit the hyperlink, which T will post inside the comment box. And, super chats always appreciated. We had a really good February. Want to continue that momentum into March, and we wouldn't be here without you. So thank you very much for supporting the entire crew, and thank you for taking care of Ty this morning during his segment. Ty, I'll let you get to it, and I will be back at 9 with my segment. And I hope you guys have a great start. Be back here in about 50 minutes right here in Bama Football on YouTube. Ty, take it away, man.
Thank you as always, Kyle. And as always, before I get going, y'all know the drill. I got to take the time. Thank Kyle, thank Tia, and of course, thank all of you in the undefeated, because Kyle's 100% right. What Kyle does, what T does in the background and actively, right? Like, we can see it. It's not necessarily done in the background. And as I'm saying that, like divine timing, Patriot Life with the 10 gifted memberships. Patriot Life, my man, that's what is that, 20 over the past 2 days, 3 days? I don't know. I'm losing count. I'm not particularly good at math. So thank you for that, Patriot Life. And Adam with the $20 saying, hey guys, do you think we might benefit from a single high safety this year as will allow us to stop the run more effectively? As I understand it, Adam, that's a lot of kind of what Womack does, right? Like, he has those safeties that kind of roam around. And I think that that's kind of the plan. It's why whenever you get a sob, right? Like, I am so excited about him because of his ability, because of his versatility, his ability to cover the back end, his ability to come up and stop the run. In my opinion, you're just going to need some versatile defensive backs. And luckily for Alabama, Adam, Nick Saban and the former staff just got done recruiting a bunch of versatile defensive backs. And I think that's going to help for as seamless of a transition as one could reasonably expect. And the reason why I say reasonably expect is we know that you have to replace 2 first-rounders in Kool-Aid and Terry and Arnold. We know that you have to replace Caleb Downs. We know that you have to replace Jalen Key. Now, luckily, you retain a Malachi Moore. You still have a Devontae Smith, but you have a lot of new back there, and you have a lot of inexperience trying to replace what you lost. You don't have a lack of talent, right? And this is the thing that I always hang my hat on when we talk about this. You're not working through this with a lack of talent. In fact, for Coach Womack and Coach Kalen DeBoer, I think they probably have access to more 5 stars in the defensive back room alone than they had on their entire roster at their former stops at South Alabama and at Washington. So if we were to tell, Linguist, if we were to tell Coach Hitchler, hey, you have a rebuild in the secondary, they might look at you like you're crazy. Like, yeah, we have to replace some guys, but I have more talent right here in this room that you're telling me I have to rebuild than I had stacked on a roster. We have more 5 stars in this one room than we had at Wisconsin, than we had at Buffalo or Washington or South Alabama. And so it creates a really interesting conversation, does it not? Like, weighing the lack of experience with the overabundance of talent there, it creates for really intriguing conversations. But I do think you're right, Adam. And I think that's why whenever we talk about the secondary, I'm so excited, because you've keyed into one of the things that is a mandatory thing in the secondary, and that's versatility. The ability to be efficient, but also come up and stop the run. You have got to have guys be able to do that. I think Alabama's very, very lucky they have that. Antoine with the 199 saying, I wore my undefeated hoodie to Cat Williams' show in Birmingham. That's awesome. I bet that was a good time. I bet that was a really good time. That sounds like a great time. A lot more 013. I'm doing good, enjoying my day off. Same here in Northwest Alabama. 40 degrees. Yeah, a few days ago, guys, in Texas, it went from 90 degrees to 30 degrees in less than 24 hours. And that is why Texas is just so wild, right? It's just a different, it's not the hottest place. It's not the coldest place. It's just one of the most temperamental places, in my opinion. And that's kind of what makes it interesting. But we've got a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. March is here. I have been screaming really since January, since before Alabama's first junior day. I have been sitting here screaming, hey, watch for March, that's when things are really going to heat up. That's when things are going to get interesting on the recruiting trail. Naturally, in terms of practice, that goes without saying. But March is now here. We got to unpack what that means, but we also need to do a weekend review. You guys know the drill. Every Friday we get here, we have this session where we review the week. We talk about the highs, we talk about the lows. Luckily this week, kind of a quiet week. You know, last week we had some coaching movement. We had some players coming in. This week it's just kind of quiet. And I think for Alabama fans, quiet is good. Quiet is what comes before the storm, and luckily think that there's going to be a positive storm. We got bipolar weather in Texas. Yes, we do. Yeah, it was 73 here on Wednesday, 40 today, and then back to the 70s on Sunday. That's insane, Kevin. Right? Like I have family in upstate New York, like Greenwich area, Saratoga Springs area. And they handled the winters up in New York better than they do in Texas. And one of the reasons was they told me it's because like they said in upstate New York, it's cold. Like it's cold. And you get used to the cold. And when they were here for like 2 weeks, staying at the ranch with us, they were like, in Texas, it's all over the place. You go from real cold to like not that cold, and it's just real hard to get acclimated to anything. That being said, though, I have been up there in the winters in upstate New York. That's cold. Fun, but cold. We also need to talk about Alabama at the Combine. Now, Kyle and I kind of kicked this off. We've got to dive into the guys that will be there today, the guys that ran yesterday, who's standing out. You already know the conversation that doesn't even need to be had, but of course we're going to have it about Dallas Turner. We're going to do the topic that I personally can't wait for. March is here, and as always, you want something talked about, you drop it down into the chat. We get real interactive on this show. In fact, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a show that is as interactive as this one or mine, right? Like if you have one, cherish it, because interaction is a ton of fun, but it's not something that you find at this level a ton, where you're getting constant content, but also constant interaction. And I think that's what separates this channel, my channel, from a lot of the other great content creators here on this platform. Listen, there is a ton of great content creators on this platform, so we're certainly happy you were here with us. Kevin says, I lived in upstate New York near the Canadian border, and we averaged about 16 feet of snow a year. Yeah. No, I know. It gets busy up there. Hell, Jay's from up there. He's up in Buffalo. Ty, do you have a grasp on what our new pipeline is now? What do you mean, Jermaine? In pipeline, in what regards? You ever been to the Red River? I went. Dwight says, have you ever been to the Red River? I went when I was in Dallas last year. It was lit. So Dwight, I actually grew up on the Red River. Like that's where I grew up, is the last Texas town on I-35. And before you get to Oklahoma. Like when I was growing up, Windstar was a hop, skip, and a jump from my house. So, like, in Gainesville, there was nothing to do. So what do? You go into Windstar and hope you don't get ID'd. Right? Like, I grew up in Windstar. But yeah, I grew up on the Red River. And so we would go fishing in the Red River for 4th of July. We'd take the four-wheelers out there, me and some buddies. Oh, no, the club? No. Nah, Dwight, I can't say I'm big into the club scene, man. I'm kind of one of those guys where like I stay pretty low key, you know what I mean? I'm at the house. I'm gonna be at the crib. That's where you can catch me. You can catch me at the crib watching sports. That's it's ironic, right? Because I'm not a social person. But I do YouTube and stuff, right? Like social media stuff. Neither here nor there. So let's talk about a weekend review. Luckily for Alabama fans, this was a quiet week. And I say luckily because Alabama fans have gotten so used to the tumultuous times since Nick Saban has retired. But this week was really just a quiet, normal week. Dare I say, forgetful even. And that to me is notable, considering what Alabama fans have been going through ever since that fateful Wednesday in January after the national championship. Good morning, Marvin. Glad you're here. So this week has been kind of quiet, but I think that it's the perfect time for a quiet week, right? Because you're about to have an exhausting March. I think you're about to have an exhausting quote unquote offseason. And exhausting isn't bad, but there's a lot of new at Alabama. There's a ton of new at Alabama. From head coach to offensive coordinator to defensive coordinator, there's going to be a new cornerback room. There's just a new order of operations around there, which leads to more questions, more busyness, more activity. Right? What? So you still have spring practice in front of us. You still have recruiting, and so having a week where things are just nice and quiet before you roll into that, I think is massive. Shane says, I think he means IMG across the states. Oh, okay, Jermaine. Yeah, that's my apologies. So it depends where you're talking about, my man. So you have connections to Florida in Gillespie. You have coaches that have connections spread out, right? Like Mo Linguist has connections up in the Northeast. He also has got a ton of connections here in the DFW Metroplex, as well as Houston. And that, to me, is massive. Mo Linguist right there. He's born in Dallas. He played in Waco. He coached at Texas A&M. So already you got three of like really two of the bigger recruiting grounds in all of the nation. Dallas, the DFW Metroplex, which is Frisco, McKinney, Denton, Fort Worth, Dallas, Plano, right? DeSoto, Allen, like all of those teams that you always hear about in North Texas. Yeah, that's all the DFW Metroplex. But then you also have Houston. So like Galena Park, North Shore, Katy, like he's familiar with that recruiting ground as well. Love that. Gillespie, familiarity in the state of Florida, and really just an ace recruiter through and through. Retaining him was massive. You have Coach Freddie Roach, knows the state of Alabama, can recruit the state of Alabama, has been an ace recruiter for the Tide, and one of those guys that Alabama will send after anybody. It doesn't have to be a defensive lineman. They want to recruit. You're not going to be shocked to see Roach on the trail. Outside of that, you look at Shepherd and those guys. They got the West Coast ties from their time at Washington. But Shepherd is interesting, Jermaine, because I don't think he's going to struggle recruiting. Right? He's one of those guys that, yes, we always love to know where these guys have their pipelines. Where did they cut their teeth? Shepherd is an infectious personality. I think he's going to be able to establish a pipeline wherever he goes because he has that infectious, authentic personality. When Coach Shepherd gives an interview, it always ends too soon. And that is an unbelievable compliment to give somebody. Whenever you speak, your segments end too soon. That's an unbelievable compliment to give somebody. Every time Coach Shepherd speaks, I'm left wanting to hear more about him, to learn more about him. Not only for my sake, but for the sake of the University of Alabama. That guy was a home run hire. Oh, Dwight, there's more than I have time to talk about. More than I have time to talk about. Dwight asks, any prospects in Texas we need to know about? Oh boy, where do we get started? I mean, we could go almost an hour just talking about north of Dallas, right? Like I could divide the DFW Metroplex into 1/4 and we'd be there. It's people think I'm joking. It's actually ridiculous here. It's actually ridiculous here. Like listen, it's not the only place where you're going to find ridiculous high school football. That's never my claim. You can find that in Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Florida, even in California. That Trinity League out there in California is unbelievable. But South Oak Cliff, yeah. Like it's different out here, man. It's different out here. Like it's one, the population, right? Because Texas has such a high population. I mean, the county where I'm at, it's over 1 million in Denton County. Like the population here, I don't think people really get because you hear Texas, you think just like a desert and like desolate. Where I'm at, it's a concrete jungle from where I'm at, and if you just drove south, you're not going to stop seeing buildings for well over an hour. It's a city now. From Denton, Texas, till you get well out of Dallas, it's just one giant city. It's actually ridiculous. And because of that, you look and there's Plano's $62 million high school stadium. Oh, here's brand new indoor facilities. And then you got H-Town, you got San Antonio, it's just, and then you go out to East Texas, you got some programs out there. You go to West Texas, you get Odessa, Permia, and those guys out there, Friday Night Lights. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But where I'm at is in Denton. And to give you guys a little context into just how Houston is crazy. Houston is an amazing. I love Houston. I've never had a bad time in Houston. Good friend of yours was the wide receiver coach at DeSoto. Well, he is working with some unbelievably talented people. Unbelievably talented people. High school football is a lot of fun in Texas. High school football is a ton of fun in Texas. Met some Cowboys players, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. Yeah, no doubt, Shane. That's why I always say I never am saying that Texas is alone in what I'm talking about. I just speak to that because it's what I have experienced every day of my life, right? Texas is not alone. I mean, hell, they brought Mater Dei down here a few years ago, and didn't Mater Dei play Duncanville and just B to A, right? I mean, it got bad. High school meter times, it was amazing how many players from, I don't know if you saw this, LSU has a running back, Caden Durham. He came from Texas. There was a photo that went viral, right? Where at Caden Durham's track meet to qualify for state, the qualifying times for states would have won other states' entire state championship. He ran a 10-2 something to qualify for state. Let me look this up. It was actually insane. He ran a 10-2-5 to qualify. What are we doing? That's insane. Now he's LSU's running back, or he's going to be their running back. Young guy, incredible speed. Played for one of those big Texas schools, right? I mean, it combined DFW is, I believe. Dallas Metro is slightly bigger. I did not, Kevin, let me see. Let me go back and try and find this question. Ty, what aspect of Bama defense are you most concerned about going into spring practice? I think the natural answer is secondary, but concerned is a strong word for me. I would, if I may, Kevin, if I could supplement concerned with curious. I'm really curious about the Alabama secondary. And if I must, I can elevate it to concerned, but I do think that the talent is there, right? I do think that the talent is there. Texas could literally be its own country. Yes, it could. Yeah, that's actually where I went to school. They gave me scholarship, and I did not want to graduate with a bunch of debt because you guys got to remember, I thought I was going to law school. So I was all set to go to Alabama for college. And then UNT gave me scholarship. I thought I was going to law school, and I didn't want to graduate with undergrad debt and then law school debt. So had I known I wasn't going to law school, though, oh, yeah, we'd have been in Tuscaloosa. DB and cornerback, curious. Secondary, just a whole curiosity. I would definitely say concern. And listen, Kelly, if you do say I'm concerned about that, you're not going to hear a peep from me. You're not going to hear a peep from me. Because I do think there's a definite conversation to be had there. I don't know if maybe mine is just because, okay, let me unpack this for a second, right? Because I think it might make sense, or it might not. But hey, that's what we're here to do. Whenever we talk about the offense DeBoer is going to implement, these guys are going to be thrown into the fire, not in August, but come spring. These cornerbacks, they're young. They're going to be tested by our own offense instantly, right? They are going to be in a far more pass-happy offense than they ever were. Now, listen, I understand there's no supplementation for game reps, and I completely agree with you there because some people practice better than they play. When the lights turn on, that's when it matters. We're in lockstep there. My only point is if you have a bunch of young guys you're in an offensive scheme that is going to test their abilities instantly. And that can be positive, right? That can be positive. Matt, you had an interesting comment. I want to go find it about growing up in the Adirondacks, because where my grandmother lives in upstate New York, she's in between a bunch of the mountain ranges in central New York in recent winters. Not tons though. Yeah, my grandmother's just outside of Greenwich and Saratoga Springs. And I saw you said you grew up in the Adirondacks. I go there any opportunity I get. I'm there. Ty, I got a question. Is everybody considered a troll because they don't post? No. And don't align. Well, Bama hater, listen, no, that's there's principled discussion, but like, if you're wondering why I think you were referred to as a troll, it's because your name is Bama hater. Right? Like at that point, you kind of already let people know what the agenda is. So like, you know, that'd be like me getting mad that the doctor found out I have pneumonia when I go in there and I have a giant sign above me blinking saying I have pneumonia. Right? Like I don't know. That kind of just seems self-defeating. I don't know. But listen, you know me. I have a background in debate. I love debate. I'm always down for debate. Love that. Good morning from Liberty Hill, Texas. Good morning. Good morning. So week in review, we're pretty much well done there. Quiet week. Not much to talk about. You already know. You guys have things to talk about. And your guys' topics are always fantastic. So let's talk about Bama at the Combine, because we got some negative news today on Kool-Aid McKinstry. Jones fracture. I haven't gotten to check the latest on it. If there's anything new, undefeated, by all means, drop it in there. But that's just unbelievably unfortunate timing. Kool-Aid McKinstry is someone who I have argued over the course of this year. People are like, oh, well, is he this? Is he that? And my argument has always been, don't overthink this. Turn on the film, sit back, and watch him operate. Don't overthink this. Teams don't test him. There's a reason why teams aren't even interested in looking his way most of the time. Plumber, thank you for becoming a new member. Happy to have you a part of the family. You have been giving unbelievable insight over the past few days. I remember we had discussed several of your comments. Oh boy, what was that? Wednesday or Tuesday, I believe it was. Maybe both days. Thank you for becoming part of the family. Happy you're here. Happy you're spending your time with us. As always, y'all are going to get sick and tired of me saying it, but you are giving us one of the most valuable things you can, and that's time. Two most valuable things you have in life is time and health. And for you to give us time over here to hang out, to talk, unbelievable. Thank you so much. It truly does mean the world to me. Y'all see the Texas defensive tackle ran a 5.2 at the Sweat. He was moving. Sweat was moving. Let me tell you what, I've never seen a 5.2 look faster in my life. I have never seen a 5.2 look faster. He was moving. That big boy is athletic. And so is Byron Murphy, though. I mean, the Texas people are, I think, kind of starting to wake up and realize, like, oh, wow. Right? Like, those two in the interior, they were different. And yeah, like, that's what I always, but anyways, going back to Kool-Aid, it's just super unfortunate because we talk about this all the time. Teams, they want to try and get the best value. Right? You want to try and get the best value because you have a salary cap. And I just hope that teams don't overthink Kool-Aid. Right? Yes, he's got this Jones fracture. From my understanding, from the reports out, this is something that is a nothing burger, right? It's just the timing that's just super unfortunate. Because now is when it's supposed to be like, oh, I am healthy. Let's go work out. Let's do these interviews. And to find out there, it's just disheartening. Now, listen, I don't think that it's going to be the worst thing in the world. Kool-Aid, he has got so much good film. And like Kelly says, we signed a ton of 5-star defensive backs. Kool-Aid's been out there since a freshman. You got a lot of film to work with. You got a lot of game film to work with, a lot of positive game film to work with. I think Kool-Aid will be just fine. Don't overthink this. Turn on the film, watch him operate, sit back, and take note. And let that be the end of it. Let that be the end of it. So, unfortunate news on Kool-Aid. Hopefully his second opinions are positive, because that's the last thing you want to hear. Not only for an Alabama player, but any player. I mean, goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen, these guys work tirelessly to get to that stage. And when they get to that stage, my only hope for all of them is that they are able to push on to their dreams. Right? That's my only hope, is that they're able to push on to their dreams. And Kool-Aid will still be that. Don't get me wrong. Kool-Aid, I think that it'll be all-time foolishness if they let him fall out of the first round. All-time foolishness. I will pox on them if they do that. I don't know what I'll do. I'll be beside myself, though. Like, this is easy. This is easy. This is easy. Watch the film. Period. Right? Like, this is where Kool-Aid is one of those guys in the combine. He's for football guys and gals. The guys and gals who love football, who know football, they hear this Jones fracture and they have the same reaction I have. Like, I hate that for him. But don't overthink this. Turn on the film. Easy peasy. Easy money. Next, right? Arnold, I love how Kyle started this off, giving Arnold his props. Ladies and gentlemen, has any player won the mic more than Arnold? Has any player won the mic more than Arnold? I mean, he gives such great interviews. And this isn't, to Bama fans, we've known this. If you've been paying attention, he has got a huge personality. And he is such a great ambassador, right? Such a great ambassador. Arnold, before he ever started working out, was winning the combine. Why? Put him in front of a microphone and let him be Terrion Arnold, because he's going to win people over just by being himself. Just by being himself. If Kool-Aid drops, I hope he goes to the Steelers and have a no-fly. Oh my gosh. Oh man. And Minka, Levi Wallace, and Kool-Aid would be criminal. I would be irate. I mean, I'd be happy for your Steelers. Don't get me wrong. I'd be happy for all of them. But, like, I would be asking the 31 other teams in the NFL, how did you let this happen? Y'all remember that scene in Dodgeball where they lose and the dude's slapping them all? That would be me to 31 teams. Like, how? Bonds was recruited once he entered the portal. He said that he jumped on a plane, and as soon as Bonds decided... I mean, yeah, Jay, but, like, what, you know, would it... I'm not surprised he said that. He has to say it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where the coach has to say something like that. We know what happened. We know what happened. All right, it is what it is. But no, I didn't see his interview. He was recruited once he entered the portal. He said he jumped on a plane as soon as Bonds decided to. Yeah, that was in the works. That was in the works, right? You know that, I know that. It's just one of those things where, like, he can't come out and say what really happened. You know what I mean, Jay? Like, he can't come out and say, like, oh, we'd been pushing since X date. It's just like, yeah, you can't. you can't Caden Proctor yourself. You know what I mean? Like, although God bless him, he's honest, if nothing else. Right? God bless him. He's honest, if nothing else. But yeah, 100%, Jay. 100%. Isn't that the goal of every YouTube channel, to get subs? The what doesn't? Never mind. I'd rather talk about football. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Kevin. As much as when I started my YouTube channel, I wanted to get big. I wanted to be able to do this for a living. I wanted to be able to do it full time, transition to maybe being picked up by 24/7 Sports and On3, maybe help a place like ESPN be able to turn around their college football coverage and be like, hey, I have a vision. I think that the people align with the vision I have, and I'd love to be a force of change. But, I've been able to do YouTube, and I can say, like, yeah, you want to grow, but my biggest concern is always content, right? Like, good content will attract good viewers. It's one of those things. I know that you could make content being super inflammatory, being super negative, and you'd grow a lot faster. You'd get a lot more views. You'd make a lot more money, but that's not what I want to do, man. I came from the legal field where everything was kind of like depressing. And so I'd rather like not have a doom and gloom channel. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather kind of just talk ball. Oh no, Kevin, I was just kind of giving a little monologue. Yeah, I knew what it was. I was just kind of giving a little monologue. I do talk football, but why I have an issue? Every opinion I have on Alabama football. Well, Bama hater, I think that once again, it goes back to the name, right? Like, you are perceived how you hold yourself out as, right? Like, you're perceived how you hold yourself out as. And when you hold yourself out as Bama hater, the perception is going to be that this is just someone here who's going to ruffle feathers, right? Whether that's the case or not. Now, like I've said, I'll engage with you, because if it's respectful, as long as we're respectful, we can have disagreements. We can have differences of opinions. We can debate. I love all of that. Debate leads to discourse. Discourse leads to thought. I view debates very differently than other people do, because like, winning a debate is nice, but that's not the end goal. It's to learn. It's to learn, right? If I learn more about your position and I understand why you feel the way you feel, and you understand why I feel the way I feel, at the end of the day, even though we might not have moved the other off of our position, as long as we have that understanding, we have both won. Because now I understand why you would arrive at that conclusion, even though I might not arrive there. It's like, okay, I get it. I get it. Like, 1 + 1 is 2. Then you add in another 2, it's 4. And there you go. I see how you get there. But I also think that's kind of it, right? It's kind of why, like, whenever you came in here and you were asked why you were viewed as a troll, it's one of those things where, like, you're perceived as you put yourself out as. Bama Hater says, why? Because we got a lot of moving parts in the work, Bama Hater. I know that seems like something that'd be very easy to, like, a stroke of the pen and it comes. You're dealing with multiple different schedules. And so it's kind of hard to start an entire segment when you're dealing with, like, what's the consistency look like? Because that's the end of the day. The biggest thing is consistency. But neither here nor there. Let's focus in on some of the guys at the combine, right? Because Dallas Turner, he broke the combine yesterday. A 4.47, a 40-inch vertical, and a 10.9, 10.7. What was it? Am I off? Am I? If I'm off, I'm off by 2. I'm not far off. Dallas Turner just proved to everybody, oh yeah, no, he's the one. He's the one you can't let go. Right? Dallas Turner, if he falls out the top 10, I'm going to once again do that scene from Dodgeball where I find every GM who had that top 10 pick, and I'm going to go to each of them and give them the, what do the 5 fingers say to the face? Listen, I understand you have needs. And if you need a quarterback, take a quarterback, right? If you need a quarterback, take a quarterback. Yeah, 4.47, Kelly. That's just insane. If you need a quarterback, take a quarterback. You have needs. Draft to your needs. But if you're a team in the top 10 and you're like, okay, I don't think we need a quarterback. I think we're good elsewhere, but we need some help on defense. Go get him. Go draft Dallas Turner. And even alongside that, you have Chris Braswell, who ran a 4.6. Ladies and gentlemen, do not look at Dallas Turner's 4.47 and then think, oh man, I wish Chris Braswell's combine results so far have been very impressive. People are going to look at the power in which he rushes, and his 10-yard split was still good. Chris Braswell is going to be a really interesting guy to follow through the draft process because he has got a lot of power. If I'm not mistaken, a few years ago, they did a thing where they were looking at the Alabama players, and he was like the strongest in the lower body. I mean, he is a powerful rusher. I think he's built for the NFL. I think that the NFL is going to really showcase his skill set. Oh, gosh, Jay, where do we begin, man? Where do we begin? Listen, when you have someone that runs a 4.47, you already know they're explosive. But then when they back it up with the broad jump he had and the vertical he had, that is just screaming. This is pure explosion. This is pure explosion. Dallas Turner has got pure explosion. We got an Oregon Duck fan in here saying, didn't y'all call it Lanning to head coach at Bama? We said, heck no, we got a squad already. Hey, Lanning would have been a heck of an option, but I will say this, and Ania, I think if I pronounce that name, I apologize. I will say this, as much as I do think Lanning is a heck of a coach, right? He's a heck of a coach, a heck of a recruiter. Bama got the coach that has beaten him 3 times with arguably an equitable to lesser in terms of talented roster. With Dan Lanning being a fantastic recruiter, he's had access to more 4 stars, more 5 stars, right? If we look at the 24/7 breakdown of blue chip prospects, Dan Lanning has had, if I'm not mistaken, a bit better talent. So while I agree with you, hey, you got a heck of a coach. Very excited to see what the future holds for you in the Big Ten. I think there are beautiful opportunities out there. 0-3, Shane, 0-3. They're 0-3. He's had 3 opportunities at Coach Kalen DeBoer and has fallen all 3 times. So, listen, I think he's a great coach, but Bama ended up with a great coach as well. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. A lot of great coaches out there in college football. No doubt about that. Because I do agree with you. If I have had Dan Lanning as my head coach, I'd be like, okay, you're young, you're learning, but you constantly show faith in your guys. I'm very, very comfortable with Dan Lanning as my coach. But I'm also very, very comfortable with Kalen DeBoer as my coach. Because he beat Dan Lanning. He beat Lincoln Riley. He beat Steve Sarkisian, right? Dude's been knocking him out. Dan Lanning was never called. You remember, Jay, all that wildness, right? Of is he there? Is he not there? Just the misinformation whenever the coaching search first started, right? The massive misinformation. But at the end of the day, Bama got their guy. Very excited about it. We also have Justin Eboigbe, who went to the combine. And I'm interested to see how he ends up in the draft. Now, you guys know I'm a big fan of Eboigbe. He's another one like Kool-Aid, where the only reason I say it with Kool-Aid is because he's not testing at the combine. But with Eboigbe, my advocacy to any team out there looking at Eboigbe is just turn on the film. The guy's a football player. The combine is nice, right? I do think that the combine gives us tidbits. Jimmy Sexton. Yeah, Jimmy Sexton started that to get boys raises. No doubt about that. Jimmy Sexton needs to be studied. I'll tell you what, there's one person that could get me to go get a law degree, and it's Jimmy Sexton. If Jimmy Sexton called me and said, I want you to work for me, you just need a law degree, I'd be like, tell me where. And I'm there. I got you, my guy. We'll go advocate together. That guy is wild at his job. I can only hope to be as good at my job at one day as Jimmy Sexton is at his. Neither here nor there. Who am I talking to in the headphones? Oh, nobody. This is just whenever if Kyle's on or Coach Sean or whoever I'm rapping with before, it's so that y'all don't hear an echo. I can hear them and y'all don't hear the everything playing over the speakers and everything, just to keep it clean. So March is here because today we're going to be watching for Terrion Arnold at the combine, seeing what his numbers look like. With Kool-Aid, he's not a go. Just turn on the film. Don't overthink it. Same with a Boygby. Turn on the film. Don't overthink it. Football guys play football. And while the combine can give us great direction, it can give us unbelievable tidbits like, the Dallas Turner stuff. This is where I say the combine is really impactful. When I can watch film and see that Dallas Turner flies off of a screen and then it's backed up, right? Then it's like, okay, yeah. You're going to test well. You're going to play well. A Boygby and them, turn on the film. They're going to be just fine. Ty, can Bama get the safety that transferred from Texas A&M? They cannot, Ronald. They cannot. He cannot transfer within the SEC. And one of the things that I'm watching is, could Oregon be a player for him? And the reason why I asked that is they went after Sab. Right? They went after Sab. They didn't get him. He ended up coming to Bama, but because they went after him, I wonder if they might not go after that Texas A&M safety because he cannot transfer within the SEC. Now, if he was able to transfer within the SEC, Ronald, isn't he from? It's Jacoby Matthews, meaning he's from Louisiana, right? Like, that'd be where I would look. But he can't do that. Because when he first transferred, when he first hit the portal, I forgot about that rule, and I was like, oh, man, he's going to LSU. They just redid all their defensive back room. So I don't agree with this rule at all, Ronald. It makes no sense to me. It just does not make sense to me, and maybe I've overlooked something. You can transfer SEC to SEC in the very first transfer portal window. You can also transfer SEC to SEC if you have a coach that retires and a 30-day window opens up for your team. You cannot transfer SEC to SEC in the second portal window. The reason why that's nonsensical to me is, what if a coach just up and decided, I don't want to do that? Like, what if a coach just decided right during the second transfer portal window, I don't want to be here anymore, and then retires? Well, his team can go to the SEC, right? It's just like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to me. I don't know. Ty, I don't think Terrian should even participate in the combine. His stock is really high right now. I don't think you're wrong, Jay, right? He is one of those guys that, like, your stock is already unbelievably high, but what do we know about Arnold? He's a competitor. He wants to go out there and compete. He thrives off that. Listening to the story about him and Jalen Milroe trying to outwork each other, he thrives off that. But I do agree with you. He doesn't need to do anything. In fact, if he showed up, just grabbed a mic and started talking, and then didn't work out, he's already won. That's what has me excited, Ty. I'm imagining with glee what DeBoer is going to do with Bama's talent. Great days ahead. Absolutely. Jay says Terrian will do great numbers. The combine will help him. Oh, I have no doubt he's going to put up great numbers. He's just one of those lucky few, right? Where it's like, okay, you're winning every interview. People love you. Your film speaks for itself. But he's a competitor. That's what you love about him. Hell of a player. So what do Alabama fans need to be looking for in March? Well, we've had this conversation so many times, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to drag it out. We're not going to have it for too long. What do you need to be looking for in March? First and foremost, practices. They start next week. One of them will be open for some media viewing, if I'm not mistaken, and that's Wednesday. Outside of that, you've got some just normal practices, normal coaches talking to the media, but also recruiting opens back up. And I think Alabama is going to be set to host several top prospects in March. Several 5-stars are going to want to come and see what the Crimson Tide is all about, especially under the direction of this new staff. We have to remember Alabama's first junior day was scrapped together. It was put together last minute, and a lot of top prospects all across college football already had visits planned. Now they have got to plan ahead. I think March is going to be the start of Alabama posturing itself in a really positive position for recruits. Now, you've seen other teams across the nation talk saying, oh, Alabama's not in the top 25 recruiting. Ha ha. We're in February. We're in March. I don't care about where you rank in recruiting in March. I'm not moved by that. The staff just got here, right? That's a nothing burger. Is that rule that prevent conference trend in the site only for SEC? I actually don't know about that, Tate. That's a great question. I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. And I should, but I don't. And I don't want to lead you wrong. So I apologize for that. But that is a fantastic question. And one that, like I said, I probably should know the answer to. I don't. I would hope it's the same for every conference. Because if it's not going to make sense in the SEC, at least let it not make sense nationally. You think recruiting will ramp up and we'll start seeing more commits? AJ Williams with the great question, tying right into what we're talking about. Now that things are starting to settle with the staff, you think recruiting will ramp up and we'll start seeing more commits? I do. Even if it doesn't come in the form of commitments, coming in the form of Alabama posturing themselves in striking distance. Because we have to remember, a lot of these 2025 guys, they have been being courted by a coaching staff for years. So imagine you're a 2025 guy and Lane Kiffin has been in your ear for 3 years. Well, Coach DeBoer just got there. So they don't have the time frame to work with that everybody else does. That's why I keep saying posturing. Because what we've seen from this staff is that they are fantastic relationship builders and that they can operate building relationships really quickly. So I think coming out of March, you will see some commitments, but you're also going to see a massive swing in terms of the pressure around Alabama. And it's going to swing in the direction of, hey, everybody around college football thought Bama was done recruiting, but all we're hearing is these 5 stars, these 4 stars leaving these visits saying Bama's Bama. Bama's not going anywhere. They made the right hire. And that's what I mean, right? I think that you're going to see a lot of guys turn their attention to Alabama, and you're going to see Alabama be in a lot of top 4s and posturing themselves for recruiting wins. But no doubt, AJ, the staff is settling. That helps. The time is here where you can start planning for the future. Very, very excited. Jay says, I'm not really concerned about recruiting right now. We have the talent to draw those. 100%. 100%, Jay. Anytime I see anybody try and argue about like, oh, well, my team is ranked recruiting here and yours is there, and they're having that argument in February, I always feel like that James Franco meme where it's like, first time, like you're new here, huh? Ty, right now we're sitting around 30. Do you think this staff will bring in a top 5 class by December? Ooh, that's a good question. I think the staff is going to push for a top 5 class in 2025. Now, if you're asking me about 2026, Jay, I feel very excited that this staff could push for a top 5 class in 2026. And the reason why I say 2026, it's just time. Right? Like the example I just gave, you have guys in this 2025 class that have multi-year long relationships with other coaching staffs, and Alabama is now going to be working quickly. I think Alabama is going to have a really great recruiting class their first year. I think they're going to be in that top 5 range, but 2026, that's where I think Bama is going to shock college football fans that aren't fans of the Alabama Crimson Tide, because that's where I think you're going to see people be like, oh, they're still recruiting at a high level. But Jay, I think that this staff has the capabilities to push for a top 5 recruiting class. I do. Retaining Roach, massive. Retaining Gillespie, massive. We talk about the secondary, right? We unpacked Coach Mo Linguist. Jay, I don't know if you were here, but we unpacked Coach Mo Linguist. He has the ties to the East Coast. He has the ties to DFW, to Houston, to Waco. If you're telling me, hey, give me a recruiting pipeline, where do I need to start? That's going to be one of the first places out of my mouth. Florida, California for the Trinity League, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia. Any particular order, right? That's not done in any particular order. That's just, if you're saying, hey, I need to establish pipelines, there you go. Get one to Georgia, get one to Florida, get one in the state of Texas, get one in Louisiana, get one in Alabama, get one in California for that Trinity League. Because that Trinity League is ridiculous out there. Coach Jay Jance and I, we talk about that Trinity League all the time. because that Trinity League is ridiculous out there. The talent they put out is wild. Now, yes, they can recruit. They kind of operate outside the norm, but boy. So I think that whenever you look at that, you have Coach Linguist, like I said, he has the connections to the entirety of the major markets in Texas. Gillespie has the connections to the state of Florida, and he's just an ace recruiter as well. Freddie Roach has the connections inside the South in terms of Alabama. You love that. Then you look at a Coach Hitchler, who we didn't get to unpack. And Jay, Hitchler is super interesting to me because he worked with that Cincinnati secondary, that ended up making it to a college football playoffs. But on top of that, and more important to answer the question that you have posed, when he was at Wisconsin, he was responsible for 7 of the 23, I believe it was, commits in Wisconsin's class, meaning a large percentage of that class was there because Coach Hitchler was doing great work on the trail. He was rated as a top 15 recruiter per 24/7 Sports, and he did that at Wisconsin. If you can do that at Wisconsin, I have all the faith in you, or I have an expectation, I will say. If you can be a top 15 recruiter in the nation at Wisconsin, now you have Bama resources behind you. Come on now. You should be a top 15 recruiter at Alabama as well. So yes, questions are there. But when you look, man, I do think that they've assembled a really, really interesting staff. And like Steven Scuba says, I always want to say Scuba Steve. Right? I always want to say Scuba Steve. But Steven Scuba says winning a production on offense is going to be biggest recruiter for 2025, 100%. Winning cures everything. Development is a very powerful tool. We talk about the Nick Saban discount. Part of the Nick Saban discount was I'm sending more blue chip guys to the NFL than schools. Multiple combined. I mean, Bama was sending more guys to the first round of the NFL draft every single year than some conferences in the Power 5 were sending. It's just like, okay, you can go there or you can go here. You got 10 schools you can take your pick out of in that conference, and they still don't develop the way we develop here. What do you want to do? Like he told Jonathan Allen, we're going to win with you or we're going to win without you. What do you want to do? I can't imagine that pitch. That would give me chills. Can you imagine? You've been the best your entire life. You're the best in your state. You're the best in your city. You're the best at your school. Everything you've ever done, you're the best at. Well, now you have the best coach who comes to recruit you, sits across from you, and says, hey, I'd love to have you. But even if you don't commit to Alabama, we're going to win with you or we're going to win without you. So the choice is yours. That would give me chills. Kyle, have you ever thought about just the absurdity of that pitch being the best? The best your whole life, number one in your city, number one on your team, number one on your state, and in comes Nick Saban, looks at you dead in the face and say, yeah, I'd love to have you, but we're going to kick butt with you or without you. I don't particularly care. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I think a lot of this, and thanks for joining Ty's segment this morning on Friday. Feel Good Friday, and it's March. I think you kind of look to kind of the entitlement of where we're at, right? Is like, I think sometimes prospects and people in those people's corners feel that they're just entitled to get playing time, get these NIL deals when they haven't really done anything on the field. Sure, they might have all of the ability in the world. They might be able to certainly come in and day one be a contributor, but there's a big difference between high school and college. And there's a big difference between a seasoned 3-star that has been here for 2 or 3 years and a freshman that is just getting to Alabama. So, Coach Saban did such a great job managing his roster. I think that as we go forward, it'll be a challenge to manage rosters because of NIL deals, tampering, different elements. Hey, you're not playing right now. Think about where you could be at Tennessee. Think about where you could be at Michigan. Think about where you could be at Iowa, right? So when I look to a lot of that, yes, Taylor, what's up?
Hello, Undefeated. Hello, Ty.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How's your Friday?
You know, it's always great after the hour session because it genuinely is like a therapy session for me, right? Usually I come on here and I rant about the NCAA, and my wife doesn't have to come home and have me rant like some old boomer about what the NCAA did, and she's giving me like a back scratch. Like, it's okay, dear. The NCAA is not coming for you. It's all right.
But I think, when you look to managing rosters, that is going to be a challenge, not only for Coach Kalen DeBoer, but for all college football coaches going forward, just because of the sea of, how the seas are floating now in college football and all of the elements around it. But, I think that winning cures all, and the ability to develop players also says a lot to the brand and the people in your corner. For example, like Alabama, is still such an attractive spot because look what the NFL Combine. You've heard coaches, GMs talk about Alabama players specifically in the mindset that they come in to the NFL with. You want to continue to foster that, and I think Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to do that. It's going to be he doesn't look at things like challenges. He says he looks at things for opportunities. So those are the opportunities you build with, and the guys here at Alabama understand where they're at, and eager to see it, man. So I can't wait for the pads to get popping here in spring, and to see, even the first 3 practices before we go on the spring break stop, just to see how the intensity is and kind of the cohesiveness and kind of the new energy, the regentrification of the program, if you will.
100%, right? Change is constant, but change isn't always bad, right? And I've said this, if there was a time for Saban to retire, and I know it's still not a popular opinion to hold because it's Saban retiring, but I will always say this. If there was ever a time for Saban to retire, it almost feels poetic. That college football is changing. We're entering a new era of college football, and that new era begins with Alabama beginning anew, right? Like the Phoenix reborn.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's I'm excited. And someone asked me about a Lank hoodie. So the Lank hoodies are through I think Athletes Trend. When we had a couple Lank hoodies in our merchandise store, but I just that's not our idea. So I was like, I want to support the athletes. So we didn't get a cease and desist or anything like that. It was just an ethical decision on my end. I was like, I don't want to be doing Lank stuff when you can go support the athletes. So that's their stuff. So it's Athletes Trend, and they have some really cool gear. You can also get it at the Soup Store. You know what? I think there's more of a variety on their actual website, Athletes Thread, I think it's called, than there is in the Soup Store. So if you come into A-Day, there's not a wide variety of Lank gear, right? Floor items.
Yeah, there's not on the floor.
And you have to go
have
to
better luck online, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And you have to go to the Soup Store. You can't go to Alumni Hall or anything like that. It's just at the Soup Store, right, T?
Yep. Yeah, it's just the Soup Store.
And then I think it's Athletes Thread. So if you're looking for a Lank one, the ones that the players wear, or Taryn Arnold or Jalen Milroe, it's at Athletes Thread. And they're dope. So, and they have some nice hats as well, but I think the online is the way to go.
Yeah, I'll drop the Athletes Thread link as well.
Cool. Yeah, I think people would appreciate that. Yeah, good stuff, Ty. Yeah, I appreciate you kicking it off and kind of the weekend review. I love that the combine has got going. Who do we have on the combine today? I had a list of who's performing today. Do we have
Arnold? I'm excited to see Arnold go out there. And
I gotta turn on the TV back here. See, I just yesterday I turned on the TV and I just had seen Justin Ebogbe kind of going through his drills and whatnot. He looked a little stiff to me. Then you see Dallas Turner, and man, I know different positions, but still, it's just even Chris Broswell. Killing it. So I'm a big fan of those guys. I think they're gonna just absolutely crush it.
That Dallas Turner combine showing yesterday is an all-timer right now.
Yeah.
That was wild. 10.9 broad. 40-inch vertical and a 4.47 40. That's and a what was it? 6'11" wingspan.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
The broad jump 10.9 is that's stupid. The vertical is stupid. I used to run. I used to run combines for high school athletes in New Mexico. I did that for 10 years, and it was always amazing because we did broad jump, we did bench press. 40 time, and we did shuttle 5-10-5. And some of the broads, we've had guys And even here at Alabama, I mean, you brought anything over 10 feet. It's impressive. I mean, to almost get 11 feet, like that's like world class. You get 11, 11 and whatever. That's crazy. And to think about doing it, the explosion from like being 260 pounds or whatever it is, that's just unbelievable to me, honestly.
I mean, isn't the combine record that Byron Murphy 12.4?
Is that what it is? 12? Jeez, man, that's crazy.
I remember Byron Murphy. I don't know if he still holds it, but I remember when he was coming out, he did that broad jump and it was like a 12.4. And I just remember sitting there like, what?
Yeah.
That's got to be wrong. There's no way.
That's crazy. Yeah, there's been some linemen that have, been able to jump like a broad, like over 10, which is crazy. They're like 350 pounds. Like, go out. You want to do, okay, here's your exercise for the day, everybody, inside the Undefeated. T, you included. See how far you could broad jump. Take out your little yardstick and put it down, or a measuring tape if you have one in your garage. Put it down like 3 feet to, I don't know, 5 feet, and see if you could broad it. And come back on the evening show and report your results.
If you're like me, you might need to use the ruler, right? Like the yardstick might be unnecessary.
You go tell them to do this.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm serious. Like broad jumping is crazy. I don't even know what I could broad right now. I don't think I'm serious. Broad jump is like a different.
Y'all are going to hurt yourselves.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull a hammy out there.
For real.
We'll do the Bama football on YouTube combine. Right?
I'm going to be out there like Rich Eisen.
Like, I'm not even kidding, Kareem.
All right. Be careful. Maybe just pull it out and be like, look, this is 10 feet. And then you'd be like, damn.
So, yeah, maybe just eyeball it.
What you do is film it and submit it. However, and we need to put this in here, that way we're not liable. Do not do this at your own, or do this at your own risk. If you do attempt the broad jump, the Alabama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson staff is not liable for any injuries that may come your way or any sadness that may follow, right? We are not responsible for that.
Hey,
ACLs are your own.
School, so this is legit.
Yeah,
I didn't go to law school, but like we can hold that out there, right? Like we can tell them that just so they don't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So what was it? You were pre-law, right?
Yeah, I didn't get to go to law school just because I graduated right when the pandemic was happening, right?
Yeah.
And like you want to talk about, I wanted to take a gap year anyways. Because every law school I went to, that's like the one thing they're like, hey, take a gap year.
Yeah.
Please. Like we don't, because dropout numbers affect their rank. And they're like, if you take a gap year, you're more likely not to drop out because you're not like completely burnt out. Well, I started working in law firms and I ended up getting burnt out. And that's
not really a gap year, right? Because you immediately started,
Yeah, I just had to get a job somewhere. Now I was working at a really great law firm. Actually, crazily enough, my boss at one point, I don't know if she still is, but she was like the president of the Bar Association internationally. Like they were having events down in Chile when I was there. I would have to like come in and like they were doing a bunch of stuff, getting lawyers down to Chile and stuff. But the other attorney, because it was Wood Weatherly here in Denton, Texas, Bill Wood played linebacker for North Carolina back in the day before going to law school at SMU. So my boss was a linebacker for North Carolina. And so we would talk college football all the time. That was a good time.
Yeah, I know. I love getting like your take on like the legalities and it's kind of the lawyer take. I never would have thought. And then you throw a curveball at everybody with your old your first animal was the steer. I still keep thinking about that.
I can't find the picture, but I have pictures of me riding him. Like I would just like I'd have friends coming over and I'd be like meeting them down the driveway and I'd just be like rolling up on this giant longhorn and they're like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. I'm bored. What do you want from me?"
That's crazy. All right, man. Well, good segment, Ty. We appreciate you being on here, man. And we'll keep in touch via Slack on news and all that stuff. And you have a good rest of your day. And who knows? Maybe there'll be some breaking news today. You could pop on with us. I'll manifest that.
Hopefully, I might.
Wouldn't it make sense to release Coach Kalen DeBoer's contract today? Right when I'm taking. Caden to go get his driver's permit at 1 p.m.
You'll be at the DMV.
Kareem says, show that Longhorn again. That Joker was huge.
It was crazy.
I don't have the picture, I don't think, but yeah, it's insane, right? It's insane. Used to ride him around. He was cool. When he wasn't trying to kill you, he was really cool.
Yeah, hell yeah, he was crazy. I love that thing. That was the biggest one. That was the biggest deer I've ever seen. I'm serious. The horns were crazy. What were they, like 9 feet across?
Yeah, well, the guy that my dad knows, right? His name is Bob Loomis. I told the story yesterday, Kyle. I don't know if you heard it, but when my dad was a college professor and then just up and decided he didn't want to be a professor at UConn anymore and was like, I'm going to go work on horse ranches. So he went to Nebraska, to Lincoln, Nebraska, and he started working at Bob Loomis's ranch. But when he was there, they'd have to tie ropes from the house to the barn in the winter so that way they wouldn't die in the blizzards, like going out to check on the horses. But Bob now he has the biggest longhorns in the world. Like genuinely, he holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the biggest longhorns in the world. And whenever I got him, my dad took me out to Oklahoma at Bob's ranch, and Bob, it was almost like the Lion King. He's like, whichever longhorn you choose, he's yours. Choose wisely, right? Like whatever the sun touches, you shall inherit. So I picked that one, and he tried to kill us, so I named him Son of a Gun.
Son of a gun. Love it. Well, good stuff, man. Well, I appreciate you as always, Ty, and good segment, man. And we'll catch up with you next time, man, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Ty Hayes, everyone, Around the Table Sports. Definitely follow his YouTube channel. Does a really great job at Bama Football on YouTube. We love having him in the leadoff spot, and we'll catch up with you soon, Ty.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Undefeated. As always, happy to be here. Happy to be returning whenever we have some more news. Until next time.
All right, Ty. Good stuff. All right, that is our boy, Ty Hayes. Ty Hayes coming to us from Texas, up by Denton. Yeah, so I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. Let me get kind of the screens situated, do the different layouts. Boom. All right, cool. All right. Trying to mess with this kind of sponsor logo.
Yeah, I'll fix that.
Yeah, you can fix that. I basically, could you fix that, T? Appreciate it. I have like a draft inside of it. Fam, what's up? I appreciate you guys being here. But first, let me pay like a quick bill by thanking our sponsors right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I'll be back in like 1 minute. And then we'll take your calls. So call line is open 205-850-1994. And we'll get you popping right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Want to talk about that video that went viral last night. Jalen Milroe had muscles on muscles, and his throwing motion looks like it changed. I want to take your calls. 205-850-1994. Taking calls from the jump. But first, special thanks to our sponsor, Residence Inn, Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinnoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing, up to 20% off. Also, go to therogueshop.com. Use the promo code BAMA. You get legal CBD. For me, personally, I like the topical oil. You know how intense my workouts are, right? So I like the topical oil. I like to rub that on my back, whatever, after those cinder blocks. So go to their website, cruise down, look through their website, and definitely check out rogueshop.com. And like I said, I like the topical. Again, the promo code is BAMA. Also, think about becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Become a part of the Undefeated as low as $2.99 a month. That's 10 cents a day. How do you do this? Make sure you're logged into your account. This is on a computer. You can all look for the tab that says membership. Once you click membership, you can see different options. You can see an upgrade button right there to the right if you want to go through the different levels. We have fan funder videos from the staff right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Very easy to navigate. Let us know if you have questions inside the comment box when trying to upgrade or renew your fan funder membership right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, if you want to rock that undefeated gear, check out our merch store located at the bottom of the videos. We appreciate Patriot Life, Cynthia, Antoine, Caitlin, and to everybody else that supports us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Special thanks to our sponsor, Residence. I did that in one take, literally like right before I got on the show. So I appreciate you guys supporting the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Thank you very much. The call-in line is open 205-850-1994. I want to take your calls and discuss with you really, I mean, everything going into spring football. I mean, you can talk NFL Combine. I want to talk about Dallas Turner. But really, I think a good place to start out with this morning is honestly talking about Jalen Milroe. So yesterday, went to Lacey, my daughter, had a book fair. I look at my phone and I see that Jalen Milroe had posted like one throw of throwing. And I was like, oh, my goodness. So I got it up, and you can please follow Jalen Milroe's account. And he has a ton of NIL deals, and things are going really well for him. And we know Jalen Milroe, right? He's like the quarterback here. Well, you see this clip and you're like, well, my goodness. Well, where do we start? I mean, you can start with the back muscles, right? You can start with the fact that his throwing motion looks completely different. That was the biggest thing, is everyone was like, oh my goodness, his throwing motion is changed. It has. Look at, and the thing about Jalen Milroe is he already has a really strong arm. Like, he has power on the football, right? But now with this throwing motion, which honestly, it looks better. I would always kind of talk about the fact that Ty Simpson, I felt, has a good throwing motion. I still think he does. I think he throws a good ball. Jalen Milroe kind of like short through the football, but like this looks great. Did you see this clip, everybody? I posted it on Twitter, but of course, Jalen Milroe posts. It's Jalen Milroe's footage. I love it. And I can't wait to see him, honestly. So Monday they start. Wednesday we get an opportunity to see all these guys in action. We just can't film the 11 on 11, and then on Friday as well. So spring football practice is here. Love the footage. What do you guys think? Muscles on muscles, right? Damn. Whew. And you're right. Like, he already had zip on the football. But you're right. Steven's like, his muscles have muscles. They do. He looks great. Man. Trap game for real, right? Dude. And I love the fact, what's up, Coach Smook? I see you inside the comment box. I like the fact that yesterday, Terran Arnold, who, by the way, will be performing today in the NFL Combine, said during an interview that Terran Arnold and Jalen Milroe used to have a competition to see who could get to the gym Mount Moore first. Kind of that Mamba mentality, right? Getting to there like at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. and having that competition. I love it. Those are the leaders on the team last year. And I want to see who the defensive leader is on the team this year. Deontay Lawson, Jahar Campbell, whoever it's going to be. There will be somebody that rises up. Devontae Smith, Malachi Moore, right? And I can't wait to see what Terran Arnold does at the NFL Combine overall. I think that he is going to certainly be, a first-round type guy. And I don't know if you guys missed it, but Kool-Aid will be not participating in the Combine because he has a Jones foot injury. Where did this come from? Maybe training or something like that? I think he's getting a second opinion, but he will not be committed. He will not be participating in the NFL Combine. I know you guys saw yesterday as well, Dallas Turner, his performance. And look, I've said this a long time. Dallas Turner, this was when Dallas Turner first got here. I don't know if you guys have been following the channel for a long time. I did an NIL interview with Dallas Turner when he first got here. So when he first got to Alabama, I did an interview with him just when he was like out of high school. Very well spoken. But somebody told me close to the program, they're like, look, he's not going to be far behind William Anderson in terms of where he goes in the NFL. And I was like, really? And I knew he was going to be a baller, but like, he refers to himself as an athlete. At 6'4", whatever, 260 pounds, he is an athlete. 40 time, 4.4. That is electric. Honestly, like that's like world class for his size, honestly. And then he has a 40-inch vertical jump, which is crazy. And then he has a broad. I didn't even know his broad was 10.9. Man, that's crazy. Like 10.9 on the broad. Just wild. All right. We'll take some calls. We got Chris in New Jersey. We got Jay calling from Round Rock. We'll start up in New Jersey. Then we get the audio set, and away we go right here on. Would you guys please run the thumbs up on these videos? We always appreciate you guys becoming a fan funder. Hit the hyperlink up top. I know Patriot Life chimed in with 10 fan funders today. And of course, we appreciate all of you guys. But Chris in New Jersey, let's get it. Hey, Chris, good morning, man. I appreciate you joining us from New Jersey, man. Welcome on into the show.
Kyle, best message I've heard early in the morning in a long time. It's March 1st. Get your ass up, Kyle Henderson.
Yeah. I think, I knew that February, I'll be honest, February, I think, was a difficult month because it was, I think, overexerted myself so much in January from the kind of the work that we put into the channel, right? Nonstop and, just pushing it on a daily level. So I think in February, it was freezing. I was tired. There was a couple times where I missed my workout, so I had to get back onto it. And we got through February. And now going into March, you get, starting to warm up a little bit. And I think when you have spring football now on the horizon, you got spring break. I don't know. I feel good about it. So, and I always look at like a new month, new opportunity. Yeah, we had some small success in January and in February, but job's not finished. Let's continue to capitalize on that. Let's fix up things here on the YouTube channel. Let's have a positive mindset and manifest that and continue to go forward, right? And continue to build on the product. Now is another opportunity for us to showcase our ability right here on the YouTube channel by our spring football coverage, right? You guys know, like now you're like, okay, you guys do the live shows and this and that. But now we can show you what we can deliver from the press conference, our interviews with the assistant coaches. How do we facilitate our practice footage? What do we do with our coaches now that we have actual footage of these guys? Think about the fan funder videos that you're going to be able to see with Coach Sean, Coach Smook, myself, talking about players with footage that we've actually seen, right? Think about me and Coach Smook posted up at Westgate Luxury Condos outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium talking about the team pregame shows, or pre-practice shows. Like we're just getting going. So new month, new opportunities. Chris?
Oh, Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle, listen, there's so many subjects to talk about, but there's one very important subject that I want to let you know about, and just in case you don't know about it, did you see that the Sopranos booth from the final episode is on eBay and it's for sale?
No way. What is it going for?
Right now, it's going for, and I know the show is blowing up. It could be a great prop behind you, but it's $63,000 right now.
Oh wow!
And there's 3 more days. I saw that. I was like, wow. It's got like a little bit of a crimson, Alabama crimson color, the booth. I never even realized that.
Man, what an iconic scene, in show history. And don't give it away because T still hasn't finished The Sopranos, so I don't want to spoil it for her. But clearly, the ending of The Sopranos is something that people. I mean, now that I've had more times to watch it and think about it, the more I appreciate the ending. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy that it's for sale on eBay. Yeah, and you're right. I think when you look to spring ball, there's so many topics to kind of dive into. And also, we can't lose sight about the basketball team having college game day here tomorrow on Saturday as they get ready for Tennessee. Right? You're talking about the biggest basketball game in the country. And I love this opportunity for Coach Nate Oates, but his players as well. Because when Nate Oates came here to take over this job for Avery Johnson, people were curious to see if he could punch at this level. Kind of similar to Coach Kalen DeBoer, to be honest. Now, Coach Kalen DeBoer hasn't even had a chance to have a practice yet, but Nate Oates came in from Buffalo, had gone to the dance and a few times, 3 out of 4 times when he was coaching. But what he's been able to do at Alabama has been amazing. So I am so excited for the students. The students get to go in tomorrow at 10. And think about the students are there from 10 and the game's at 6. I don't know what they're going to do all day there, but it's going to
do all day.
Yeah, just college basketball. I love it. And the student section here at Bama, they have done an amazing. I think they're underrated in kind of the spectrum of. I wish they were closer to the court, maybe at another point in time. But I can't wait to see that game tomorrow. Alabama 13-1 at home. Tennessee is 14-1 at home. It's going to be challenging for Tennessee as well. Tennessee beat up on Alabama last time by 20 points. So Alabama, I think, that first half against Ole Miss, and I know, Chris, you just became a basketball Bama fan, but the first game against Ole Miss, that first half against Ole Miss was bumpy. In the second half, they score 64 points. So March, there's a ton going on, and then on Monday, of course, you have the first spring football practice. So what else you got, Chris?
Yeah. My wife is real happy with you, Kyle. Real happy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to chew on.
Yeah, real quick on the Kyle. I wanted to, just in case you probably already mentioned it, but did you see the video of Dallas running the 40 with Derrick Henry and Jalen Hurts?
He was faster. He was faster than them both.
And I was looking at that. I was blown away, and I was like, he's going to run. I'm going to look at the, I'm kind of bummed about the Kool-Aid, not injuries are injuries.
Yeah.
But I want to watch all the wide receivers that run today that don't run as fast as Dallas Turner. That's I mean, a 4.47 is, and I'm not going to say his name, that old defensive coordinator we have, Voldemort. But how misused were Dallas and Will Anderson on the field? I mean, his schemes were just horrible, Kyle. Horrible. Yeah. Let's not go negative. It's March 1st. It's Friday.
Hey, it's the Ides of March.
I took your advice. I got my ass up this morning, so I took your advice. So
wait, Chris, what do you? Let me ask you this. We got Jay. Jay, hang on the line. I'll get to you in just 2 seconds. But Chris, because look, T, are you a morning person?
No, not say I'm a morning person.
Okay, so I am a morning person, and I post stuff on Twitter. I am, and this is me. I get up and I'm like, do. So when I post stuff, and I think non-morning people like T, they're just like, shut up, But I'm like, come on, let's get it,
Put a smile on my face, Kyle. Put a smile on my face.
Love to see it, man. Well,
all right. Well, listen. Have a happy March 1st. Spring practice is upon us.
Yeah.
Excellent job all February. The team is so great. My calls with you are outstanding. I look forward to them. So listen, have a wonderful, wonderful Friday. Great weekend. Roll Tide.
All right. Roll Tide to you, man. Appreciate you. One of our great callers, Chris. I like Chris. He's got such a positive spirit. Next, we'll go to Jay Townsend. Next, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Today, we're tracking more NFL Combine news as it comes in right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And look, I want you to continue to remember as we get into March and when we get into that first practice, when you think breaking news, when you think practice coverage, when you think press conference, think Bama Football on YouTube. We'll have you covered. I have a whole whiteboard of ideas of how to bring you the best coverage and content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And I think about this too is I haven't been to a Coach Kalen DeBoer practice, so I don't know how they're going to facilitate things. I don't know. Are we going to be able to upload 40 minutes of footage? I don't know. I'll tell you this. At Florida State, when Mike Norvell took over, he opens the practice entirely. They can shoot almost an hour of footage, seriously, and they just upload it. So I mean, is that how it's going to be? Because you're going from 5-minute windows and this is this is before COVID, to 3-minute windows. They used to just send 3 minutes, 2 minutes of footage of the guy stretching. So if there was ever a time to own the YouTube channel with 104,000 subscribers, this is the time to press on, right? Tack on some stuff with the press conferences, the assistant coaches. I mean, damn, what a time to, have the YouTube channel. So we'll crush it. Shane, what's up, man? See you waking up at 4 a.m. every day? Damn, good for you. I appreciate it. So thank you very much for joining us. Jay, what's up, man? We're going to go right to you next on Bama Football on YouTube. Hey, Jay, good morning to you. Jay Townsend calling in from Round Rock. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for always being a key contributor right here on Bama Football on YouTube, for calling in. All your support. Jay, welcome to the show, man.
Good morning, Kyle. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, T.
Hell yeah.
Man, that Dallas Turner, man. Whew. I got to start with him, man. That guy's incredible, man. I mean, whoo, man, the 40 and then the 40-inch vertical, and this guy, to be his size, I've never seen anything like that, man. I mean, he's going to be a beast on the field. I mean, seriously. But, it's a misfortune with Kool-Aid, but Kool-Aid is the very one that needed the combine, Terrion, I had already said Terrion really didn't need to do anything. He could just speak, and he's gonna be there.
Oh, 100%.
And unfortunately, he got all the shine because of the talent that Kool-Aid had, because they were going to try Terrion because of his past, but he really came on strong this past season and build his stock up to the point to where he really doesn't need a combine, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I think he's already in a place to where he's probably going to go before Kool-Aid. But I'm hoping that Kool-Aid will be okay. But as far as Jalen Milroe, they were talking about his passing, and there was a guy going back and forth with Coach Smoot yesterday about his technique. That video that he showed, man, he looked like Lou Ferrigno from the back, man. And I mean, and that throwing motion was sweet to me. I don't know what they're seeing so wrong with it. I mean, it used to be a little snap, a flick, but now, I mean, he's got good throwing motion to me, if you ask me, and I think it's only going to get better, man. I mean, with Coach DeBoer, everybody was talking about Ryan Grubbs. I mean, Coach DeBoer knows a whole lot about quarterbacks, okay? I mean, he was the one who made Michael Penix who he was, And I think he's going to do the same thing with Jalen Milroe this year. I think Jalen is going to do well. I think he's going to improve on his reads. I think he's going to improve on the intermediate and the short passes. And he's already got the long pass down pat. So I think he's going to have a really good season this year. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. But I mean, I had to call and talk about Dallas Turner, man. I've never seen anything like that, man. I mean, he got the speed of a running back, man.
Yeah, I think the thing with Dallas Turner is he's just an athlete. I mean, it's just God-given talent along with a player who has put in the work. And these guys, so let's think about how many first-round guys will be for Bama, right? You have, I think I've seen kind of J.C. Latham slide a little bit, but let's say Dallas Turner, J.C., Terrion Arnold, and then kind of depending on Kool-Aid and Chris Braz, right? So 3 for sure, 5 maybe. I know that the 49ers were talking with Kool-Aid a few times, and that tells me because the 49ers might have a later-round pick that they'll be working with maybe Kool-Aid, which would be cool with me. I hope they get Kool-Aid and Will Reichard. But I think you bring up a really great point is that Coach Kalen DeBoer knows quarterbacks. And, I think a lot of Michael Penix's success is because of the current staff that Alabama has on its roster. So if that carries over to the quarterbacks, not only to Jalen, but the other quarterbacks in the room, think about the development. You want the quarterback room as a whole to be better. When you talk about competition, the room is better because of competition. The products are always better because of competition. Without competition, you get stagnant. There's nobody to push yourself against, right? So that's why I always there's competition is always healthy because it keeps you motivated, keeps you hungry. Of course, we have to run our own race and worry about our own products. But with the same token, from a quarterback perspective, I think that these guys are going to make that quarterback room even better. The 4 quarterbacks that Alabama has, this might be one of the better, overall talented quarterback rooms that we've had in quite some time. I'm curious to see if these quarterbacks, right? And think about this, Jay. On the line with Jay Townsend calling in from Round Rock. There's another transfer portal window that opens up right after spring football. I'm curious to see if one of these guys, if they don't win the job, or if it's still open-ended, or how Coach Kalen DeBoer plays this, will these quarterbacks stay on? Will there still be 4 quarterbacks once that window opens? Right? I don't know. There's only one guy that can be the winner of the job. So, guys are going to hit the transfer portal from Alabama, and you can't hold it against them. Look, if a guy like Ty Simpson, Dylan Lonergan, whoever it is, if they want to go somewhere else to play, I mean, how can you stop them? These guys are ready. I don't think anybody would be mad Jalen Milroe is the quarterback, okay? But if he was just to vanish and you had Ty Simpson and Dylan Lonergan taking over, I don't think people would be mad about that. So, and what I'm saying is these guys are capable to lead this team, lead this offense, in my opinion, at this point in time.
I agree with you 100% on that, and I like the competition as well. I mean, they're pretty. I think it's close. I think Jalen has the edge as far as to be the starter.
Yeah.
But when you're talking Mac, Lonergan, and Ty Simpson, I think they're pretty close. Now, if Mac leaps over them, then I could see one of them possibly leaving.
There you go.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're looking at the fact that they were already there, and then that's going to push them back even further.
Yeah.
But Ty Simpson has said that he would be there. He was willing to wait, and he was willing to, see, even if he plays one season, and that's a good thing, But I think Lonergan would probably be the one that would leave if Mac suddenly jumps over either he or both of them. I think Lonergan would probably be the one that would leave, and he's actually really good. I would hate to see him leave. I don't know that much about Mac, but I happen to have watched a lot on Lonergan, and I think he's a really good quarterback. So I'm hoping that all of them will stay, and then they fight it out next year.
Yep.
But they can just about bank on the fact that Jalen Milroe will be the starter. Mm-hmm. But that's all I had to say, man. I was just so impressed with that combine, and I said Terrion should just sit it out. Really, I think I wouldn't want him to get hurt, and I definitely don't want him to have a bad combine and then the stock goes down, because right now he's going to go first. He may even be the first DB that go in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, well, good call.
That's all I had.
Good call, Jay. I appreciate the dialogue, and I can't wait to see Terrion and some of these other guys as we get forward with the combine. We're just days away, and definitely I know basketball. See, Jay is. I know you love football, but Jay's also a basketball guy. But before you go, Jay, before I take my next call, and we have. Can you get free mic emojis inside the comment box going? Because we got a collect call coming in after this one for free mic. But hey, Jay, I know you love basketball. So real quick, give me the skinny on Alabama, Tennessee. It's pretty amazing to think that College Game Day's here for the first time ever. What Nate Oates has done. Give me the skinny on Alabama basketball. At least your thoughts going into this game against Tennessee.
Well, my thoughts on this game right here is Alabama got something to prove tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? They lost to Tennessee before. And then now they're going to have an opportunity to redeem themselves. But not only that, they can win the SEC if they win this game tomorrow. I believe, you know what I'm saying? I think they got that in the back of their mind, and I think they're going to come out there hungry. And I really think they're going to take care of business tomorrow. I'm hoping that they do. Anyway, I mean, they looked good the last game, so I'm hoping that they'll carry over into this next game, because I mean, I don't want to see a game. I was thankful that I missed that game when they got the doors blown on them. But I was sick at the stomach, man, and I don't want to see anything like that again. You know what I'm saying? So I think they're going to take care of business. I really do. Yep.
Well, I appreciate the call, Jay.
All right,
we'll rock with you either later today or tomorrow morning, or we'll catch up, man. Appreciate you, Jay.
You.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be on. Thanks a lot, Kyle.
All right,
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, team, man. All right, Jay calling out in Round Rock. All right, another call close to Round Rock. This is in Austin, but this is behind bars. So if you can get the free mic emojis, I'd appreciate that. T, can you tell everybody about our new sponsor before we take our? This is perfect. Before we take our next call from behind bars, tell them about our new sponsor.
So it's a CBD sponsor called Rogue Shop. They have a lot of cool products, and they sell a lot more stuff other than just CBD, but you guys should go check them out. Their website is rogueshop.com.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I like the topical stuff for like my back and like my workouts, or, I've tried it a couple times. So I have like a topical cream that I've been trying. And I asked you guys inside the comment box really for like months how you guys felt about CBD, and honestly the feedback was really good. There's a lot of people like I know Coach Smook, he was last night, he was like, couldn't sleep, some things that, and sleep is key. And that's like for me too. I mean, I judge my workouts based off the sleep that I got the night before. You know what I'm saying? Because they work like if I don't get like 6-7 hours, I'm not going to go work out. I can't.
Yeah. And this is a family-owned business. They make everything themselves. So it's like really good attention to detail. Like I really trust this product. Would recommend it highly.
Yeah. So
and we've used it ourselves too. So.
Sure. Yeah. I like the topical. So just a word from our sponsor, and then of course residents in Ocean City, Maryland. But we go back to the phone lines. We got a 832, which is a free mic. Collect call from
Free Mike in Austin, Texas, baby.
To accept, press 1. Beep. Mike, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for joining us today. Kyle. Yeah, we made it. It's the first of the month. Wake up. So cash your checks and come on. Anybody know what that's from? Nobody's a Bone Thugs fan here except me. All right, Mike, welcome to the show, man. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Kyle. You know that resort there, Maryland, y'all are talking about? In the place.
Try that again. Try that again, Mike. Move to a different cell.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better.
And thick walls around here, Kyle. Thick walls.
All right, let's try one more time, Mike, and then we'll give you another shot. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now, Kyle?
Yeah. Go with it, man.
Okay, good. Yeah, that place in Maryland that y'all are advertising, I'd love to be laid up in there with a cellmate, a big squishy, and tell you what, laying up in a hot tub, drinking margarita, and eat. You and T are welcome to come join us all.
Oh, Mike, man, it's the walls are too thick, man. Mike, call again next time, man. Too thick this time, man. All right, that sucks. Mike, we love you. We support you. Yeah, maybe solitary today. He said something about big squishy, but he said that he'd much rather be up in the residence in Ocean City, which I don't blame him. So I don't know. Maybe the padded cell. Who knows? Green Mile. What's up, Caitlin? I see you inside the comment box. Yeah, I mean, Mike is sometimes depending on where he's at.
It's so weird. Like some days he's
at the barbershop or the library.
Yeah,
it's
he's
like
good.
Crystal.
Yeah, the cafeteria gets a little sketchy, and then
Sometimes depending on like how they switch like the cells around, it's a little bit sometimes it just doesn't come through. I mean, you're talking, thick walls, bars.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of concrete.
Yeah. What are other top prison movies? Escape from Alcatraz, Shawshank. Shawshank's the best. What else? What else is there, fam?
What? Did we say The Green Mile?
I mean, like I said yesterday, like Blood In, Blood Out has a lot to do with that. Oh, you know what? It was a good movie. Shot Caller. Have you seen Shot Caller?
Oh, yeah, that was good. That was really good.
A really good movie. Oh, Longest Yard, Green Mile, yes.
I just said The Green Mile.
Oh, I didn't, sorry. Okay, Green Mile. Yeah, Green Mile.
Yeah, and that Shot Caller was good.
Yeah, hey, Angel from Pigeon Forge, man, get right to you. Call line is also over 205-850-1994 is the number to call in. Appreciate you guys joining us this morning right here on Bama Football on YouTube. What was that stuff that like would come out of his mouth on the Green Mile, though?
Yeah, the like flies.
What was that?
It was like the bad stuff that he took away.
Oh, okay. So like, okay, what was the movie with was Eddie Murphy too?
A prison movie?
Yeah, but they were locked up. Escape Plan. Oh, what about The Rock?
Yeah, I'm looking up prison movies right now. I'm seeing that.
Life. Thank you. Yes, Life. Love Life. Yeah. Life. Yeah, I love Life. Okay. All right.
Oh, The Great Escape was a great movie, but I guess I don't think it was really a prison movie.
Huh.
Weren't they?
Do you guys remember that movie, Face Off?
Prisoner of War movie.
Oh,
yeah, I do remember Face Off.
Gridiron Gang. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, American History X.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Well, see, but like American History X is that really a prison?
Yeah, they're not
movie?
in prison like the whole time. He's in prison for a good part of it.
Yeah, but I'm talking like movies like in But American History X, a great flick for sure. Let's see. Mark Wahlberg did. What did he do? All right, we go. Cool Hand Luke. All right. All right, we go back to the phone lines. We got a Angel from Pigeon Forge. Angel, what's up, man? Appreciate you joining on this Feel Good Friday, man. What's up, man? Welcome on in and feel at home, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was impressed. Yeah, first and foremost, what a great compliment that was yesterday for Dallas Turner, man. That guy was a monster, okay? Like, he's going to be taken off the board before anyone else in the draft because he balled out pretty well, even though he got beat out by that Peyton Bossinger from NC State by like a couple of seconds on the 40 dash. But man, Dallas Turner, man, he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be a top 3. And something with Chris Braswell, man, he could have done a little bit better on the run, but you take what you get, But I feel like every Alabama player is gonna do well in the combine. But other than that, I really think that Dallas Turner has a higher ceiling than most of those linebackers on the combine. And we think about that, and also with his comments too, with about how people brought up that he was a dirty player when he tackled Jaden Daniels and Quinn Ewers in the Texas game last year, and he was like, I was impressed at how he handled that situation he was in. Yeah, when he was asked that question, what do you think about that?
Dallas Turner's a big man. When he hits you, it's going to hurt. Same thing when he hit the Tennessee quarterback. They went and talked about that a bunch of different times. Oh, was it the LSU quarterback too? Was it the LSU quarterback? Was it LSU? Yeah, it was Jaden Daniels and then Quinn, right? Look, they reviewed
and then Jackson Dart.
Yeah, they reviewed those plays. Look, I mean, Dallas Turner's a big dude, and I think anytime that you hit the quarterback now. Clearly you have to keep your head up, but I mean, everything is going to be looked at now. So it's kind of tough for guys like Dallas Turner who have to get to the quarterback. It's their job to blow up the quarterback. And then when they do that, they're flagged for it or it's scrutinized, whatever. It's like, this is the game of football. Now, if it's a dirty hit, clearly helmet to helmet, whatever, I get that. But they reviewed those plays and Brian Kelly said, and then I kind of rewind because then he started kind of harping that Dallas Turner, this was messed up. Remember when Brian Kelly then started accusing Dallas Turner of trying to take him out? Do you remember this?
Yeah, that was crazy.
I didn't like that. He should have
it's a football game.
Well,
come on.
But also he should have I don't know, went to the league, the SEC offices and kept that because he's put a bad reputation on Dallas Turner.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't a bad hit. I mean, it was.
Oh no, I mean they reviewed it. Coach Saban said, he was he hit him here. I mean, they reviewed it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What else you got, Angel?
You should put up on the poll saying is Dallas Turner a dirty player or not, which I don't believe he is. Just to clarify that for most people, because I get people telling me, "Oh, Dallas Turner's a dirty player," when he's not. He's trying to get to the quarterback. Nowadays in college football, it's really hard to tackle somebody, and and you get criticized for it because this ain't flag football. This is big boy football. So put your tutu off and put your real pants on and start battling, okay? And your pads and shoulder pads and helmet. People are just too soft, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
that's what it is nowadays.
And I think specifically with the quarterback position as well too. I've seen some stuff in the NFL that has been called roughing the passer, and you're like, man, just literally tackling them. You're starting to see the game completely change. Look, nobody's saying that the player's safety doesn't matter. Of course it does. But still, this is part of the game as well. So I don't know.
Tackling is part of the game.
And there's a proper way to tackle. There's a proper way to tackle.
Yeah,
they've made some rules to help that.
And they should follow those rules, but For
sure, yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Come on.
What are we doing here? What else you got, Angel?
Yeah, and as far as tomorrow, I think Alabama will get the revenge on Tennessee because, Tennessee, Bama's got a lot of going into this because they were angry when they got blew up by Kentucky.
Yeah.
And then same thing with Tennessee. I know that Tennessee took care of Auburn again, but I really think this is a revenge game.
Yeah.
They'll come out the gate pretty big. But they can't shoot any threes because we saw what happened against Kentucky and all these other teams. Threes don't win the game. You have to do everything all around, like passing, screens, but nothing dirty now. But I really think they're shot too many threes because I know threes is a new thing nowadays, but that doesn't get the job done. Like, it's nice and all, but you have to play better shot selection by getting to the basket and attacking the boards and all that, which that wins the game. But threes, that's just a secondary thing to do. But other than that, I really think they're going to go make a deep run in the tournament. But they got to watch out for those teams like San Diego State and all these other teams that are mid-major colleges because, they can get you in a tournament. Like what happened with FDU against Purdue, which was kind of funny because they were the shortest team and they beat the tallest team in the league or in the tournament. But I really think Alabama's going to make it to the Final Four again. But I think they can make it to the final game. But I think right now I have my mind we can go into the Elite Eight and in the Final Four. But it should be good, man. What do you think about that? Like if they can make it to the big game in basketball.
Yeah, I think that Coach Oates is able to take them as far as his team needs to go. I think if you play devil's advocate with this team, there's some things that may limit them to getting to the Final Four, Elite Eight, whatever it is. But when this team is hot from the outside, and when things are going in for these guys in terms of moving the ball around, and when they get hot, I mean, who knows? Nobody's going to beat them. This is one of the most, if not the most dangerous. This might be the best offense, which is crazy to say here, in the country when they're on. I mean, think about that. I mean, in terms of and the thing about Alabama basketball is it just takes a half. Like these guys, what they were able to do in the second half against Ole Miss is still mind blowing to me. Are we thinking about this? They scored 64 points in the second half. 64. So man, when that's why if they can make adjustments, I mean you can't just discount this team. I mean they've scored 100 points 9 times this season. These guys can shoot. I mean, was the Texas A&M coach said that they're a money ball type team. All these guys can shoot, and when they're on, I don't think anybody in the country can stop them. No. Honestly, which is crazy to think about. But when they're on, they're pretty much untouchable. But Angel, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for rapping with me as always. And roll tide to you, man.
Thank you, man. Roll tide, man.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too, buddy. Angel calling in from Pigeon Forge. All right, T, we could throw that super chats on before we get Coach Smook on. Oh, by the way, Merrill is on assignment, so we'll get Merrill back at some point in time. But Patriot Life, killing it with the Fan Funder memberships in terms of gifting. 10 today. Dwight P. Hooking up with 1. We appreciate you guys. Patriot Life in with $49.90. Patriot Life is just, killing it. Yeah. Adam, I love the way that Adam super chats because he super chats with a solid question.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Adam. Dwight P, man, taking care of us. Antoine as well. We appreciate you so much right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Oh, I forget that on Fridays we get Coach Sean.
So we'll have him. Have him in next.
Yeah. So Coach Sean, we'll get you here in 2 seconds right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Kaylin's like, me or Kaylin. Look, I know that the Red Bulls are bad. Everything's bad for you. I get it. I'm doing my best to work out, to have the energy to do this. I'm taking Caden to go get his driver's permit at 1. I'm a parent. So it's like I got shit to do. Just like you do too. So I appreciate you guys being here and supporting us, man. So thank you so much. And to our sponsors as well, residents in Ocean City, Maryland. Promo code is LPR for 20% off. And then rogueshop.com, promo code is simply Bama. Legal CBD. I love the topical. It's just like the oils. It's like a paste you can put on for your back and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys so much for joining us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And I'm gonna bring up Coach Sean in just a second. Coach Sean, are you ready? Give me a thumbs up. All right, we're gonna go just side by side while T cooks up your graphics. So give me 1 second. T, I'll take care of the transition switches on this. So you can get Coach on here. Sure, no problem. All right, 1 second, fam, while I get all this situated, and we'll get Coach Sean on in about 2 seconds. Coach Sean, does a great job. And on Fridays, we get an opportunity to have Coach Sean come on and rap with us, talking college football. Coach, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, man. We're about to go side by side in 2.2 seconds. All right, Coach Sean, what's good with you, man? I appreciate you being here.
What's up, Cal? How you doing, man? What's going on?
Feel good Friday. I was talking about this to everybody is, March is, we got to cook in March. Like this, February is a lot of what did we learn about the staff, putting the pieces together. But now what did we see? Let's break this down. What is standing out? Like we have components to work with right now in terms of practice, press conferences. I mean, Coach, because I know like coming up with topics, it's not overly challenging. You got to talk for an hour or whatever. But now, I mean, can you imagine all like the news are going to come to us, right?
All facts, all 100% facts. I was telling a couple of fans the other night, broadcast from my other room, that February is a slow month, right? It's an extremely slow month. So just hang in there with us because business is about to pick up. Spring football is coming. We have position battles. I'm gonna do a video on that. We have a lot of stuff coming, a lot of things coming. It'll be a lot more interviews, a lot more college football news in general. So just hang in there because business will be picking up.
Yeah. And I think we did a great job, facilitating through February. And I kind of looked to February as kind of like a beta period for us to get our feet together. What do we need to do from like microphones, aesthetic looks? Like we always want to continue to get better and use these opportunities. So, love it. And so Coach, YT's cooking up your graphics right here. I know you saw this footage of Jalen Milroe. I mean, it's kind of like the throw heard around the world. Your take on, the muscles on muscles and the overall delivery. It looks like it's changed.
Yeah, it has. I'm a little different. I'm not one that some coaches will break it down to the actual science of how long his fingernails are to the football. I don't care how high his motion is. The NFL, if you notice, they've stopped doing that as well. Phillip Rivers here, this guy threw the ball side like a baseball. I mean, you look at Patrick Mahomes, this guy can throw it at all angles. You look at Josh Allen, his throwing motion is straight over the top. All these guys, look at Aaron Rodgers throwing motion. So I'm not big on throwing motion. The bottom line is the footwork. That for me, I don't care how your motion is, as long as it comes out the same way. The footwork for me is the placement. Happy feet as opposed to stable feet, as we call it. That's the more important thing to me. I don't really care how he throws the ball. You know what I mean? As long as his footwork get better. His footwork get better, his arm angle get better. If his arm angle will get better, his planting back foot, planting forward foot, how to throw off your front foot, even how to throw off your back foot at times. Yeah, that's what's important to me. The feet is much more important than the motion of his arm throw.
Yeah, no, good call on that. And I can't wait to see more of these quarterbacks with actual reps, working with wide receivers in every throw on air. Like, I'm serious. I can throw the football just as well as you can, Coach. Actually, I mean, seriously, I can spin it. And actually, I can spin it like a quarterback. But honestly, you know how referees throw underneath?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, but I could probably throw a football like 45 yards, like just like underneath. It's the weirdest thing. So like, so because Caden, he practices, he's a kicker as well as an inside linebacker. Yeah. And I started just like kind of tossing to it underneath. Honestly, because my arm was getting sore from throwing to him. I was like, oh wow, I have this like a, it was but I think you're right. Like any throw can be good. But how are these guys doing on 11 and on 11? How are they doing in situation? How are they doing inside the red zone? Are they making the right calls? What is kind of the schematics drawn around each of their skill sets? So I can't wait to see what Coach Kalen DeBoer does with these guys. Coach, before I pop out of my segment, can you give me a quick take? And I see you talking about Jermaine Burton and Chris Broswell in here, but Dallas Turner is unbelievable in terms of being an athlete. And to conceptualize, like you see sometimes you're like, oh, he jumped 40 inches, broad of 10.9, ran a 4.4. Like these numbers, he probably has, honestly, he might leave the NFL Combine with the best collective combine numbers, period. Like in the draft.
Yeah, that listen, man, Dallas is a freak, right? Great numbers, but the kid can actually play, right? The kid is so disruptive. The kid anchors well. The kid has great hands. If you're looking for athletic ability, which is sort of the key cog, if you will, for that position nowadays in the NFL, they want the guys that can bend and get to the quarterback, right? I know personally that when they look at your cut-ups, they're looking at how you bend. Can you get to the quarterback? Most of these scouts don't even care how many tackles you have. They want to know how many pressures you have from that position. They don't care if you had 106 tackles or 84 or 36. They want to know how many pressures did you have on the quarterback. And Dallas had that. He can bend, great hands. The kid is able to peel off and cover 10 to 15 yards in the intermediate passing defense. He can do it all, man. So I expect Dallas to go somewhere high within the top 10, maybe Atlanta or just outside the top 10. Dallas is going to have a great career. The key is, will he go to a team that will utilize his skills just like D'Amico did? Will go somewhere where you got a coach that can utilize you, and Dallas will have just as much success.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. Hey, Luke, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Coach, go ahead and read this out, man. Let's get this on board, T.
Luke Phillips, what's up, Coach? Keep up the good work. What is the battle for offensive line next week? Luke, I got a video coming on that today. I'm going to speak in depth about it. I got a lot of good information about it. Thank you for the $55 super chat, Luke. We appreciate that as an entire staff. Much love to you. And I will answer your questions in an entire in-depth video, Luke. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate you guys supporting us with super chats. Honestly, you guys support us. Like this show is powered by fans like you. We got a couple sponsors for sure, but like for the vast majority, like what would you say, T? Like 90%, like is that's like they fan fund us.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And we wouldn't be here without you. So thank you so much, Luke, for the super chat. Coach, I'm going to turn the keys over to you. You do your thing, man, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Please, fam, take care of Coach Sean like you guys would take care of me. And then you have Coach Smook at 11 a.m. and think Bama Football on YouTube when news breaks. And we got you covered right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Coach, have a great show, man.
Appreciate you, Kyle. Much love to Kyle. Much love to Lady T behind the scenes on the wheels of steel, if you will. Shout out to them both. They do an absolute great job. Shout out to Ty Hayes. Shout out to our brother JM, Jake Milroe. Shout out to Coach J and Coach Smook, man. Kyle and T are awesome. Batman and Super and Wonder Woman, if you will, right? Shout out to both of them. They do an absolute great job. Let me see who we got in here. I got to see first before I do anything else. Is Ebony in here? I need to know, is Ebony Carter in here? Shout out to the Carter family. Shout out to Ebony for sure. And shout out to the young bull himself, Noah Carter. Shout out to you so much. I'm so glad you're in here. Luke Phillips, what's up with you, bro? See, hi. How you feeling, man? Cynthia Middleton, what's up? How you doing, sweet? I'm glad you in here. You know what I mean? Kareem Hood 40 is in here. You know what I mean? What's up, Kareem? How you doing? Marquita, my neighbor, is in here. What's up, Marquita? How you doing? Brian Oswait is in here. What's up, Brian? How you doing, family? It's good to see you in here for sure. Damon, Bama Boy Davis is in here. Antoine Currington is in here. Dr. 334 is in here. Kimberly Harmon. Kimberly is in here. What's up with you guys? I'm glad you guys in here. Really, really excited to have you here. Thank you for tapping in with me. J.A. Kelly's in here. Man, the whole crew, Jermaine Mims is in here, Todd is in here, Kevin Lynch is in here. You know what I mean? We in here deep, man. Shane Brown is in here. Thank you guys for tapping in. Got a few topics I'd like to cover with you this morning, if you don't mind. You know what I mean? Getting right to it, jumping right into it. So here's the deal. Did a breakdown on Terrion and JC the first day. Yesterday, I did Dallas and Kool-Aid. And today, I will be doing Jermaine Burton and Chris Braswell, right? We all saw Chris. I think Chris has made himself some money as well, too. Larry Large, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? What's up, Ebony? Kevin Lynch, what's up, bro? C11, what's up, bro? Tink is in here. Man, what's up, Tink? What's cracking with you, man? How you feeling? How you doing, Tink? Glad you in here, bro. Glad you in here. Rich B, glad you in here, man. Shout out to you. Joe Crooms is in here. Minnie Smith is in here. John M is in here. What's up with you guys? My girl Cynthia, as we said. You know what I mean? Glad you guys in here. Please hit the like button if you don't mind. Running numbers up. You know what I mean? For Kyle and the whole staff. And let's get right to it, man. Jermaine Burton. Now, for me, Jermaine, he had a much better year to me. What's up, Jag? How you doing? ATL, you already know. Matty P. Yeah, man, great day. Team TGIF, right? For sure. Check it out. So Jermaine, his first year with Bama, to me, he was sort of up and down. I think he was still in that Georgia mode. Clinton Howard, what's up, bro? How you feeling, brother? Roll Tide. You know, not taking nothing away from Georgia's receivers. Obviously, they have great receivers. But I think Jermaine, that first year, was still in that Georgia mode, not really releasing hard. He would take plays off, it seemed to me, not really attacking the route, right? Just a great athlete, right? His next year at Bama, right, which was this past season, Jermaine Burton was a dog, man. I'm just sad that we didn't get him the ball more, right? There are several times, if you go back and watch the film, that Jermaine was open, that Jermaine beat his defensive back. He worked him, and Jermaine was open, right? We just couldn't get him the ball under, you know, whether the blocking wasn't right or Jalen missed him or whatever you want to call it. Jermaine actually had a great year. If you go back and look at the coach's tape, the all 22, it may piss you off for how many times you've seen this guy open, right? Matter of fact, I don't even want you to go do it because it's going to make you be like, what? You know, it's going to piss you off. Patriot Life, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? Shout out to Patriot Life, man. That's the brother right there. Love you to death, Patriot Life, man. Good to see you up in here. Marvin Waffle House, great to see you in here, man. J.A. Kelly was cracking. You know what I mean? So I enjoy, you know, the truth is in the details, man. Right? No matter how we want to mix it up or what narrative we want to spin, the truth is in the details. And that's the fact of the matter. Got the OG himself, Jay Townsend. What's up, Coach Sean? Roll Tide, brother. I had to mention the lie that Sark told about how Bonds was recruited once he entered the portal. Oh, I'm going to cover that. I got that as one of my topics, bro. I'm finna get him. Trust me. He claims that he hopped on a plane and went to visit him, and 3 days later, he committed to Texas. You already know what it was. Shout out to Jay Townsend with that $50 super chat. Thank you, Jay. I promise you I speak for the whole staff when I say you appreciate it, man. You are appreciated. And trust me, I am definitely going to address that here before I get off of here. You better believe it. So everybody tap in, right? Because I'm going you know, it's time for some B2A. That's straight up. That's what it is, man. I saw that as well as some other things he said, right? So love Coach Sark, shout out to him, but I got a belt for your ass today. That's just what it is. Period. Point blank. So Jermaine Burton, what's up, Damien? How you doing, man? Jermaine actually got open, guys, more than we give him credit for. Jermaine actually worked his receiver probably better than Isaiah Bonds did. We just couldn't get him the ball on most of the time, right? Which sort of upset me. Jermaine, if this were a different year, I won't say if this was a different year, if this was a Bryce Young, Mac Jones year, you know, Jermaine Burton could have easily had 70 to 80 he could have easily had 80 to 90 catches. This is a whole fact. from the middle of the season, Jermaine Burton really worked his receiver well. Now, when you look at his breakdown, Jermaine is rarely bothered by a physical reroute direction. This kid is a physical receiver, man. He's strong. He's physical. He's strong in the lower body. He's tough. He has well-conceived speed variances inside some routes. This kid will dominate you in the middle of the field. I think his 40 is very fast. I'm not sure how his long speed is, but I know his short area quickness is off the chain. It's great. His quick plant, he opens well with his back shoulder fades. He got big hands. You know what I'm saying? He's almost automatic when he's open. He don't drop balls when he's open. Believe it or not, he drops balls when he's covered that do hit him in the hands. He had some drops, a lot of drops actually his first year with Bama. I think he got better on that last year. He's a premier ball tracker, right? I think he's aggressive. He climbs the ladder. And he finds that extra gear from the midfield route to the deep route to go catch it, right? Jermaine is a good receiver, man. He's probably better than what he got a chance to show, believe it or not. If I had to pinpoint some weaknesses, he seems to run short routes and intermediate routes with a step counting tempo. What I mean by step count tempo is it's almost like he comes off slow, then he'll try to explode right when the top of his route begin to come. It's almost like he's step counting, right? You see that a lot in high school. It seems he struggles to snap out of breaking routes at crisp angles, right? He struggled with that his first year at Bama extremely bad. He got better with it. At Bama. He seems, I don't know if it's he don't want to run block or he just is up and down with it. He blocks, but sometimes it's like the effort just isn't there, right? Which that's a lot of receivers. That's nothing abnormal about it. But I think when Jermaine gets to the pros and he gets to practice football all day, every day, I think Jermaine Burton is going to be an excellent receiver. I think this kid will be excellent. I think he'll be a better pro than he was in college. I really do. A lot of respect for Jermaine Burton. What's up, Shalimar Branch? How you doing, man? Roll Tide to you. I think Jermaine's going to have a great career, man. I think if he goes to the right team that gives him the opportunity. William Chun. What's up, William? How you doing? I'm just upset. Like I said, I watched the R22. I watched the coach's tape from the camera above head that's going across the camera on the wire. And when you see how many times this dude was open and we did not get him the ball, it's going to rattle your brain, man. It really is. Jermaine, there were several times I seen Jermaine get frustrated in the huddle and slam his mouthpiece out his mouth, and I see why now. I do see why now, and that's just the truth of the matter. We can chop it up however way we want to blocking, to maybe Jalen just didn't see him, whatever. The bottom line is we have to be better in the pass game, man. And that's from a blocking standpoint, a quarterback standpoint, and an offensive play calling standpoint, because Jermaine Burton, we sort of did not use him to his advantage. And this is a whole fact. Chris Braswell. Now, I know you guys seen Chris yesterday in the NFL draft, the NFL combine, and Chris made himself some money. Chris is about 6'3", 6'4", 6'3 and a half, right? He's a full 256, right? He's almost 260 pounds. And I think at Alabama, his playing weight was around 260. So Chris is actually bigger and thicker than Dallas. That's what's crazy. So for a kid to be that powerful, kid, and his fastest 40 was 4.60, right? So 4.60, that's very good for an outside linebacker of his size. Kid had a 33-inch vertical, which is average, but he had a 9-foot 7-inch broad jump, which that shows he has great explosion in his lower body. He's a pass rusher, man. Chris can bend. That's what they're looking for. They don't give a damn about your tackles. They want to know, can you bend? Chris can bend. That's what they're looking for. They want to know, can you get around the tackles? They want to know, can you get around those large wingspan offensive tackles? That's what they want to know, can you get around? Chris Braswell can bend. He'll make some money because he can bend. He knows how to fight off blocks. He's exceptional, in hand fighting, as we call it. Jay Townsend. That's a good comment, Jay. Jay Townsend says, let me grab it, Jay. Jay Townsend says, Coach Sean, we didn't use our tight ends as much as we should have either last season. That's a whole fact. We did not exploit. What's up, Caitlin? How you doing? I didn't even see you in here, Caitlin. How you doing, Caitlin? It's good to see you in here, man. It's my partner, Caitlin, right there, for sure. Yeah, we didn't use those guys the way. And I give Tommy Rees some slack. Dude has been an offensive coordinator, but he's young. It was his first year in the SEC. The defensive speed, the defensive prowess, the defensive structure, the way defensive coaches play you is completely different in the SEC, right? You're going against top NFL talent on the defensive side of the ball, than you would be playing Notre Dame, who play USC and, all these schools where you may or may not face a plethora of defensive NFL prospects, highly draftable. So for him to come into the SEC and us to go, 12-2, whatever it was, I give him some slack, man. You know what I'm saying? I really believe he had stayed the next year. I do believe he would have been a lot better. I do believe it. The SEC is an adjustment, just like I think Coach DeBoer will have an adjustment period in this league. Shout to Patriot Life. Patriot Life gifted 5 Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson memberships. As always, Patriot Life setting it off, doing what he do, hooking everybody up. Thank you, Patriot Life. Much love to you, brother. We appreciate you as a staff more than you know. Thank you for that. Roll Tide to you and your family. Dino, what's up with you, bro? How you feeling, man? So I think Chris is outstanding. If you're looking at some of his advantages that I watched when I checked him out, that I evaluated, he has good snap burst. It allows him to race up the field and attack the edge, right? Bend, like we talked about. Well planned rush approach with diverse attack strategies. This kid can attack you a lot of ways. He understands shoulder leverage. He understands hand fighting. He understands how to set the offensive lineman up, beat him with different moves. He has impressive acceleration when flattening into the pocket. I would have to explain to you what that means. He understands how to flat into the pocket when the offensive lineman is playing in different sort of pass sets. He uses his length to slip away from blocks and work toward the ball carrier. That's a whole fact. I see him do that a lot. He may be just as impressive as Dallas in that aspect, in slipping away from blocks and working toward the ball carrier. Chris is awesome in doing that, right? I think he graded out percentage-wise just as well as Dallas did in that category. If I had to pick a weakness or two, what's up, Moon Rocker? How you doing, bro? What's cracking? Rolling with the Tide live. Roll Tide to you. Shane Brown, roll Tide to you, my friends. If I had to pick a weakness or two, it would definitely be, when I watch him in the biggest games, sometimes Chris disappears. I'm not sure is that a fatigue thing, a double team thing. He's only earned about 1,200 snaps during his Alabama career per Pro Football Focus. His linear pass rush is sort of upright attack in contact, which in the NFL, if you don't get low and use pad level every time, if the NFL offensive linemen are allowed to get their hands on you, it's a wrap, unless you're Will Anderson or somebody, which, not even Will can do that on a consistent basis, unless you're Myles Garrett or somebody like that, right? I think he needs to get more pass rush moves, right? Some counters, as we call them, some pass rush counters. You don't want to ever get knocked off your square, as we call that. You know what I'm saying? In the run game, setting the edge. And you have to play with great technique when you're taking on blockers, especially at that level, because all the offensive linemen will punish you in the run game at that level. So his pros far outweigh his cons, and I think Chris is going to have an outstanding career. Every pass rusher has something they need to work on. Even Will, right? Obviously, Will got to the NFL and he done a bunch of things that he tried to do at Bama, and he realized even though he can bend awesomely, you cannot have high pad level at the NFL level. You can't. You have to have great pad level at the NFL level on every pass rush, because even some of the third string linemen will bruise you up. You know, all that jumping, the SWAT balls, you can't do that in the NFL because they'll rib you, right? Your ribs will be bruised for sure. And Will learned that. Will got better and dominated toward the middle and end of the season. And I think Chris will do the exact same thing. Shout out to Will Chun. William Chun, $2 super chat. Thank you, William. We appreciate you, man. Thank you for contributing. Roll Tide to you and your family. Much respect and much appreciation for that super chat. We thank you more than you know. I think it's going to have, I think all the Bama kids, just like the coach for the Carolina Panthers said, regardless of when they finally play, the Bama kids are well coached, and all those guys will be just fine. More information on the Big Ten, SEC Big Ten strong arm, as I call it. I talked briefly last night about the 3-3-2-2-1 pattern. I don't know if you guys caught that, but recap briefly, the SEC and Big Ten came together to, I say, strong arm, which is what it is. The Big Ten and the SEC came together to suggest a new format to the college football playoff that will help what's going on now. Now, you have a lot of people outside of the SEC and Big Ten that's pissed off about this, right? A lot of talking heads are dissing the SEC and Big Ten about this. But here's the thing. What's up, Janet Forsyth? Roll Tide, Janet. Glad you up in here. Glad to see you up in here. Brian Thomas. What's up, bro? Cynthia Middleton. Everybody. Ebony. You know what I'm saying? E. Carter. Love that, man. Love you guys in here. Now, there's a lot of people pissed off about this because they're saying it's the same old, but here's the deal. If you're going into a new playoff, right? If you're going into a new playoff, you cannot make rules unless you have a damn seat at the table, right? The Big Ten and the SEC have all the seats, right? When you look at the top programs in the country, they reside in the SEC and the Big Ten, right? So what the SEC and Big Ten are coming together to say to the college football world is either you listen to us or we'll get the hell out of here, right? You can't run to the NCAA for some support. You can't run to the college football administrators of the playoffs for support, right? We pay your bills with our teams. So either give us our automatic seats or we'll go form our own stuff and we won't need none of you for it, right? We'll keep these billions that we're making you in-house to these two conferences, right? Because if you want to be honest, outside of the SEC schools and the Big Ten schools, only Florida State and Clemson have won a national championship of recent memory, right? So the ACC may have a small claim, but that's why they're getting 2 automatic bids. In this 3-3-2-2-1, the SEC Big Ten said, you give us 3 automatic bids for the Big Ten, 3 automatic bids for the SEC, 2 automatic bids for the the Big 12, and 2 automatic bids for the ACC. 1 automatic bid for your group of 5. And to me, that's the best way. Now, you're going to have some people that's not in the SEC and not in the Big Ten that's going to be pissed off by that. Pissed off. But here's the deal. Beggars can't be choosers, man. You understand that slogan? If your team or your conference don't have a regular that's in this tournament and winning it, you probably should shut the hell up, right? And just be happy that you're getting 2, right? You should just be quiet, be happy that you're getting 2 automatic bids, because the truth is in the details, and the details suggest that the SEC can do what the hell they want. The Big Ten just won the dadgum thing, so obviously they can do what the hell they want, right? The rest of you should just be quiet, man. Be quiet, be happy, take your 2 automatic bids, and do what you will with it. To me, the ACC should be ecstatic that you're even being included, right? The ACC was terrible last year. Absolutely terrible, right? So for us to give you 2 automatic bids, that's a Florida State and Clemson all day, because we know Miami not going to do nothing, right? You should be happy. Shout out to Brian Thomas. You already know, Brian. You should take that and be happy with it. You understand what I'm saying? Here's the good thing about it. This is why they're pissed off about it. If we give the SEC and Big Ten 3 automatic bids apiece, that's 6 of the 12. That's going to be SEC, 6 of the 14, excuse me, that they want to go to. That's just the automatic bids, right? That's just the guaranteed spots. Alabama, Georgia, and LSU will give you guys 3 spots automatically, right? But check this out. The other 4 or 5 schools is going to be ranked in the top 15. They can get in too. Ole Miss can get in. We're not going to say Tennessee. Ole Miss can get in. Whoever else, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Texas can get in, right? So that's what they're saying. We don't want to give the SEC and Big Ten 3 automatic slots because, hell, that don't even count the schools that's going to get in unautomatically. You feel me? So they don't want that. You already know, Jay Townsend. But here's the deal, Jay. Beggars can't be choosers, man. How can not the ACC, but the AAC or the schools who else we got out there? The Cotton Belt or Conference USA or Sun Belt, whatever the hell it is. How can you say anything? You should be happy that you're getting an automatic bid. How about you be the best group of 5 school that you can be and get in the playoffs? Because nobody wants to see Cincinnati play Alabama again. That was a straight belt to ass whipping. We don't want to see that, right? Nobody wants to see Oregon versus Liberty. Shout out to Liberty, undefeated and all that. But I watched Oregon paint the walls red with your blood. I watched that, right? Don't want to see B2A again with that. Don't want to see it, right? So here's the thing. Just be happy that you're getting invited, man, right? Be happy that you're getting an invite. You have a 1 group of 5 automatic bid. So Liberty, Appalachian State, whoever, whatever, you'll get in. One of you will get in, right? Leave the tables, seats, the most empty seats to the schools that have dominated this playoff since its inception, right? Leave that to the Big Ten and most certainly leave that to the SEC. Now, if you have a problem with that, then do what Florida State is doing. Sue your conference, I guess, and wiggle your way out of it and join another conference, because that is what's coming, my people. Undefeated. That is what's coming. This is the first layer of it. Tell the NCAA, we don't need you. That's happened. Then you get the 2 best conferences to say, either you give us the most bids or we'll say to hell with you, right? This way you can force everybody else who has a say-so to be like, you know what, cuz if you can't beat them, join them. You know what I mean? So that's what's happening right now, man. That's what's going on, and it's happening right before our eyes, people, right? Kevin Lynch says, Coach Sean, it's all about money. These 2 conferences generate so much revenue for ESPN, Fox Sports, that they know that they can pretty much do whatever they want. Kevin Lynch just told you guys a 100% fact, right? I'm going to leave that comment up there just for a minute. Kevin Lynch just gave you a fact. The one thing about rich people enjoy money. That's how they got to be rich. So the one thing rich people's not going to do is turn down more of those Benjamins. They're not going to do that. And they realize with the SEC and Big Ten, that's all the damn Benjamins. You turn those conferences away, you don't have no college football playoff, man. Can you imagine a college football playoff without Bama, without Georgia, without LSU, without Texas, without Oklahoma, without Michigan, without Ohio State, without Oregon, without any of these schools with these fan bases that are absolute national? But I'm going to tell you who the pressure is going to be on. I'm going to tell you who the pressure is going to be on. And that's why this is such a big deal. Remember, the format is 3-3-2-2-1. 3 SEC, 3 Big 10, 2 ACC, and 2 Big 12, 1 group of 5. Who does that leave out? I'm going to see if the chat know. Who does that leave out? What team does that leave out, chat? Undefeated. Remember, 3 Big 10, 3 SEC, 2 ACC, 2 Big 12, 1 group of 5. 3-3, 2-2-1. What team does that leave out? I'm going to see if you guys know. There it is. Moon Rocker was the first one. Let me put you up here, Moon Rocker. Boom. Notre Dame. That leave the big dogs. And I mean big dogs as far as money. Definitely not football on the field. That leaves the big dogs out. So guess what that's going to force the big dogs to do? And the Big 10 is on this. The Big 10 is with the SEC. Y'all ain't special. Sure, y'all got all the money. Y'all got touchdown, Jesus, and all that. Shout out to that, right? Shout out to that. But when it's on the football field, y'all ain't special, right? Either join a conference or close your damn mouth. Period, point blank. Truth is in the details. Either join a conference like everybody else or quietness, right? You can't complain if your ass ain't doing nothing to make it better. I can't stand people that complain, but you don't have no solution how to make it better. You just want to talk about how the bad stuff. So what do we do to make it better, right? Ebony, you know I'm right, man. You know I'm right. So they're forcing the big boy, Notre Dame, to pick a side, man. Because when Notre Dame, let me tell you what's going to happen. When Notre Dame picks a side, watch out. Watch out. College football going to change then completely in the blink of an eye. Because when Notre Dame join a conference, that's going to make Clemson be like, you know what? We out of here. We out of here. That's going to make Florida State say, nah, bro, we out of here. Nope. We out of here. We will not be left out. You making $12 million a year for that conference where everybody else making 60. No, sir. We out of here. College football is changing and it's not going to stop. Coach Sean telling you right now, right? That's forcing Notre Dame to make a decision. See, everybody was scared of Notre Dame for years. Moon Rocker, they were scared of Notre Dame, man. We can't lose Notre Dame, right? Well, now the TV situation is like, look, we love that little 100-something million that we're giving you, but I'm about to make 2.6 billion player. Either join a conference or get out the way. Either join a conference or get the hell out the way. Either join a conference or get the hell out of the way, man. You understand what I'm saying? So Notre Dame got a decision to make. The truth is in the details, Jermaine. You already know it. They got to pick a side, Jay. This format, the Big Ten, Notre Dame by itself does not hold as much weight as the entire SEC and the entire Big Ten. Now, I give Notre Dame its credit, guys. Those guys hold a lot of weight, Notre Dame. But what has weakened them is their lack of winning on the football field. Now, their TV contracts are still one of the most expensive and lucrative in college football. I won't take nothing from them on that. But every station is willing to lose them to pick up the entire Big Ten and SEC. There's not a station out there, not a streaming service that won't say, hey, bro, we love you, but damn that. 100 million is cool, but 2 billion is better. You feel me? The truth is in the details, man. That's what it is. That's what it is. So that's what's about to happen. You know, now let me get to this dude, Sark, real quick. This dude starts Sarkeesian, man. This is why I say, bro, people will use stepping stones. They'll use Alabama as a stepping stone to get these jobs. Then they forget where they come from, man. To Steve Sarkeesian, let me explain something to you, Sark. You can tell that lie about Isaiah Bonds all you want. It's cool. Bama fans don't give a damn. We don't care. What's done is done, right? But don't you dare get on camera and act like you're so high and mighty that you don't have to cheat to do. Boy, stop. Child, please. You definitely. How convenient is it that you went to visit Isaiah, talk to him, whatever the case may be? A couple of days later, this kid, like, I'm out. He driving around another vehicle, talking about making a business decision. All we know is a business decision. And it's cool. It's okay, bruh. It's okay. Right? Boy, stop. Tell him, Marquita. You know what I'm saying? Dude is a trip. But he's feeding you the Monica Lewinsky stuff, right? He feeding that stuff to you, man. He feeding that Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, right? Did you have sex with her? I did not have relations with that woman. Did you have sex with her? I did not have relations with that. You know, you're not saying nothing wrong, but you ain't saying nothing right either, pimp. You understand? He knows what he's doing. And here's the thing about this dude, Sark. This is what I tell all the Bama haters that keep calling into my some everybody diss the Bama job. Now I will give Sark some credit about this. I will turn around and I'm a B2A him, but I will turn around and give him some credit in this. I'll lather him up real good to tell him this. He did tell the truth about the Bama job. Remember how all the haters was coming in here to my some, Sark don't want it. Florida State and Neville don't want it. What's the Oregon coach? Lanning don't want. No, bro. No, the truth has came out. They didn't offer Sark the job. And he told the truth about it. He said the Bama job was never a reality. I never got that call. You understand what I'm saying? He said it right here. You know, he talked about it. He said there was hardly any real drama as the Texas Longhorns put the speculation to bed by locking down their coach. All these guys have the same agent, my people. Jimmy Sexton. He's Sark's, Saban's, Lanning's, Jimbo Fisher, and a few other coaches' agent. Guess what Jimmy Sexton get every time they get a raise? Hell, he get one too, a quite nice one, right? So of course you let the world think Sark is up for the job. Of course you let him think Dan and Norvell. Right? He's under all these guys. He got every one of his clients raises, which in turn got his ass a nice raise, right? Only to find out these dudes were never, it was two coaches on the radar for Bama, right? Dan Lanning and Kalen DeBoer, right? They called Coach Lanning, they called Coach DeBoer, right? I wanted Lane Kiffin at the time, right? I'm a Lane Kiffin fan, still a Lane Kiffin fan, right? Dan Lanning was bull janking. Well, I don't know what the money gonna be like, blah, 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 whoop-de-whoop. Coach DeBoer said, yep, I'll take it. When do I come? Decision was made right then, right there. Damn the interview, damn all that. We appreciate you, Lanning. We got our man, right? So what does Coach Lanning do? He puts out a video saying something, if you're scared your coach is gonna leave, come to Oregon, right? What does Norvell do? He uses it to his advantage. What does Sark do? You know what I mean? All these coaches did, all they did was get all these coaches raises. But here's the truth, right? And the truth is in the details. None of these people were offered the Bama job, right? The person that was offered the job, okay, we're going to offer you this job. They called Dan Lanning in for an interview. We'd like to interview you for the job. We didn't offer you nothing, right? The person who said yes came for the interview and was offered to him in the only interview that Alabama had. Let's be real, right? So for all you Bama haters out there, Sark was never even on the radar to get a job at Alabama. Neither was Norvell. Neither was all these other people. Lanning got a call and asked would he be interested by agent, right? When he turned it down and said he was going to stay at Oregon, it was over with. No interview, no nothing. Dan Lanning's inspired in Tuscaloosa. Man, stop it. People lie, right? No, it was one coach that came to Tuscaloosa, one. And the very next time he came to Tuscaloosa, he was on a plane for good. So stop it, right? So Sark, stop it, man. It's okay now. It's legal. You can be honest now. You paid Isaiah. Isaiah took the bait, and Isaiah's on your staff right now, suffering. Be honest. We see the tweets. We see it, right? The Bama players are laughing. They don't care. Shout out to that young man. I'll never diss a kid, but at the same time, I grew up in a neighborhood, a very bad area, right? So my mom used to always tell me everybody's responsible for their own decisions. You got to let kids find their own way, right? You got to put belt to ass sometimes. Those ass whoopings will help them in the future, right? Otherwise, you will have a grown ass man out here that can't even figure the world out. You got to let the tough times mold these kids, right? I think that's the problem today. We baby them too much, right? Then we get upset when they get grown and they lost. Don't know nothing. Can't do nothing. Don't know how to do nothing, right? Nah, you made a decision. Now you got to live with it, right? You got to find a way to figure it out. Not saying he's going to have a bad career. I think Isaiah will do great up in Texas, but you have to accept that with everything that comes along with it, right? And that's what it is. Shout out to Isaiah Bond, shout out to Sark or whoever, but stop it, Sark. We know what the business is. The truth has came out. Projected defensive starters for Alabama in this new 4-2-5. Here's the thing about this new 4-2-5. It's not going to be that much different. It's different principles and things of that nature. You know, I've been on record telling you guys I'm a 3-4 guy. It's not really that much of a difference. Obviously, it just depends on what you want to call certain people. You know what I mean? But when you start getting into the details of these things, they can be a little different. It can be, you know, certain things about the differences is what it is. But the bottom line is, I think Alabama will be successful in whatever defense we're in because of the personnel that we have. Now, when Coach Saban was here, we all know we had terms like Mike, Money, Star, Jack. Well, we've traded those in for Sting, Bandit, Wolf, Husky, right? Same stuff, just different names, right? So when you look at the starters on the defensive side of the ball, you start with the defensive line. Now, I'm going to do a breakdown today about the position battles. So for some of these positions, I won't tell you who's the starter. Crimson Wave, Coach Sean, have you seen the video of Milroe and how he changed his throwing motion? Yeah, I saw that Crimson Wave, but like I said in my opening, the throwing angle is not really a big deal to me. Now, another coach may tell you something different. In my experience, in my humble opinion, it's not the throwing angle, it's the footwork. The footwork, if the footwork is not right, I don't give a damn if you throw up, over, side, back. Hell, you can throw something backwards if you want to. Don't matter if your feet ain't right, right? The footwork to me is what makes a difference, right? Look at Jaden Daniels throwing motion. It's just as crazy as anybody else's, right? But his feet are awesome, excuse me. His feet are always where they're supposed to be, right? His shoulder is always pointing to the way he want to throw the ball. He doesn't throw a lot of off-platform stuff, right, in the pocket. Jay Townsend, Sarkisian tampered with Billingsley as well. The day after the championship, he went to the portal. 3 days later, he also committed Texas. Sark is a shark. All facts. It's a lot of these coaches like that, Jay. It's a lot of these coaches. Thank you, Jay, for that $20 super chat, brother. You said it right there. That's the truth. The truth is in the detail. That's 100% facts what Coach Jay said right there. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, OG. That's a whole fact. Thank you for that super chat so very much, too, as well. That's a fact. You know, Sark is a shark, as all these coaches. Davis Lewis Love, $2 super chat. Is Bond not happy at UT? What's going on? Thank you, Davis Lewis Love. $2 super chat. We really appreciate that, man. No, I just read. I see his social media where he's always giving credit and love back to the Bama players, asking Bama players what the, he's always worried about Alabama. That tells you that it's in your head. It's in your head, right? You're not tweeting about your happiness in Texas. You concerned about Alabama. Why? You're at Texas. You should be happy. Enjoy that, right? If I'm at Texas and took me a bag and got me a car, the last thing I'm going to do is worry about what the hell's going on in Alabama. That's all I can say about that. Shout out to Coach Smook. What's up, Coach Smook? How you doing, man? So here's the thing, guys, real quickly. With this new defense, you just replace some terms with other ones. Like I said, Mike, Star, Jack, Will, the Money. You replace those with Husky, Bandit, Sting. You replace those terms. It's okay. So when you look at the defensive line, the defense starters, I got a breakdown I'm going to do today. Some of these positions, I won't give you an answer because I'm going to do that on my breakdown video, on my position battles, right? Your defensive line, you have LT Overton, possible Bandit, Tim Keenan, and Jaheim Otis, possible interior defensive lineman, along with Tim Smith, right? You have Quindarius Robinson, could possibly be your Wolf, possibly, right? So could Keon Keeley, right? So could Quay Russaw, right? So could Keanu Coit, right? You have to check in with Coach Sean later and see who I put in there on the position battles. So all those kids are the defensive line in these same positions, if you will. 4-2-5, obviously even front. Obviously, these guys on the outside will be a different type of cat, hand in the dirt, whatever the case may be in your basic. Now, you can dress these things up to however you want. Stand him up, put him down, whatever, right? I'm just strictly talking about basic 4-2-5. Obviously, you got your reserves. Tim Smith, as I said, John Moran Lathan, Damon Payne, who I did a breakdown on, who I think is going to have a great season. James Smith, Curtis Perry, Jordan Renard, Hunter Osborne, Edric Hill, Isaiah Faga, the young kid coming in, Jeremiah Beeman, who Coach Mook is high on, Steve Mambuamuma. I hate to say it. I hate to butcher this kid's last name. I'll just spell it. Mboumoua. Figure it out. Right. Shout out to him. That kid's gonna have an awesome career. We all know Keon Keeley, Keanu Coit, Yanze Pierre, Quay Roussar, Jay Sean Ross, and Noah Carter himself. Right. These kids will be the future of Alabama. Trust and believe that. It's a lot of different things that go into that position, right? When you look at your linebackers, I think the linebackers are probably the only position on this staff that I know for sure will be these two guys, right? Your Mike, I'm going with Deontay Lawson. Your Stinger, I'm going with, which is your weak side, I'm going with Jahad Campbell, right? I think they'll be there. Your reserves are Justin Jefferson. I think Jeremiah Alexander, Coach Sean is saying this first, will not be a middle linebacker in this type of defense. I think Jeremiah Alexander will move back to the front four, right? We'll move back to that edge, right? I do believe this fits him better than playing in the middle. Now that he's put on that weight, Justin Okenrunquo, I think that's what it is. Young Reese, young Sterling, young Dixon, and young Caden Jones, the future of Alabama, right? Your defensive backs. Now, I think Malachi Moore will be your Husky. That's the a la star. I think Malachi will fit that role just as perfect as any role. I think Keon Sabb will come in and be your free, right? You got Devontae Smith, who's a redshirt junior. He could be your rover. I don't know, right? Possibly. You got Damani Jackson, who they'll say could possibly play your boundary corner. I like him on the field side in this defense. Xavier Brown, who I've been high on from the beginning, I've been telling y'all as the field side, but I like him at the boundary, right? Your reserves, you got Tony Mitchell in there, who probably going to have a role somewhere. Tony's 6'2", 200 pounds. I think Tony's going to be one of those overhang guys, possibly. Jalen Mbakwe, right? You got Xavier Mincy, who I think Xavier Mincy is going to play one of the safeties. I don't think he's going to play corner. I think he's going to be one of the safeties. That kid has yet to grow into his body. He's already a bigger guy. Jaleel Hurley, who possibly could start at corner. He could start. Him and Xavier Brown and them going to go at it, right? Jaleel Hurley, 6'2", right? Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., he's going to be in there. Peyton Woodyard, he could possibly take one of those spots. Bray Hubbard, don't forget about Bray Hubbard. This kid is a hell of an athlete, right? And as soon as he picked this defense up, he will be a factor. He's the reason why Jake Pope transferred, right? Believe that. Red Morgan. Once this kid Red gets some weight, that's one of Coach Smook's boys. When he gets some weight on him, that kid gonna be a missile, right? Kid run the alley probably better than anybody that's young on that roster. This kid run the alley with bad intentions, right? That Red Morgan kid runs the alley with bad. It's almost like he's running downhill with bad intentions, man. He's just smaller right now. You get some good weight on Red Morgan, look out. So you look at all those positions, right? On defense, right? Who's going to be your real true starters, right? Tune in to Coach Sean on the position breakdown, and I got you on my humble opinion. That's a whole fact. Undefeated. What are you talking about? I got to know, man. What are you talking about? Shout out to the undefeated, man. We're putting B2A to Coach Sark, man. Sark the Shark. Cuz is a trip, man. And I get it. What's up, Ephraim? Shout out to OG Ephraim as well. I get it. You're going to do what's best for your program. I get it. But keep it real, Sark, man. This place supported you, bro. Right? I'm not asking you to do us no favors, right? But it ain't going to be no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You know what I mean? Stay tuned for the transfer portal coming soon to a city near you. Right? I think Coach J called it the Holocaust. Shout out to that, whatever Coach J say, right? It's okay. It ain't no fun, bro, right? It's all good when you poking the bear. It's all good until the bear wake up. Then the bear gonna do a little poking of his own. You know what I mean? Transfer portal coming soon. And we gonna see then. So, man, I'm over here in Huntsville. The arsenal is going off. They're doing ordnance right now. Bombs are blowing up and it is shaking the whole house. It's crazy. Shout out to you guys, man. What you guys talking about, man? I need to know what the undefeated is saying. Talk to your boy. Talk to your boy. Janet says no loyalty left, man. No loyalty left with any of these former Saban assistants. You know, Janet, I don't even know if loyalty is the right word. You know how it is, Janet. Anytime you bring money and power into it, loyalty sort of diminishes with everything, right? Anytime you get monetary gains, for it, that loyalty just sort of, it's almost like it was non-existent from the beginning, right? Shout out to Chris from New Jersey. What's up, Chris? Rich B, what's going on, bro? Crimson Wave says he don't see much love Bama needs. Well, Crimson Wave, I see a couple things we need, my friend. Respectfully, we have a lot of young talent. I won't fight you on that. Of course, you're 100% correct, Crimson Wave. Me personally, I personally think I want to get another defensive back in there with some experience. That kid from Arizona. I keep forgetting the kid's name. The kid's tape is awesome. He's dominated actually. I want to get another defensive back with some skills already, some game time already on him, right? I would love to get defensive back in here. That's had some game reps, some real game reps, on the opposite side of Damani or anywhere in the secondary. More defensive backs, the better, especially at corner. They may even go after another offensive tackle because right now, Pritchard is the most experienced offensive tackle we had. And now Elijah Pritchard, he played, obviously. He was in a battle with Caden Proctor early in the season. And however you want to call it, whether it was Caden's play or Pritchard's play, Caden ended up winning that battle. So we don't have an experience at either tackle right now, at either. And I can be the first one to tell you, we got some young dogs, but game time reps at offensive tackle cannot be simulated in a practice. Playing offensive tackle is one of those positions where only the game is going to make you better. Ask Caden. Moonrocker says, I rock with Tony Brown mentally. That's what we need. Coach Smoot. And I'll take A-Sean mentality and Upshaw. Oh, and Courtney Upshaw mentality. Facts. Tony Brown, this dude, man, I don't know if y'all remember, but Tony Brown would come in with the opposing team was at. It'd be freezing outside. He got his shirt off, walking through the opponents. Wasn't speaking, wasn't saying hi, wasn't saying move. His look told you, move, B, get out the way, get out the. This dude was different, bro. It's a mentality thing. Courtney Upshaw didn't care. I would say Damian Square too. I challenge all of you to Google Damian Square's talk to his fellow defensive line. Damian Square was a monster, bro. Right? Tony Brown was crazy. You got to have people like that. Courtney Upshaw touched that thing, folks. He didn't care. You got to have people like that. Ryan Anderson. I challenge all of you again. Google Ryan Anderson interview talking about killing the other team. No smiling, no laughter. We want to kill you. We ain't taking no cheap shots, but we ain't turning down nothing. That's what he said. Them boys was just different, man. Them boys was cut and wired different, right? They were just different kind of cats back then, dog. All facts. Jay Townsend says former Bama players going to Texas chasing money seems to always hit a snag and regret it there. It hasn't failed so far. Stay tuned to see what happens with Bond and the Black. All facts, man. Remember this, man. That old saying that the old people used to say back in the day, the grass is not always green on the other side. That is a fact, man. Right? I mean, when you look at the transfers from Alabama, how many of them have really worked out outside of Jalen Hurts? And Jalen didn't transfer because of bad stuff. He transferred because he just lost the job to Tua, fair and square, and he got up in his age and he wanted to play, right? Understandable, right? Graduated from Bama, handle your business. We understand that, right? So outside of Jalen, look at Billingsley. Look at it's a lot of them that did not work out, man. Never heard from again. William Chun says, Coach Sean, once players transfer, once the portal reopens, can they transfer back? Nah, they can't transfer back to the school. I've never heard of that. That's actually something I'm not sure about, William Chun, because I don't think I've ever seen it. I think once you leave your waiver and you leave your scholarship and transfer to another school, I don't know how that works of transferring back to the same school. I don't think I've ever seen that. I think I've seen it one time with Brew McCoy. I think he left USC, went to Texas, then back to USC or something like that. So I'm sure if all parties agreed, I'm sure you could, right? Scholarship is still that, a scholarship, right? But I don't in particularly think we want any of those players back, respectfully. Even Caleb Downs, as much as I loved him, and you can date me back 2 years to this day in 2022. I was talking about Caleb Downs when this kid was a sophomore in junior, going into his junior season. I've been on him since then, seen him personally at a camp in Atlanta, right? Looking at another kid, I saw him like, who is this kid? This cat was crazy. He was doing everything. As much as I love him, I don't even want none of them back, man. If you ain't wearing crimson, you know the rest. That's just what it is, man. To leave at a time like this, man, and turn your back because of other things. I ain't hating on them, right? Because I'll never hate on a kid. I'm one of those kids. I played this game. I'll always take the player's side. But that don't mean I'm not gonna get you behind closed doors and tell you was wrong. You know what I mean? It's like my partner used to say, we get into a fight or something at some club or something. Even if I'm in the wrong, I got your back, even if you got the wrong. But I'm gonna tell you when we get behind closed doors, look, man, that was stupid. What's wrong with you? I'm gonna scold you behind closed doors. I'm gonna do it in front of everybody. You know what I mean? I love Caleb Downs, but nah, bro, you go ahead and handle your business. Take your bread and enjoy your decision. God bless you. I'm worried about the kids who here. We don't want nobody back. You know what I mean? My love is going to go to the kids who, shout out to Coin God. What's up, Coin God? My love is for the kids who stayed in that crimson and didn't waver, right? My love is for the kids who persevered through everybody hating on them, everybody talking bad about them, everybody dissing them, right? My love and my respect go to the young men who stayed on that roster, who cannot wait to put the pads on to prove the people wrong. That's that. I don't want you back. No, sir. Respectfully, stay where you at, cuz I hope that answers your question in the best of my ability, right? Yeah, man, it's different. Andrew Glover. Andrew says, Coach, what's this rule of kids not being to transfer in the same conference? I don't think that applies to everybody. I did some research on that, man. I don't think that applies to every kid. I think it depends on your classification and situation. I don't think that's every kid. I did some research on that, and it had some exceptions about your classification, your credits, how many credits you have, and whether your coach left, this, that, and the third. It's got some stipulations on that. So I don't think that's completely concrete, right? I think there are some exceptions, Andrew. That's a whole fact. Yeah, there is, Shalimar, but I tell you what, man, growing up here in Alabama, moving to Chicago on the South Side, going to live in LA after my dad started working there in the Crenshaw district with my mama's aunties who still live there, seeing those sides of life, coming from humble beginnings. I wasn't rich by far growing up. My parents bust their ass, growing up in the hood, if you will, seeing a lot of stupid stuff that young men shouldn't have to see when they're young. I'll say this, Shalimar. It's easy to say that as a 35, 40-year-old man, right? But when you're 17, watching your mama carry Walmart sacks in, and then she dropped the sacks, and you still see the sacks, where the sacks make the indentation on your arm, where she's been carrying them so long, and watching your mom cry on some mornings because she just don't feel like going to work, but she's working 2 jobs, and seeing your family members commit crimes and having kids you grew up with lose their life. And when you go through all those kind of struggles that kids shouldn't have to go through, money is important, right? A lot of kids don't have to go through those things. So money and household income and things like that are important to some people that just don't have it. It's like I told one of my partners. My partner's rich. His daddy is a commercial real estate guy in California. He's got plenty of money. I told my partner, you don't hold the value of money because you've always had it. You've never been without it, right? What's up, Coach Smoot? How you doing, bro?
What's good, Brody?
Oh man, same Mo. I told my partner, you know what it feel like for to be a 15-year-old kid with $100,000 in your personal account. You don't think money's worth it because you've always had it, right? Go out of it for a couple years and see how your life changed. So I don't hate on these kids for making these decisions, right? I just rather show love to the kids that fought through it. That's the best way I can put it for you, Shalimar. Show love to the kids that didn't choose to make those decisions. Shout out to Ebony. You already know Ebony, right? It's hard in this world, man. And the powers that be made life even harder because they separate the classes. If you're poor, they make damn sure your ass is poor. If you have money, they go make sure you have money, right? So, you don't fault the kid and the family for making those decisions. You just love on and praise the kids like Tyler Booker who didn't make it, who stayed here, who kept that crimson jersey on. The kids like Malachi, all these kids who could have left easily at the drop of a hat, and they chose Jermaine Hale. Jermaine said 12 other schools got into contact. Jalen Hale could have went anywhere he wanted, right? For some nice size bags. Know what he said? Nah, I'm cool. I'll get the bag in time enough. I'd rather just love on them kids. If you want to give a slogan real quick to the kids that left, just use Malachi's coined slogan. If they ain't wearing crimson, just do the F sound. You ain't got to say it. We know what you mean. That's the best I can say to you, right? Roll Tide to you. Hope your life go well. But if you ain't wearing crimson, easy peasy. What's up, Coach Mook?
What fingers I'm holding up? What fingers I'm holding up? What's good, man? Man, chilling, bro. Chilling, man. I had a rough night last night, man. Couldn't sleep. The
For
rain.
real?
I think it was the rain. Yeah, like usually when it rains, I can sleep, but I ain't cuddled up with my wife and stuff. So I was around this mug, just up, looking around, looking at walls, looking at the black TV screen.
Yeah,
I was just up for a while. Started doing some edits. Said I'm gonna keep on. Just finally fell asleep about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Man, I was supposed to get up and go work out with Kyle in the group this morning.
Yeah,
I was like, bro, I ain't lay down till y'all was getting up. So
facts.
Been out there dragging. Look, I ain't young no more. I used to remember drinking till 2:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Go home just in time enough to switch and put
right
on my
back
PTs.
Up. Yeah,
not even shower. Just put my PTs on, grab my uniform, pack it up in my bag, ride to my formation over my unit, and take a 20-30 minute nap in the car before I walk in.
Yep.
I've
been there, bro. Been there and done that, bro. If you from Huntsville, if you from this area, man, look, Friday night we had curfew for the A&M game. We had curfew, man. We be in the lighthouse downtown. We in 3:30, twisted. Game is at 2 the next day. We go into bed.
Yeah.
We gotta get it breakfast at 7:30. We ain't had no sleep. I feel like I've been sleeping all night. Young, good, straight. Yeah, so it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Then was the day.
Man. Yeah, bro. It was all good, man. So undefeated. I appreciate you guys. You guys always tap in, do a great job with me. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are awesome. Shout out to my brother, Coach Smoot. Shout out to Coach J. Shout out to Coach JM, Jake Merrill. Shout out to Ty. Shout out to Kyle and Lady T on the wheels of steel, if you will. You know what I mean? Yeah, crack Coach Mook up right there. I get him every time with that one, bro.
Every time, bro. I don't know why either, because I already knew he was gonna go say it. I said, "Watch, I'm gonna be straight today." Nope. I don't know what it is, bro. It's only when you say it though, because I think Ty threw it at us one time, because we all heard you say, it's kind of like it's your running joke now.
Yeah. The fellas,
Me and Jay was kind of tripping on it last time we was together, so I was like, man, it's different when Sean do it, man. All of us saying the same thing.
Yeah, TV back there, man. She be hooking it up. Well, she be getting in the mic, letting you know what's going on. Shout out to y'all. Coach Smook gonna do an awesome job as always. And bro, I talk to you, man. Have a good segment, bro.
For sure, bro. For sure.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, man. What's good, Alabama Nation? What's good, undefeated? It's your boy, Coach Smook, and it's Friday. And y'all know what time it is on Fridays. So before I get into it, let me do this. Good. Good. Let's get it, baby. What's good, chat? Undefeated. How y'all feeling today, baby? Let's go, Kimberly. How you feeling today? Let's go. How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? Run them up in the chat, baby. Run them up in the chat, y'all. Run them up in the chat. What's up, Will? What's good? What's good, Will, in the chat? Let's go. Let's go. Look, Eb, she was already asleep when I couldn't be asleep. What's up, Shay Lamar? Branch? Is this Brian's people? Is this Brian's people? What's good, y'all? Run it up, run it up, run it up for your boy Shane in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, man. Hey, y'all be rocking with your boy. Uncle Jay, what's good? Uncle Jay in the chat. What's up, my wifey? Yeah, look at y'all. Chris from New Jersey, what's good? Yes, Auntie Janet, you know your boy. Look, I told y'all life is changing for your boy. I gotta get right. I'm gonna hold on to it like this the whole time. Yeah, what's up, L? C-Dub11 in the chat. Yeah, let's go. John, what's good? Let's go. It's Friday, y'all. It's Friday. Bino in the chat. What's good? Hey, what's good, bro? Got them hands like, nah, hey, listen. Don't be telling. Listen. T-Ross, I don't think you was in here when I told the story yesterday, y'all. Y'all remember my college teammate came in yesterday. I started telling the story, right? Why he come in here and ask me that right now? Y'all remember the story I told him? Hey, I'm telling y'all. So Coin God and all y'all be popping off in the mouth with the mouth. We can go put the gloves on, man, and do it like a respectful, not because I don't like you and like that, but like I used to box. So that used to be my thing, man. I used to box. Folks be talking about pull up. I like to do it, old traditional style. We could duke it out and then shake hands afterwards. That's all. I mean, that's what our human society was built on, right? What's good, y'all? DJ German in the house. What's good, fam? Let's go. What's up, Todd? Everybody in here today. We got 200 in the chat. Make sure we run them lights up. Hey, listen, Coin God, this ain't the smoke you want. I promise you. I promise you, man. I promise you. Coin God, I promise you, man. I'm telling you, if you don't do it, and I say this because I still pull up the gyms back home with people that train every day, right? And I spar, and I could give you a good a hot 60, a hot 120 for real. I could go 120 still, and I ain't been in the gym like that. So for all my boxers out there, man, fighting and boxing is two different things. And when fighters usually go up against boxers on the street, it ain't a good thing, bro. Coin God, I'm talking to you, man. And I got something else, man. This is for you, Coin God. Nah, this is for you. I got something for Coin God today, y'all. Y'all remember we was talking about throwing motions? Let's jump into it today. I got some footage, y'all. I went. This is why y'all love Coach Smoot. This is why y'all love me. And this is why y'all stay coming around. It ain't nothing because I know everything. It ain't because I'm smart or anything like that. It's because I'm entertaining. But I also like to research, right? Y'all know I like to research. Y'all know I like to, before I start co-signing what anybody say, I like to research it. So check this out. Hey, babe, you better. Y'all better be. Nah, I won't, man. I ain't gonna do that to you, Ross. I'm good, man. I'm delivered. I am saved. I am delivered. Listen, let's look at this, y'all. Hold on. Y'all seen that? Look. Uh-oh. Coin God, I'm about to put you on the about to put him on one, y'all. About to put him on a t-shirt. Let me do this one. Let me do this one. Oh man, Coin God, I'm about to shut your mouth, boy. I'm about to shut your mouth, my boy. You ready for it? You ready for it? I know you are. I know you are. You know what? And the thing is, I just did this like 20 minutes ago. I just made this video. I just made this cut. And these are two perfect examples of exactly what I was talking about yesterday. Because we all know the Fairweather fans was already doubting Milroe, right? So today, my Fairweather fan topic is going to be about all the Milroe doubters. I said I wasn't going to touch it no more, right? But I couldn't let it go. because I had to go, and I'm gonna turn the music off because this is like a blissful moment for me. You want me to tell you why? Because this just goes to show you I don't just be talking. Coach Sean don't just be talking. Kyle don't just be talking. Ty don't just be talking. Jay don't just be talking. We do our work. We do our work. Yes. Let me show y'all something. Let me see if this gonna work up good. Let me see. Let me know if y'all can hear me in the background while we looking at this video. Let me see. Ooh, this is gonna be good. All right, I want y'all to check this out. We're gonna pull up the clip, right? I got a side-by-side of Milroe throwing the ball last year, coming into the season, before A-Day, and then Milroe throwing the ball this year. And I want y'all to see there are no major changes other than the three things I highlighted yesterday. You won't see his footwork from the spring practice film, but you could look at his hips and tell that the footwork is not the same. The motion is still the same, but the release point and the follow-through. These are the three things I talked about yesterday. Nothing about his throwing motion has changed, and I'm going to show y'all right now. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? It's the simple mechanics, all the small things I've been talking about. His footwork, keeping his base right. It was never about his throwing motion. He could have had the wide side throwing motion if he wanted to. If that was what got him recruited to college, I guarantee, because there are quarterbacks that have that throwing motion. There's no set throwing motion. There's no one throwing motion and a half. You got 32 different starting quarterbacks in the league, and I guarantee you all 32 have a different form or something different about their form and their technique that they do that works for them. So this is the point I'm trying to prove. There's no change in Jalen Milroe's throwing motion. Go and watch the film. Roll film. Follow through. Footwork. Look at his hips. Look at the right. Look at the right. The screen on the right. Watch his hips, his hips are turning. It's nothing about his throwing motion. It's his hips, his footwork, his follow through. Nothing about the throwing motion. Look at the throwing motion. Still same wind up. Still same. I mean, the follow through is the only thing that's different. Shoulders still are pointed towards the target, square towards the target. It's the follow through and the motion. The video on the left is from last year. This is the video from yesterday. Nothing different. Shoulders still square on the target. Still ball placement is hot. The where he's holding the ball still has the natural pat, right? He's keeping the elbow tight on the left side. Still, everything is still the same. Everything is still the same. It's literally the release point and the follow through and his footwork. His footwork causes his hips to turn, him forcing his throwing hip into the throw is what's causing his feet to follow through. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. So Coin God, go take a nap. You have nothing else to say the rest of the day. No, he's not. What wider angle? Are y'all watching? Are y'all watching the same thing? No, you're literally the only person that you and a few other people who aren't seeing the side by side are saying that he changed his throwing motion. Nothing changed about his throwing motion. Come on, y'all. Come on, Sicario. Did I just say that, Sicario? And me and you usually don't pop, right? Me and you usually don't see eye to eye on a lot of takes. But if you were in here yesterday, I literally broke this down before I put the side to side video together, right? He's not throwing. The throwing motion is not different. I'm going to run a clip one more time. Just look at it. I'm not going to say nothing. The throwing motion is not different, y'all. It's the follow through. It's the footwork. It's the hips. It's the release point. Look at it. Look at this. It's a follow through. It's literally the same. And then the clip I showed yesterday, if you look at Twitter, look at his throwing motion. That's what I want y'all to see. The throwing motion is not changed. It's the follow through. It's the hips. It's the footwork. He's still throwing the ball the same way. Look, man, I can't make it. And then these are two different angles. If you look at, I wish I could pause it for y'all. If you look at where his delivery is, his release is on the same type of drop back, you see his footwork. Look at how he's stepping up into the pocket, stepping into the throw. He's not flat footed. He's forcing his hip, turning that throwing hip into his pass. He's not flat footed. That's what everybody was trying to say, y'all. It's nothing about his throwing motion that was a problem. It was the mechanics that led up to the throwing motion. That's all I'm saying. I just had to educate you real quick. Hey, take it or leave it. Keep on trying to deny the fact that you were wrong. It looks the same. Same throw, right? Same throw, right? Same throw, right? Nah, I don't think that, man. I think he really think Jalen Milroe's throwing motion changed. And we're watching the video that his throwing motion has not changed. So, Corey God, I don't care what they said. I'm showing you right now. I'm showing you right now. So that was what I want to address with the Fairweather fans that refuse to just watch film. I literally just put it on the tape in front of you. You can go and share it, clip it, share it, and people are going to be like, dang, he do got a point. He do got a point. The throwing motion is not that it has not changed. It's the mechanics below. Every time I talked about Milroe, AJ Maverick said it, and shouts out to AJ. He said this. His footwork is trash. He doesn't step up in the pocket. He doesn't turn his hip. I never disagree with that, you know. But for him to say that Milroe wasn't changing, wasn't progressing, this video goes to prove that too. And this is before the staff gets a hold of him. These are personal trainers he's working with, little personal developmental points that he's taken upon himself to go and work on, right? And this is his first phase of it, right? He got to sit down with the staff and they evaluated him, told him things to work on, things to look at, and he went out and did his due diligence. And he's with his personal trainers, he's with throwing coaches, he's with all these different QB minds, right? Getting virtual stuff, getting the mental reps, getting the actual the reps with some of the other QBs in the room. So I like what I'm seeing. That's the type of progression I needed to see. And even though it's on air, it is good to see him practicing those good habits. Now let's see it start to translate onto the field. Because that's just because he did it in like some practice reps, that doesn't mean it's going to translate to the field. It's different when you got other bodies around you. It's different when you got pass rush. It's different when you got to dissect coverage. And that's the point of practicing and getting a skills coach or a QB coach to get there and drill those drills into you to where it becomes second nature. It becomes a part of your makeup as a quarterback. It becomes so rhythmic and so repetitive that it's natural. And that's what he's working on. So no matter what it looks like, he still has that same feel, that same technique, the same follow through. Everything needs to be the same every time. Yes, your release point may be different, but the mechanics at the bottom from the base need to be consistent. And that's all we want from Milroe. Now, Shane Brown, with pre-snap reads, that's all about schematics and being able to learn the offense. If you can understand it, you know what you want to set up and what you need to be trying to look for and direct your play towards. So I think this part is the hard part for Jalen Milroe. The small mechanics is the hard part, right? Getting the footwork right, getting your base, getting all that set. I think the playbook is the easiest part when it comes to Kalen DeBoer's system. I'm telling you, Shane Brown, if a 17-year-old can come in out of high school a year early, right, and come in and gain the confidence of Kalen DeBoer, I think Jalen Milroe has the innate ability and the mental aptitude to grasp the concepts of this offense, right? It's more of a flow style offense. Hey, Crimson Wave, it's okay for y'all to agree and disagree, but it's not okay to play blind and not see this. Like, it's not okay to play blind and not see this. Throwing motion is exactly the same. Nah, I get y'all. I get what y'all saying. I see the improvement. I see what y'all are seeing. But the throwing motion is what I'm saying. The throwing motion is exactly the same. The throwing motion is exactly the same. It's the follow through. The base is different. Look at his hips in the left picture. He does not follow through with those hips. He's not turning his hips. He's using his arm. And yes, on this side, they probably going like 50%, right? They probably going to 50 to 70%. This is warm-ups and pre-snap. I mean, practice reps. They're doing practice reps. They're doing warm-ups, individuals, getting throws out. But just look at the hips. Look at the hips. That's what I want you to pay attention to. I like the fact that he's even brought the ball up a little bit, and of course he doesn't have pads on. That does make a difference when you're talking about throwing motion. But you look at where he's holding the ball, he still got it comfortable. He's not uptight. Like a lot of people try to get that ball up under their chin. I don't like when quarterbacks try to get all what they call it, magazine pose. No, I like when it's natural, man. And I think that's what he's learning. He's learning how to, tweak all those little small things that matter to what he's comfortable with doing, right? And that's throwing the ball. So in order to get comfortable with throwing the ball, you already got your throwing motion that you're comfortable with, right? It's proven to be consistent when you have time. Now we got to get everything consistent, even when you don't have time. You're still going to go through these muscle memory steps. So I'm excited to see Milroe. I'm glad to see that he's putting it in. And look, man, it's not surprising to me. I just want to show everybody that the throwing motion hasn't changed. That whole narrative and throwing motion can be it could be an open-ended statement, right? Throwing motion, everybody thinks throwing motion is just about this, the wind up. No, the wind up is exactly the same. It's throwing motion, release, follow through, right? Release point, follow through. I know this because I got drilled by a quarterback. I got drilled by a quarterback coach. You get what I'm saying? I've worked with some NFL quarterbacks. My cousin Tavares Jackson was a quarterback in the NFL for 8-9 years. I trained with him in the offseason going into my college. T. Ross, am I lying? Did Tavares Jackson not come down to Alabama State that year? We went over there and we had a session. Me, AJ, all of us. Did we not? Phil, you remember Pimo, all them boys? Did we not have a session with Tavares Jackson at Alabama State? Come on, man. I'm just saying. I don't just talk this stuff. My family is a sports family. I got coaches in everything. I grew up around coaches. Via X, and he stated that Crimson Wave, you're lying. You're lying. You want me to tell you why you're lying? What's his QB coach name? Put it in the chat right now. Yeah, you're not gonna whip me because y'all be coming in here capping, trying to chase clout and stuff. No, stop doing that. Send me the message on Twitter because I talked to him personally yesterday after Kyle posted the video. So stop coming in here capping. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Dex, tell him stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap, please. Hey, Coin Guy, I don't cap. I have no reason to cap. You cap. Yeah, this fair weather segment is dedicated to Coin Guy. It's dedicated to Coin Guy. But let's move on, y'all. Way too early, but I think Justice Haynes is really about to show us really why we're hyped about him, right? A lot of people were hype on him with a few carries and a few opportunities he got last season. But Justice Haynes, man, I'm telling you, this offseason work that I'm seeing from him, oh my God, man. It's like you saw him come in as a freshman. We were raving about his balance, his footwork, his agility, his bounce, his strength, his ball transition skills. We saw him in the spring, wondering why we didn't see him more during the season. I think this season we're going to get a healthy dose, not just of Justice, but the whole running back room. But Justice is really going to show why he's RB1. And I think the guys around him understand why he should be RB1. I think Justice Haynes being RB1 will create more value for Jam Miller. You get what I'm saying? Jam Miller doesn't have to be an every down back this year. He could be a spot back with a nice load to carry, right? If I'm looking at the carry load for this running back room this year, I think it could be like a 50-30-20 type thing between the running backs, right? Or like a 50-40-10 between the top three running backs. And then the freshman guys, I think they're going to get some pickup time. I think you're just too solid at running back to try to force young guys. Now, if they ready, if Daniel Hill is ready with his size and his ability his patience in the run game, his ability to hit the holes, he's not going to go down easy. If he's ready, give him 4 to 6 snaps a game. If Kevin Riley with his speed and his back cut ability and his back cut vision, if he's ready, give him some opportunities. But I see those three guys in front, Justice Haynes being the leader of that running back room as far as, doing it on the field. I see him going crazy. And I know it's early. We haven't seen him in spring. We haven't seen what his second year is going to look like, but way too early. But I think Justice Haynes is going to be there. Way too early. I think Kendrick Law. Nah, I wouldn't even go Kendrick Law because I think we're expecting Kendrick Law to have a big year. Him and Jeremy Bernard, I think we're kind of expecting those two guys to be like the highlights of what this offensive scheme is going to be doing. But I honestly think out of the wide receivers, way too early. But I think Kobe Prentice is going to be like the leader. I think he's going to have the most receptions. He's probably going to be the most targeted wide receiver in the pass scheme, just because of his route running ability. And you see him working with some of the other receivers, like Jalen Hill has been put in work. You see Kobe Prentice and Emmanuel Henderson. I mean, just putting in crazy work, man. Young Bubba coming in, getting in work with Kobe. Like, I don't know what the relationship is with a lot of these wide receivers. You know, they circuit and play 7-on-7 ball together in previous years, right? But this group seems to be like real close and tightly knit. This wide receiver group seems to be real close and tightly knit early on, and spring hasn't even started. So I can't wait to see what that competition turns like at the wide receiver room. But a little too early. I think Kobe Prentice will be the go-to guy. Way too early. But I think Jaleel Hurley has just turned some heads. I don't know what he did during the fourth quarter program, but we might be solidified at corner with having, and I always speculated that Jaleel Hurley would probably get moved to Rover, Husky, safety, get in that rotation. But whatever he's doing in the fourth quarter program right now, as a leader, being a vocal leader, his work ethic, he's put on about another 5 pounds, I guess. Just kind of solidified himself with the college size, right? We know he's had the speed. We know he's had the ability. We've just been waiting to transfer on the field. I think Jaleel Hurley might solidify himself as the starting corner this year. That way, we don't necessarily have to stress about going out into the portal and getting another corner to solidify our secondary. I think if Jaleel Hurley makes Mo Lindquist and Kane Womack give them the confidence to say, hey, you're the starter, you know, and he maintains that position from week 1 in spring all the way through the fall. Throughout spring to 8A, and he comes out with that first group. I think Jaleel Hurley is going to be touted for a solid season. Like, not nothing spectacular. I think he's going to be solid. I think he's going to come on the scene. He's going to handle business. I like Jaleel Hurley because he's tough, man. The young man is tough. He's not super fast. He's not super athletic. He's just tough. He doesn't get beat in one-on-ones a lot. He's fundamentally sound. I think he's worked on his speed training a little bit, right? You know, getting his hips loosened up and being able to open up, travel with guys in third phase routes. So I'm excited to see Jaleel Hurley. Way too early, but chat, way too early. Y'all tell me, what's way too early? Talk to me. Way too early what? Way too early, but our D-line finally catches up to the other units on the team. Phillip Thomas. Hey, listen, you said D-line, but I could say our trenches in total. I think our trenches finally catches up. Finally catches up. Yeah. Shane Brown, you're absolutely right. Way too early though, Phillip Thomas. I like that take. If we had continued to use Haynes in Michigan game, it would have made a difference, and of course had better snaps. Facts, Uncle Jay. I could rock with that. That's why I said when we saw Justice Haynes come in against Michigan, he broke off like 2 6-yard runs off rip, a 6-yarder and a 12-yarder, I think, or something like that. And then another 15 or 17 yard. It was crazy. Like, he came in and running like he was in high school still, right? Oh, Hattie Mae, really? Oh, dang. Hattie Mae, you're gonna have to school me on that. I look at him his public appearance, and I just, but you know, they say you never judge a book by its cover. I will never speak on the young man's character until I see something like Ajayi Hall. You know, a lot of stuff that was Ajayi Hall did, he brought it onto himself, but there was a lot of things going on in the locker room that I know personally. I've heard it, and it was some things being said to him from Bill O'Brien. You know what? A lot of players that left the year Bill O'Brien was the year offense coordinator, a lot of players that left after that year and hit the portal was because of Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien is not a player's coach at all. You see what he told Jalen Milroe. There were other players on the team that he kind of, there's no such thing as constructive criticism. He likes what he likes. He has his style, and that's just what he is. We will see the most explosive offense ever in the history of the program is the question. Will we see? I don't know if it's this year, man. I don't know if it's this year. I think we see a new style of explosion, but the most explosive, I think there will be games where we kind of have to slow it down because of how new it is to a lot of the team, right? We'll be able to do a lot early on because we the first 3 games we basically out athlete everybody. The first 3 games we're more talented than those first 2 teams went on paper, right? So a lot those first 3 games, everything's going to look explosive, everything's going to look clean. But I'm a realist. When we see Georgia will scheme up, even though they will have problems defending this offensive scheme. I think what Georgia still has is athletes, and talent on talent, best on best. It kind of always evens out, and then later in the game is when schematics start to show up because now guys are tired. They're not out there off of hype. They really got to focus in. So schematics and coaching really mattered in, and I think that's where we have the edge. And yes, I said we have the edge in coaching. I like our edge in coaching, especially on the offensive side. Kalen DeBoer is being called like one of the top 3 minds in his offensive minds in college football right now. Like that's the type of praises he's getting, and the numbers don't force you to believe otherwise, right? So yeah, I like it, man. Hopefully we do see a more explosive, maybe not the most explosive ever, but definitely more explosive than last year. Dave Lewis Love DLL says Milroe's hand is more on top of the ball on the release than before. Before his hand was more under the ball on release. This is fine for deep balls, but short and intermediate throws, the ball will sail more accurate now. Did his throwing motion change though, DLL? That's what I want you to answer honestly. I played the video 1,000 times, but did his throwing motion change? That's all I'm saying. Appreciate the $20 super chat too, my guy. Much love. Much love, man. Yeah, man. You can't top 2020 in year 1. Ain't no way. Hey, ain't no way, man. But I think look at the amount of experience that was on that 2020 team, man. Look at the amount of experience that, like, and then you had the offensive coordinator, right? You had the man, Steve Sarkisian, right? Thank you, Auntie Janet. Thank you, Auntie Janet. Our boy ain't got his glasses on. But eventually, I think Debo can rival what Sark did. Moonrocker, you know what? I think it's different because it's a different style of play calling that Coach DeBoer has. Both of them similar, like pre-snap though. Both of them pre-snap use a lot of the same philosophy. A lot of pre-snap motion. You see Sarkisian. Only thing I like about DeBoer, he uses like formation shifts a lot. He'll shift the formation, not just motion, but he'll do formation shifts. Sarkisian won't do as many formation shifts. He likes to get speed and motion, get defense moving, and while the defense is adjusting, making the reads off of that, right? In the midst of that motion, he gets a lot of motion snaps, meaning guys aren't set in motion. You got jet motion or orbit motion. He likes to snap when guys are in motion, and that's good to me. That's good to me because you look at how Alabama played motion, having Terry on Arnold follow guys all the way across the formation. You got to think, if I send my my X receiver, right, and Kool-Aid's on that X receiver, and the slot guy, Arnold's on the slot guy on that same side. If I send my X receiver in motion, all Kool-Aid is going to do is slide over to the slot guy, bump Arnold. Arnold's going to have to follow this flow all the way through this guy. He has to, now he got to track. You got to find him, track, and then play inside out while he's tracking. Now, if this dude crosses a certain point on the line of scrimmage, right, he no longer is tracked. That's not his responsibility. And sometimes you could see that he was so far behind on the motion that he couldn't communicate back or communicate to the linebacker. Match, pass, or whatever. Whatever the call is, bump. Whatever the call is. And you saw a lot of that. He wouldn't communicate. The safety didn't. A lot of times, the free safety that was watching the motion in front of him didn't have the knowledge or the ability to see what was happening in front of him, and wouldn't just make his own adjustment based off the motion. So I think we're going to eliminate a lot of that. We're going to see, not eliminate, but we're going to see a lot of that with Coach DeBoer and this offensive personnel he has. So I like it. Let's get into our schedule in a second. That part, Philip, get me some ride outs and we'll be straight. I already got Ryan Williams. That's at least one. Moonrocker, I think a lot of people are hype on Ryan Williams, but I don't think y'all understand the type of developmental curve he's going to have to go through the first like 5-6 weeks of the season. Like, it's going to be a task for him. He's dealing with some guys. He's going to be dealing with a lot of the press man. A lot of these guys are going to, like, when they see, you got to think, the likes of Georgia, Ryan Williams on the field against Georgia, because I think he's going to get opportunities early. And like I said, we got better. Our roster is better than a lot of teams we're going to see in the first week. All 3 teams are going to see in the first week. But Ryan Williams is going to go through a learning curve, and we're not going to be able to see him. Like, even in practice now, y'all got to think, Ryan Williams ain't just going against guys, 3-star, 4-star guys. He's going against 3 5-star corners that came out in the class with him, right? Going against the likes of Jaleel Hurley, Damani Jackson in practice, Malachi Moore, Devontae Smith, Tony Mitchell. All these are big, strong DBs that he didn't see on a weekly basis in high school. And he's going to have to learn nuances of his game to be able to be fluid and be effective, right? And so, like, the first 5 to 6 weeks, I don't expect no crazy explosion from Ryan Williams. But, like, the latter part of the season, LSU to Auburn stretch, I see Ryan Williams being able to break out, because that's usually when freshmen really start to get they college legs under them. Week 6, week 7. We saw it from Jalen Hill. He had a strong showing against Ole Miss. That was like week 4. Is that week 6? I can't remember from last year. But like towards the end of the season, you see him get implemented more. What's to get as many targets as he should have, right? Got looked off a lot. Milroe's got to improve in that area, dissecting the defense, but also a lot of times just grabbing the ball off the ground, grabbing the snap off the ground wasn't helping. So, but I really think he's going to be straight. Let me show you. Let me show you right here, bro. Let's just watch it. And honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think he has his hand. Look at how high his hand is on the ball on the left side. The left video is the old picture. That's typically where you want your hand at. Look at, man, come on. Hey, no, I can't give you that one, bro. I'm sorry. DLL, I can't give you that one. I didn't even pay attention to that, but appreciate you for bringing attention to it. I didn't even pay attention to that. His hand is in the same spot. Man, if I could pause it. I need to look at it. I'm not tripping. Am I tripping? He's hop on the ball. His index finger is above the white. Look at that ball on the right. And it's in slow-mo right here. It's in slow-mo right here. It's footwork for me. Look at the ball. Oh, man, I'm trying to pause it. Yeah, I like it. Look at his hand on the ball. I mean, that's footwork, man. That's mechanics to me. I don't see anything change about how he's throwing the ball, man. I'm sorry. I don't see it. I don't see it. You, Coin Guy, you keep saying everybody's saying that, but you are the only one saying his throwing motion changed. He just talked about his hand placement on the ball, and I just played the video again. I'm just saying, man. Coin Guy, I love talking football with you because it's not talking football. It's just like, it's giving me that reassurance that I don't just talk. You get what I'm saying? It gives me that reassurance. I appreciate you, man. But yeah, let's talk about the schedule. What's the this is what I want to break down, and we're gonna get into the schedule. We're gonna break it down. I want to start going in a little bit more in depth about these teams at just the preseason outlook. Way too early, but preseason outlook on some of the matchups that we're gonna have. Do I have a schedule graphic in the back? And they need to go ahead and put out the official graphic for the schedule, y'all. They got their printable schedules out yet? Let's see. Is this it? Yep, here it is. Here it is. It's on the Instagram page. Whose Instagram is this, though? All right, let me screenshot alert, y'all. Screenshot alert. All right, let's break the schedule down, y'all. Let's get into it. Coach Mook, his wrist is locked on the video on the left. His palm is facing up on the release on the left. Watch how the ball flutters. Listen, I'm not talking. You're literally you're making my point, DLL. That's what I'm saying. It was the release points. It wasn't his throwing motion. It's not his throwing motion. It's his follow through. That's what changes. That's all that's changed on his delivery. It's not his throwing motion. His windup hasn't changed. The throwing motion has not changed, man. Ball, release point, follow through, footwork. That's the only thing that's changed. I'm done debating it, man. I'm done debating it. Because you're literally making you're making points that's coincided with what I'm saying. I don't know if you're trying to disagree with me, but you're making points that are coincide with what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying. Hey, Dino, facts. And that's what I like to do. I like to debate. If y'all haven't noticed, I like to debate. It's not that I'm getting in my feelings or nothing. It's just when you have a point, you want people to understand what you're saying. And I understand what he's saying, but the point that he's making are coinciding in what I'm saying. Right? It's not coinciding. It's not saying that the throwing motion has release follow through. That's nothing like my throwing motion. I could change my throwing. If I'm changing my throwing motion, that means I'm taking my whole form and I'm changing it. Nothing about his form has changed other than his release point and his follow through. That has nothing to do with the throwing motion. Release point, follow through, footwork, hip thrust into the man. Come on, this is stuff I had to go through. Hey, Coin God, how about this? Sick of him, bro. Bro's disagreeing with you to agree. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. It don't make sense. But he's not, bro. Oh man. All right, I'm done with it. I'm done with it, DLL. We could talk on like a Twitter space or something. I'm gonna let's get into the schedule. We could talk on a Twitter space because I like these type of debates. They get it through. Right. CWL. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Crystal Wave, Noah has it. Just shut up, man. You on that Coin God joint too. Hey, listen, Western Kentucky. I think that's one of the games we go in, and I don't see a slow start with the game. Western Kentucky game, the build up for it, preseason, looking at it. I think we're looking at Western Kentucky, and we're kind of underestimating the talent that they bring in. Western Kentucky keeps talent. They don't keep like Alabama level or Georgia talent, but they do some funky stuff. They got explosive offense in their conference. They always compete in their conference. This is one of their games where they kind of use this game to size up how they're going to play in their conference. And they usually play on these levels, these type of games. They usually play clean games. So I think this will be a good early wake up call, wake up game. Let's get against some good, solid competition. Not necessarily the best competition, but some good, solid competition. Let's go against an offense that schematically in the past, traditionally, they do like to air it out. That's an area of the field where you always want to try to see what you're working with early. Your secondary. Your trenches usually come along pretty good. Your linebackers usually come along pretty fast. Your secondary is usually, especially with a new scheme, you know, with this 4-2-5 and the way that it's set up, how it looks like 3-4, you want to start getting your secondary tested a lot, you know, or finding out if you're a pass rush, if you can get that 4-man pass rush, that 3-man pass rush. Can you get guys underneath to contain and be disciplined in their gap containment, you know, on the second level, meaning the run gaps, run fitting. You get what I'm saying? So I can't wait to see us play against West Kentucky. If I had to predict the score way too early to predict, I'm predicting like 48-9, maybe. Yeah, man, he is. But 48-9, 48-6. Yeah. But yeah, USF game at home. I think this was going to be like kind of like a personal game for the guys that were on the roster last year, right? Kalen DeBoer and those guys, they probably don't. That staff, they don't care too much about, you know, all the past stuff. I think they're more locked in. But you would be a fool to not think that Jalen Milroe, you know, presuming that he's the starter going into the season, you cannot sit here and tell me that he's not thinking about last year when he had to sit and watch his team struggle against a team where if he's out there bad snaps and all, he's making a few plays that Tyler Buckner did early on. And Ty Simpson had to come in and save the day, right? He did his thing. So not taking anything away from Ty Simpson and what he did last year, but you got to think, man, Jalen Milroe wants that game, man. So I think that's one of the games where he's probably extra locked in. He's extra focused. This is week 2. The offense probably put up a nice scoring in week 1, and all we're doing is creating a storyline based off the schedule, y'all. Week 2 USF, he comes in ready to get that get back because we didn't lose, but it felt like a loss last year after we beat USF, right? Didn't it feel like a loss? Like, why in the world are we even talking about USF post game, right? That was the question a lot of fans had. Why are we talking about struggling against USF? So Jalen Milroe is going to take that person. I think this defense is going to take it personal too. I think USF is really going to test us in the air, especially if we got good weather. They had to run it a lot last year because of the weather. On both sides, we had to run it a lot. Early in the game, it was a lot of bad weather, inclement weather. So, but they like to throw it. They like to air it out. So that's another game where, again, area of our defense that needs to be tested early and needs to develop very fast is the secondary, right? Go on to the Wisconsin game. We're going to Wisconsin. Up there with the cheeseheads, right? Wisconsin always has a solid defense. The fact that we got their safeties coach is probably going to be something funny for him. This is something that he's going to be familiar with. So we shouldn't see a lot of problems with our safeties in that game, right? Not saying he knows their playbook or anything like that, but there are tendencies that carry over year to year. There are scouting things that can play a big role in schematics. So I like to see it. Wisconsin, they're going to run the ball, right? They're going to run a lot of 12, 13 personnel. They don't mind slowing the game down. So this will be one of those games where discipline is a must. Playing away, I think they'll have a crowd show up for their game, right? Like everybody does when they play Bama. So it's going to be the first test, but I just don't think they last long. Athletically, we're too deep. The talent-wise, we're too deep. We would really have to crap the bed and drop this one. And final score prediction early too. Oh, and I didn't even give a USF one. USF, I'm gonna go 41-10 USF. 41-10 USF. Wisconsin game, I'm going 31-0. 31-0 against Wisconsin. I think it's not going to be a fast game. We will score 31 points. That's 5 scores, right? Or wait. 4 scores. That's 4 scores, and a couple field goals. I think that's what that game will come down to. A lot of long drives on both sides. A lot of extended drives. They're going to play a lot of safe over top looks. So we're going to see Jalen Milroe have to throw the short range, throw the intermediate stuff, be efficient on that because they're going to give that up to him. They're going to want to swarm to the ball, keep everything in front of them, and swarm to the ball. They're going to play a lot of too high, too high. I think their deep third concept is different from their cover 3 concept is different from most that you see because sometimes they'll have that corner play underneath as if he's a strong safety, and they'll have the strong safety drop back at deep third, and they look more like a cover 6 or cover 4 look. You get what I'm saying? Where you have your strong side corner sliding to the underneath, the curls, the digs, all of that stuff at the sticks. So I would love to see that. I can't wait to see that game. If I had to predict the score, I said 31-0. I don't think Wisconsin's offense is bringing anything that will cause us to stress. I think we just have to be sound in the run game. We got the guys. We got physicality in the box, right? Even with our strong safeties, you look at the likes of Malachi Moore, Devontae Smith, Tony Mitchell. I think he's going to be one of those Husky Rover guys. I see. Just getting rotation and snaps that game. Those are the 3 main guys I see getting rotation at those spots, right? So, Wisconsin. Georgia game, the big one. We get Georgia at home, right? We get Georgia at home week 4 against Georgia at home, College game day. I think College game day probably going to show up for that one, right? They definitely going to have to show up for that one. Georgia game. I got a lot of mixed feels about this because I feel like Georgia is bringing back, they lost some, but they're bringing back enough like we are to keep us a little bit ahead of the talent curve in the SEC. I think we look across the SEC now with Oklahoma and Texas joining the conference. Talent-wise, Alabama might be definitely in the top 4. And in the top 4, there's very little separation. I mean, like micro separation as far as talent in the top 4, and that's Georgia, Alabama, Texas, and you got to look at Ole Miss's roster, right? You look at Ole Miss roster and look at what they're putting together. They're definitely a top 4 talented team, right? As far as talent on the roster. And then right after Ole Miss, I think you probably throw Tennessee. You probably throw after Tennessee. You probably throw the likes of. I mean, A&M just lost a lot. LSU, Tennessee probably on the same level, right? Lost some, but still retained some that's just like not impressive, but could be, right? So you look at it, I'm liking what we see coming into the Georgia game as far as matchups. I think this is going to be a good game, and honestly, me personally, I think this will be the game where it's a blowout because Georgia and Kirby Smart understand this new playoff format. They don't necessarily have to come out and blow us out and win this game, but they want to. They will. They will definitely want to use this game. But if they don't, they know they still live. So I think because Kalen DeBoer and this staff has more to prove, right? Right now coming in, this is a game I know that they have circled. Like this is the one we're really going to know where we measure up at, right? Not from a win-loss standpoint, but how do we measure up against the top in this league, right? And they're circling that Georgia game, and they're saying he's saying to himself, man, can I out scheme Coach Kirby? Can Kane Womack out scheme Mike Bobo? You know, can we really get in this thing and really play chess and be 2 steps ahead? You know, like we were a majority of the season at Washington. Like Washington was always 2 steps ahead. That's why when they got in tight games, you saw that team never panic, man. That team never panicked. It's like they didn't even necessarily change up play calling. They would change up protections and things, but they very rarely got away from their play calling style, right? They have a pass game that they're comfortable with. They have a run game that they're comfortable with. Sometimes, a lot of games, they like to go pass heavy, and then some games they go balanced. It's very few games you see them have to go run heavy because of the type of production they get in the way they scheme up the pass game, right? So I like our chances against Georgia when you can stay balanced like that, or you can go unbalanced and be effective unbalanced. You mess with Kirby Smart style of defense, and offensively, we don't know what Georgia's going to look like. We know they got Carson Beck coming back, very great quarterback. I think he's probably going to be, one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the draft when he comes out, right? Not necessarily a top 10 pick or anything, but he's going to be top 5 quarterbacks, right? And I think he possesses a nice skill set. Coming into this game against the Swarm D, though, this is going to be something that he's seen before. An aggressive front, having to dissect linebackers, moving them with his eyes. He's good at doing that. So we will see Kane Womack get challenged as a play caller in this game for sure. My personal feelings, though, if I have to call a score, I'm calling it 41-28. Alabama, 41-28. And to us, to some, that's not a blowout, but the way it happens is going to make it feel like a blowout. You get what I'm saying? And I won't even give them 28. I say 41-24. 41-24. I think this is the game Alabama's offense really just showcases the problems with Kirby Smart and Coach Saban's defense and this new style of offense, right? So we're going to stop right there for a second. I'm going to just get some of this some feedback from y'all. UGA1's carrying all the pressure. Hey, I said the same too. But I think Alabama's carrying the pressure because Coach Saban retired, man. We can't. So it's kind of like a shared load right now. And that game is going to be like, whew, all right. Whoever wins that game is going to have to wake up next week and understand that they're the target. I mean, the Sunday morning and understand that they're the new number 1 target, right? But right now, Alabama, Georgia is kind of fighting for a position of the kings of college football. Michigan, nobody's even talking about Michigan, right? Why nobody talking about Michigan? Everybody's still talking about Alabama, and then they're still talking about Georgia. So I agree with you. I think this year DeBoer scores as many and often as they can every series. Very, very vague statement, but I feel you on that. Very, very broad statement because Kalen DeBoer is not a take my foot off the pedal type guy. He's a coach. He coaches to win. He coaches So I definitely get where you're coming from. I feel you on that. I like that. And the Ohio State, man, y'all bought y'all. I ain't gonna say y'all because you Bama. I'm gonna stop saying y'all. Listen, Ohio State bought a first lineup. If Caleb Downs goes down, if the other kid, the corner, goes down, if y'all have any type of injuries for all them players they paid for, they gonna be in bad shape. And they still ain't got a quarterback. Y'all think Julian Saint gonna be top notch year one? I think he gonna have a great career. I just don't think he a year one starter. True freshman. He might though. He might prove me wrong. So y'all see the next four. Snap. My light turned off. That's gonna just cut off on me. I ain't even touch it. I need to get a charging block for it. Change that light up. That mug bright than them mug. But yeah, let's talk about it. Vanderbilt, South Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri. Let's start with Vandy. Vandy. I ain't wasting no time on it. 56-6, and that's because we're giving up 2 field goals. South Carolina, we're at home against South Carolina. South Carolina, who's the quarterback that just transferred to South Carolina, y'all? Undefeated. Fill me in. Who's the quarterback that just transferred to South Carolina? Will Howard will start at OSU. Good luck. 49-10. I say, yeah, beat down. That's beat to death. Who's the quarterback that just went to South Carolina, chat? 31-17. You like 31-17? No, I think he just transferred there. Somebody just transferred to South Carolina. Oh, Jim, you right. Robbie? Who? Oh, Robbie Ashford. That's who it was, the kid from Auburn. You know why I like him going there? Because I think he'll play good against all the teams they're supposed to beat, right? He'll get some looks. I think he's going to be good against all the teams they're supposed to beat. But Robbie Ashford against Alabama, against Georgia, against Florida, right? Teams that get hype. If he hasn't changed this play outside myself mentality, if he doesn't stay within himself and stay within the scheme, he's not going to have a good career when it comes to people looking at him and playing in big games, right? And I like to allude to I kind of put him in the mind of Josh Dobbs used to play at Tennessee, right? I remember Josh Dobbs used to get all this praise until he had to play Bama, Georgia, and Florida, right? And I think one year was Kentucky. Like when teams are hot, he struggled. He would play everybody else great, but when the attention was on the game and teams were hot, he possessed the skills. He would just struggle, right? So if Robbie Ashford doesn't get away from that, I think he's going to struggle too against the good teams. I think we beat South Carolina this year because they missed a lot on defense. They're going to be struggling on defense. And by this time of the year, what's that? What week is that? Let me look at it. What week is that? Week 6 against South Carolina. I think we should be just finding our identity, right? And I'm gonna go. Y'all give me some score predictions because South Carolina, we playing at South Carolina. Oh no, we playing them at home. So another 40 piece. I think you know what that might be a game. Nah, 40 piece. Way too early. I don't care. I ain't got nothing to evaluate off us. 42-14. 42-14 Bama. As a matter of fact, I think we bust the 50 piece on them boys. 52-14 Bama. 52-17, right? KD. Kalen DeBoer. A little over 10 mil. Hey, listen, hold on. Let me see if they got some releases. If y'all seeing reports being released about coaching contracts. I don't see anything. Seeing a lot of 2022 stuff. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah, I don't see nothing yet. I see something from the 12. Yeah, I don't see nothing new yet. So if y'all see something, let me know. I'll go check it out. And yeah. About the red shirt guy at South Carolina, Lenore Sellers. Pete did a segment on him a few weeks back. Oh, I haven't heard about it. I'll look into that, Moon Rock. I'll look into it. I haven't heard about him. Hey, Rich B, tag me in it. Tag Ed Coach Smook in it. My page that got the new profile picture on. Or send it to my inbox. You could send me the link in my on Twitter or on Facebook. I'll be able to find it. But yeah, Moon Rocker, I'm curious now. I'm curious to see. Yeah, but hopefully I think by week 6 against South Carolina we'll be clicking. That's a 50 piece. Tennessee, this is the one that scares me, y'all. This is the one that scares me, not because of what they bring, but we know what happens in Tennessee. They're gonna have a solid defense again, right? They're gonna have a solid defense. But what gives me confidence is Jalen Milroe missed so many throws last year in the Tennessee game, or didn't see them, right? There were a lot of bad snaps in that Tennessee game. The early parts of that game were crazy with the defensive line alignments. I mean, the first touchdown pass to have who that was in coverage, Chris Braswell in coverage downfield like that, split out like that, and for him to even like be in the area to cover that ball, it felt good. It felt good to see him out there be athletic, but it didn't feel good. I didn't mean to say it felt good. It didn't feel good to see us be out coached like that first drive of the game, right? Or first quarter in the game. It didn't feel good. So I think this year, Kalen DeBoer, the way he schemes up the offense, I think we're going to see a different pace to the game. But Tennessee is going to make it a game. Whew. And Coach Sean probably jump through the screen and choke me if I said this in front of him. But if we lose in Tennessee, that's the only reason we lose. We're in Tennessee. And that score will be a 31-30, 34-31, something like that type of score. But if we win in Tennessee, I'm feeling like it's going to be one of those decisive low-scoring games where it's like a 31-9, 28-7, maybe 28-10, maybe 28-10. I'm gonna go 28-10. That puts me right at the bottom, in the middle of where I think the game will look like, because you're gonna have a solid defense on that Tennessee side. Hey, Rich, appreciate that. I see you sent it. All right, let me get a screenshot of this. Appreciate that, man. Michael Casagrande saying, oh, man, I thought Courtney Morgan was talking about something. My boy making a little bit, oh, so wait. No official contract details have been released yet, so I won't report this, okay? But they're saying, and I'm not making an official report. Hey, y'all, so I'm gonna be up when College Game Day set up. Y'all know I'm gonna be there, right? Y'all know I'm gonna be there for this Alabama-Tennessee game. But yeah, so yeah, it's not official, but what's on 3 is saying, shout out on 3, they're saying 834,000 for the month of February, right? That's what he received. But that averages out to a little bit over 10 million a year, right? 834,000 a month. That's crazy. For comparison, Kalen DeBoer was making only 4.2 last season at Washington. Kind of hard to turn that down when they doubling your pay to come to a better a school with more talent, more facilities, right? So if that's true, that's solid for Coach DeBoer. That's a little bit less than what Coach Saban was making. Coach Saban was making 12 to end his career, right? 12 a year, right? DeMarcus, you think we lose to Tennessee? I don't blame you, bro. I can't even be mad. Here he go again, man. Coming in late. Yeah, that's a lot of money, Auntie. But they said no official reports have been released. This isn't official. This is just speculation, but based off of the financial records of Alabama being released. You know, they report their monthly thing, their monthly earnings and, you know, payouts and all that stuff. They have to do that. So looking at that information, he calculated this up, and that's what he came up with, which is about accurate. I'm thinking about the numbers right off the top of my head, right? Because 10 months of that is 8 mil, right? 2 more months of that, you're sitting right at 10 mil. I like it for him. I like it for him. Yes. Hey, tell him, man. And you know what? I was riding through a neighborhood Sunday evening, and I know for a fact, and it wasn't like in Tuscaloosa. Like, I hope y'all, like, most of the coaches, they don't live in Tuscaloosa. They live around the surrounding areas of Tuscaloosa. So I was riding on the highway, on the back roads, just riding some of the local areas, and I was noticing like a change in like housing, and you know how you go to certain parts of town that you're on the other side of town, right? And I was like, I wonder if this is where a lot of the coaching staff is going to be. Like, is these the areas they're going to be living in? And I look, man, and there's a report or like somebody on, was it Yahoo? It wasn't Yahoo. It's one of them outlets. They had a short showing, Coach Hutzler, and his family pulling, not his family, but they was pulling into a neighborhood, and it looked like one of the neighborhoods I was in. Not saying that I was there, but I was looking at the video, just people welcoming the coaches in the town. I think it's a cool thing, man. When you come to a program like Alabama, where the state is behind your university, I think these coaches are like in shock and kind of in awe, because in Washington, you have to compete with the Seahawks. You have to compete with the Trailblazers. And then you have the Washington Huskies. You have Washington State, right? In Alabama, it's basically just Auburn and Alabama. Yeah, HBCUs. Even the HBCU alumni, they still, if you're born in Alabama, one way or another, you're, let's say 9.3 times out of 10, you're either Alabama or Auburn, no matter what school you go to, right? No matter what school you go to and graduate from, you're either Alabama or Auburn. So I would hate to lose to Tennessee, man. I was giving that whole little segue because I hate admitting that, man. If we lose to Tennessee, it's going to be at Tennessee, and that would be a game I don't want to see happen like that. So Missouri, Alabama. Missouri's bringing back a lot of talent, y'all. I finally settled down, and I went and looked back at their rosters. They bringing their quarterback back. They bringing their wide receiver back. They don't have their running back, who is a majority part of their production, but they did have 2 guys behind him that, were just young, didn't have the skill sets that he possessed. That guy had a lot of experience and a lot of talent. I wonder where he's going to go in the draft. I think he's going to go second day, maybe third day, but he gets in the league, he's going to get a couple contracts. But you look at the whole makeup. Drinkwitz keeps his coordinator, right? Because we didn't go get Kirby, right? He keeps his coordinator. That offense should have the same type of feel. But the only thing with Missouri, they don't play very good on the road against good teams, right? They got to come to Bama. And I expect us to be a good team. I think by this week, this is week 8, I believe. Week 8? No, that should be week 9. I think we'll have Missouri's number. If I had to predict the score with that Missouri game, I'm going 38-21, Alabama. Now this LSU game, night game. I know a lot of Bama fans traditionally we scared of LSU night games. Not necessarily scared, but them the ones we respect, right? LSU, I just don't. With this style of defense, man, we're going to see a different style of play calling on the defensive side. Later, Coach Saban's career as the head coach at Alabama, I think we gave quarterbacks a lot, too much time to dissect us, right? In a lot of the play calling. I think we played too much contain. And by the time we started sending the blitzes, it was too late. Kane Womack is a shoot first type guy. He's going to swing first. If you showed up to fight him, he's not going to wait for you to swing on him first. He's going to swing on you first. So I like that type of play calling style. It's aggressive. Can it come back to bite you sometimes? Yes, but you live with it because more times than none, you're going to cause some type of disruption when you're being aggressive and sounding your aggressiveness. So the key to being sound in your aggressiveness is just knowing the playbooks, understanding the keys to help you make your reads, and you're going to do that. And because of that, I think the way that LSU offensive coordinator calls the game, I don't see him doing anything that's going to take us off of what we want to do defensively, schematically, right? So because of that, I think we go into LSU, we play a tough game, we win it. I'm thinking maybe a 34. I'll say 35. I'll say 35-24 Alabama. 35-24 Alabama. We're going there. Mercer game, beat to death. Sorry, Mercer. I got family at Mercer. I got some young guns that I don't know if they still there. 2 years ago they were at Mercer. But yeah, beat to death. Mercer getting drugged. I think that's one of them games we get to see all the backup QBs. Third quarter I see Ty Simpson. Fourth quarter I see Lonergan and Simpson and Max splitting reps in the fourth quarter. And Coach Kellen DeBoer, hopefully when guys are playing garbage minutes or pickup minutes, hopefully he doesn't dim down the play call. He gives those second guys opportunity to do first team situations, right? Oklahoma. Going to Oklahoma is going to be different, y'all. It's later in the year. The weather is a lot better than it is early in the year. Like when we went to Texas that year and it was 117 on the field, and on the on-field temp was 128. Players literally down there cooking, right? So Oklahoma that time of year, November, should be good weather, great football weather. Oklahoma just doesn't have. To me, Coach Jay is very big on their defense development. I think they're a year out. I think by this time of year, you're going to have teams beat up. We'll have a schematic approach to them this late in the season. And Kalen DeBoer with time is dangerous. He's proven to be dangerous his whole career. And then last but not least, Iron Bowl, we at home. Milroe, with his development, his improvement is going to go off. This will be his Heisman solidifying game right here. LSU, Tennessee, all those games, they'll add to it, but this one will solidify because they'll think about 4th and 31. They're going to be thinking about Gravedigger, right? When Jalen Milroe threw the ball to Kobe Prentice in the corner of the end zone, and he caught that game-winning touchdown, or that touchdown that took us to go ahead in the Iron Bowl last year in the Gravedigger, and he did the James Bond pose. Y'all remember when Kobe Prentice did it, y'all? When Kobe Prentice did the celebration, him and Jermaine Burton. Y'all remember that? When Kobe Prentice and Jermaine Burton? Shane, you can't say his name. You can't say his name no more. He a traitor. We don't say his name no more. With Kobe Prentice, y'all remember when Kobe Prentice did that? I do this on purpose, man. I do this on purpose because I know people gonna miss the joke. You get what I'm saying? That's why I almost messed it up when I said Isaiah at the beginning. But y'all remember Kobe Prentice doing that? I don't remember that dude. I don't remember that other guy y'all talking about. I don't know who y'all talking about. If they ain't wearing crimson, y'all know the rest. What's up, Patriot Life? He said, always remember the only good thing to come out of Knoxville is 75 North. Roll Tyrone. Facts, Patriot Life. Hey, Patriot Life be coming through with the below the belt shots at these other fan bases. I thought me and Sean be going crazy. but he has like a professional approach to it. See, y'all like that, didn't it? See, y'all like that. What's up, Steven? Spanging that barn. Hey, I'm telling you, we're gonna whoop them boys. Iron Bowl next year at home. Taking the boys' first Iron Bowl. He's gonna feel the energy and the passion behind it from the fans. You know what? If there's one game, I'm gonna request to not have to be here for a post-game show. It's probably gonna be the Iron Bowl game, right? One reason why being because this will be the first Iron Bowl game I'm in town for, like since 2017. The last Iron Bowl game I was supposed to go to, my aunt who's gone and be with the Lord, you know, she had purchased us tickets, you know. Shout out to my auntie Charlotte. She had purchased us tickets, and I didn't even go because of COVID that year. So, yeah. So, what else? Robbie Ashford is gone. Who's going to be the quarterback at Auburn? Are they still sold on the kid from? What's the something White, ain't it? What's the kid's name? Something White. Is this the kid that they believing in? You claim the fifth? You claim the fifth? Auntie Janet is man. She's silly, bro. Peyton Thorne. I know they've got Peyton Thorne, but no, it's not Peyton Thorne anymore. They got another kid, something Walter White. I think that's his name. Let me check it. Walter White. Oh, Walker White from Little Rock Christian Academy in Little Rock, Arkansas. The kid got some numbers in high school his senior year. He played 6A ball in Arkansas. They apparently he's supposed to be like the next guy. They not believing in Peyton Thorne. I don't care to be in Auburn message boards and things of that nature. It gets weird in there real quick. They got like people who let dogs eat peanut butter out their mouth. Like, ugh. Yeah, I know an Auburn fan. He be kissing his dog, man, like French kissing. And he be proud of it too. I ain't gonna say his name because we kind of cool. But yeah, that's weird. I don't care who you are. That's weird. That's nasty, ain't it? Rich, stop laughing. That's nasty. Ain't it, Janet? That's nasty. Watching too much. Walter, that Breaking Bad do be y'all what y'all know about Breaking Bad? Walker. Nah, it's a guy named Walker White though that plays for Auburn though. You get what I'm saying? They different, man. Auburn and Oklahoma, I see as blowouts. Me too, Caleb. Me too. I think we beat Oklahoma. We go on that one at Oklahoma. I think it's a 42 plus point game for us. And a lot of it's going to be because of turnovers. I think a lot of these games when there's blowouts is because our defense is going to score, you know, or give us 3 or 4 extra possessions a game, right? Iron Bowl next year. I'm talking to my inner Bama right now. Whew. I'm feeling this Iron Bowl score. Yum. I'm feeling yum. 59. Yum. 13. Alabama Iron Bowl 2024. 59-13. And we know Auburn gets up to play us, but they only get up to play us at Jordan Hare. We got a team this year. We got a new offense. We got a new scheme, new energy. I think the stadium go crazy. Iron Bowl this year. Jesus Christ, man. I'm telling you, I want to be there to feel that. Before what? What you said, Moonrocker? I think same. Some Caucasian people think that's not totally. Hey, listen. That's what Auntie Janet was saying. She was like, they different. They different. I know a lot of them, they be like, oh, hell to the no. Look, they be like you. Hey, but you know what's weird? It ain't just them. I seen some of the Asians. I seen some black folks. Like, yo, it's different, and it ain't got nothing to do with race in this day and age. People just do things for clout. People see stuff and they think it's real. I seen this one lady said, first of all, my question is, why you got mouth sores? But she had this video on TikTok talking about if you get mouth sores, right, around your mouth, let your dog lick your face where your mouth sores are, because they have enzymes on their tongue that take away infection, right? Why do you have infection around your mouth? Right? What are we doing? Are we not washing? Are we putting our faces in places that they're not supposed to be? Are we using the same towel for the crack? You know what I'm saying? Are we doing that? You know what I'm saying? See, y'all always get me distracted. Oh, man. Reality or reach? Let's jump to it, y'all. Reality or reach? Here we go. Quick one today. Alabama. Does Alabama, and I'm going to put it in the chat. I know y'all like doing the poll, man. So let me get the YouTube channel back up. I wish I could do it a different way. Here we go. Here come the chat. The poll in the chat. It'd be weird trying to type on the MacBook. I ain't used to the smart keyboard. I always use wireless. Y'all tell me. I put the chat, the poll up in the chat. Got 2 votes in. Got 9 votes in, 12 votes in. Come on, run them up. Let's do it fast. Come on. I'm cutting the votes off at 5 minutes. Reality to reach. Well, Alabama's offense really average. I meant to put really average, 35 points per game. 35 points per game. What did you walk into? Some nasty stuff. People talking about, that Famunda cheese. What's up, Tink? What up, bro? What up, bro? Yeah, I ain't in the, see now I will say this. Now my dogs, they can lick my face every now and then, but I'm not kissing no dog in the mouth, bro. I kiss my dog on the head. They're my babies, man. You know, I've had pups that, you know, I'll bite a sandwich, and when I'm done with it, I give it to them. You won't catch me biting a sandwich and giving it to my dog and then biting it again. Now I've eaten off the same plate as my dog. We, you know, before we used to go on our when we used to come back from our workouts, like I'll sit there and my dog Duke, man, Duke and Bishop. Bishop was both of them was bullies, you know, and it's different with bullies for me. You know, they're my kids. So Bishop would stand up on his hind legs as a puppy, would stand up, and I used to do my steak and eggs religiously. Like I used to do steak and eggs religiously when I was on my health fit back in my early age, 25, 26, you know. But Bishop would stand up on my leg as a puppy. And we, you know, and this is after we come from our runs or our workouts, and I would just feed him little pieces of steak, you know. And then as he got older, I started seeing how his body was taking the steak. So I started giving my boy raw steak, right? My boy grew so much. And then once he got older, once he got out of his little growth spurt, I stopped giving him raw steak. I started cooking it good enough for him, right? Not cooking it all the way through, but still leaving some pink for my boy. And man, he used to stand up on his hind legs, and he was probably like up to my chest. You know, I'm 6'3", so he was up to my chest on his hind legs. Big guy, big standard size bully. And but he would sit there and gentle as can be. I cut him some of the steak, cut him a steak in half, put it on his side of the plate, and he'll sit there, get a little piece, and then I would cut it up for him sometime. Man, I spoil my dogs, man. That's just me. Yeah. Man, Luke, so you telling me you ain't never had a puppy and be like, I love this puppy. You ain't no dog lover. I'm a dog lover. Listen to Coach Shep, had me ready to hit. Listen, Tink, not even on the fourth quarter videos, but his interviews, man. To know that Coach Shep, and this is what I be telling y'all, that kind of just sometimes you just gotta let people speak for themselves instead of assuming. And so Coach Shep, he was very adamant about acknowledging the fact that he's been a longtime Bama fan. Like his family is a family of Bama fans. Everybody in his family has been a Bama fan since he was younger. So this is a dream job for him. When you have coaches like that, that's a good thing for our future, because y'all know the NFL will be coming for Kalen DeBoer next year, year after that. Like, I'd be surprised if Kalen DeBoer stays more than 5 years. If you can keep Jamarcus Shepard on staff, saying that, hey, we don't want to have to go through another coaching search. We're going to promote you. You might be the next head coach, right? You get a guy like Jamarcus Shepard head coach. You keep Nick Sheridan as your offensive coordinator, because by that time he should be having full play calling responsibilities 5 years from now. I think week 8, week 9, we might see Nick Sheridan start to, get full play calling responsibilities. Week 8, week 9. Once this offense gets into a groove, he will have primary play calling responsibilities that probably week 8, week 9. Going into Tennessee. Or he might not even get a Tennessee game. Now that I think about it, he might get an opportunity at LSU game. That'll be his first game calling plays. Tennessee game, I think Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to want to have a lot of control over how that game flow is dictated. It's going to be the first huge away game, right? The first big one. Yeah, we ain't kissing dogs in the mouth. You think so, Luke? I wouldn't be surprised. Dino, I do not French kiss my dogs. Don't even play like that. Make me fire you up with your black profile picture. Now, make me fire you up, Dino. You know I crank up for 30 seconds on. You know what I looked at last year's top offenses, and the top 13 was over 35 points per game, and only 3 weren't Power 5 programs. I think we're going to do it. All right, so let's get into the reality reach. I think I do it enough small talk. We got 42 votes. Come on, y'all. Give me 8 more votes. 8 more votes, and then I'm going to close the poll. 7 more. Come on, 7 more votes. 7 more votes. Reality reach. Alabama's offense will average 35 points per game. Come on. 7 more votes, chat. 7 more. Got 188 people in the chat. Come on, 7 more. 6 more. Come on. Reality reach. Alabama's offense will average 35 plus points per game. All right, we have 5 minutes. Let's end the poll. 75% of you say reality, 25% say reach. Okay. For the ones that say reach, if you don't mind sharing me why you don't think it's possible. And I will tell you why I think it's a reality. Last year's offense averaged, I think, 31 points per game. Let me go and pull up the stats for us, so we're not just going off top of the head. And I'm gonna just pull it up on YouTube. I mean, not YouTube, ESPN. I'm about to pull the screenshot alert. Y'all ready? So let's look at it. So, and this is from ESPN. Total points per game, 33.9. Total points, 474 total points and 58 touchdowns last year. Third down percentage, 45.6. I think Washington's was right at 54, 56 or something like that. Fourth down efficiency, 71%. That's solid. Pass attempts, 208 of 325. Pass yard average, 9.5. And then pass yards per game, 220. Those aren't horrible numbers. Like, for our offense that has struggled in our season the way it went, those are some solid numbers. A lot of teams are going 12-0 with that, with those type of numbers because of the schedule. If we didn't have to see Texas week 2, I think we would have been undefeated. First of all, they were just the better team that day. They out schemed us. They had the experience. We saw a lot of young mistakes, a lot of mental errors when we lost to Texas, right? Yeah, that's crazy. And then to think Milroe didn't even play USF game, so he probably could have added another 30, 45 points that game just off his natural athletic ability, right? That's crazy, huh? So I think it's a reality. You bring in a more efficient scheme. You're looking at Milroe making his mechanic improvements, right? With his mechanics at the quarterback position, right? So couldn't stop Corum. One big problem in the Rose Bowl. You talking about us or you talking about Washington last year? I know Washington got gashed a few plays. We did good containing Corum and Edwards last year in the playoffs. Not a dog fan, too busy traveling, dude. Own an engineering construction comp, roll tie road, drink tequila. Appreciate that $30 super chat. You own an engineering construction company? That's what's up, man. Appreciate that $30 super chat. You not a dog fan? I'm sorry for you, man. You missing out. Dogs are like the perfect pets, man. And I ain't knocking people that don't like dogs. Some people just don't like dogs, man. Everybody got their own cup of tea. I love dogs, man. I love bullies though. I'm more of a terrier family guy. Cane Corsos, Presa Canaries, your Mastiffs, those families. Smook, where they're going to have 2-minute warning in college football. You see where they're going to have 2-minute warning in college football and microphones and helmets so sideline can communicate. Plus Kool-Aid got a Jones fracture in his foot. Yeah, I saw that, man. I was wondering if anybody was going to ask me to react to it. I really didn't. I don't really like reacting to injuries. I have my own history of injuries. But, man, that's sad to see Kool-Aid go through that. I feel like he needed I think he needed the combine. Because of some of the things that he showed on film last season with the few opportunities that when he was tested or targeted, right? I think he just fell asleep a lot and a lot of back end things, a lack of communication. He was out of position a few big key moments in the games. Doesn't take from his natural covering ability. He did a lot his sophomore season to solidify and put himself in position to be considered a top corner in the nation. But if we being honest, man, Terrion Arnold is probably the most day one ready guy right now for the NFL. He should be the first corner off. And yes, man, prayers for Kool-Aid. Hopefully that recovery is swift, so he can do his thing for Pro Day, which would be unrealistic. Pro Day is in 3 weeks, right? 3 weeks. So he might not even get a Pro Day workout. So hopefully the film can do him some good and keep him in that first round projection type range. And yeah, I do see where they're going to have the helmet talk. And yeah, it's about time they did a 2-minute drill. It's about time they did the 2-minute warning. That should have been came to college football. You look at the speed of the game now, and the way that the challenges are being used and all the reviews, you might as well add the 2-minute. Give your referees some breaks more. I think referees be getting tired too. That's why they be missing calls. You got a pit bull terrier? Yeah, man. I love them bullies, man. Got a black lab child mix and a Rottweiler. Let me tell you, them childs get huge, man. My boy Bear, I had a dog named Bear. He was a child German Shepherd mix, and that dude was about 120 pounds. Once he stopped growing, big old baby. Caleb Taylor, you absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I've never had a dog, but always good with all animals. Had my buddies, XL buddies, bullies, at my house for a couple months last year. That was actually crazy. Moon Rocker, them XL bullies are something serious, man. Got 2 English bulldogs, tricolor. Ooh, school. Hey, y'all know what? Send pet pictures to coachsmook@gmail.com. Send pet pictures. We'll do a little segment in chat talk tonight where we do pets. And I'll show y'all some pictures of my old pets. I don't have any pets right now. Hey, y'all, don't be mad at me, but I'm actually happy. I was able to release my birds into the wild when I got down here. It was a moment too, because they didn't really know how to fly away. Like they flew up in the air, flew around a little bit, flew away, and then like they flew away a little bit, about 15, 20 meters, and came back, and they landed on top of the car, and I had to like shoo them away. I had to shoo them away so they can go be free. I do miss them sometimes, but I don't, because the transition stage, y'all, man, they would have been a hassle. The first hotel I was in, they were really tripping about having them birds, guys. Like, they don't do nothing. They sing every now and then, but you had a window in the room. I could open the window. They love the window being open. They get real calm. So, but yeah, they were being anal about me having my birds. So the first night they were in their cage, I had them wrapped up in a blanket to keep them cool. Keep them warm, because it wasn't cold out there. But I'm a pet owner, so I'm thinking they need all that. And I started doing my research, and the thing was saying, if you let them go, don't expect them to come back. And usually they last, anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months out in the wild. Depends on how long you had them tamed and how. See, I used to let my birds out in our house before we moved. I used to let them out, and they used to fly around a lot in the house. And then when I would have to catch them, it'd be a little adventure, but they knew how to fly. So, and they was some crazy birds too. They used to be in there chicken fighting, like really like trying to kill each other. So I had to get them their space, man. I didn't want to come to my room one day and want them to be on their back, beat up, bruised, broken, and defeated. Oh man, appreciate y'all for hanging out today. Let's get our sponsors some acknowledgement, man. Y'all know I love our sponsors over there at Residence Inn. You know what's crazy? I didn't get to see the new CBD. Y'all know me. That CBD, I need some of that though. Gotta ask T. Let me see if I can get the shout out to him though. I didn't even get to see, because we didn't even have like an official meeting to announce them with the team yet. We have our meetings on Friday, so they kind of caught me off guard with that one. Let me get our other sponsors up though. We got Ocean City, Maryland, Residence Inn. Y'all know I can't wait to go back up to the Virginia area to get my family, because I think I'm gonna take an extra day or two so that we could go and enjoy this place, man. They got good reviews on the on like Yelp and all that too. Shout out to Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. If you're ever in the area, you can go online at residenceinnoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20%. And also, man, don't forget, if you want to become a fan funder, if you want to join the team, this is the old graphic, so don't pay attention to the QR code on this one. But this is the old graphic. You hit the hyperlink. It's a hyperlink at the top of the chat. There's also a hyperlink on the main page on the YouTube channel. You hit that link, you pay $2.99, you become a member. You get access to the special emojis. You get access to all the exclusive videos that we're putting out. We're doing like hot takes on receivers, quarterbacks, running back room, getting you guys engaged, opening up comments, rooms for discussion. So all of that. You fan fund Kyle and the team, myself, Jay, Sean, Ty, everybody that's on this team. When you donate this way, it helps us keep this show going, because it's free to watch, but it's not free to operate, right? Appreciate y'all for hanging out with your boy. And as always, man, tonight we come back. You're going to have Coach Jay kicking it off at 6. Then you're going to have Coach Sean at 7. And then I'll come on at 8. I might just have Coach Sean stay on with me, y'all. We always end up, Friday nights be me and Coach Sean type of thing, man. We do our thing. And we'll take it from there, y'all. So hopefully y'all show back up tonight. I was planning on seeing some softball tonight. Hopefully the rain clears up. If not, I won't be going to the game. I don't do cold, wet weather. Like, I don't do that. My sinus is already acting up being down here back in the South. Thank God, back in the real South. But I will be going to the Alabama-Tennessee game tomorrow. I got my ticket on my desk, y'all. Like I'm not playing with y'all. And yeah, this is a free ticket. I don't care. Y'all can talk about my seats, whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna be in the house, right? You know what? I get mad because folks used to be like, look, row 36, right? And I'm on the end where I need to be at. Seat 1 is on the end. I like it. You know what I'm saying? Row 36 ain't that high either. I've been to 2 women's games. Row 36 is right there above the tunnel. I'm not sure what section N is though. Now that I'm thinking about it. Row 36. It's gonna be hype though. So Auntie Jenny, you familiar with the with Coleman? If y'all familiar with Coleman, tell me. Row 36 is not a bad seat, right? Even if it was at the top. I'm in a basketball gym. Hey, I was in VA for like a year. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get used to it. But yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, shouts out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all for hanging out with your boy. As always, y'all know how I like to leave y'all, man. And I appreciate the energy, all the debates, all the back and forth. If you're still in here, the people that like to disagree with me, don't take it personal. Stop getting in y'all feelings and taking it to social media, talking about being my feelings. I debate with passion. This is who I am. I do this with my players. I do this with my wife. You know what I'm saying? I debate with passion. I'm a passionate debater. You know what I'm saying? So stop saying I'm getting in my feelings. If you're not debating with me and you're not feeling it, then you shouldn't be debating with me because you're going to think I'm in my feelings. But my feelings are my passion. That's my passion. You know what I'm saying? Bama football is my passion. But yeah, appreciate y'all. And y'all know how I like to end it, man. With a big one. Let's get it. Roll Tide.